Oh, welcome to Warsaw, guys.
We are seeing the scabs. We are seeing the scabs.
There you go. It's a 4.
That is the collapsing
There
trap.
we go.
There we go. This is the big Riptide play.
Oh, the blood rush is coming in as well.
This usually means a goal for Victor, right? Oh! Well, I guess not.
The double trouble.
And another test of strength that blocks for 4 and the blocks for 2. And yeah,
Clash.
only a sleep dot for 8. Dominated. Is that enough? Is it gonna be enough? Christopher did. Oh, look at that big red in the ledger. So what? 12 plus 5 is 17.
Oh wow.
Do we have the combat trick?
Slaughter beast.
Do we have the combat trick?
He
We
does.
do. We absolutely do.
The
That's
reprimand,
big.
yeah. Loghin getting reprimanded there, yeah. Awesome. Oh, there's the boom grenade. Oh, he
Oh, we're
does.
doing it.
Oh!
Can we see a replay?
That's
There we
it,
go.
yeah. Raise an Army is played, so that's 3 dudes. Is that the name? Is
It's
that
an
the
army.
official name now?
It's an army.
And the writing says dominate.
At the time, Daniel is breathing on his last.
Yeah, and
And,
there it is. There it is.
And that's game.
Game.
Yeah, there you go.
One with Sigil,
Yeah, there you go.
he was stick.
That's not the case. We have the
Yeah,
dread screamer.
there you
It's
go.
the GG.
Swaver Poon.
It's
Yeah,
game.
and that's a
It's the
non-block.
pop.
Oh, and now you got the Macho Grande with
For
dominate.
dominate, that
yeah,
seals
for
the
8
deal.
dominate. Well played. I just love all of these fist bumps at the end of this video. Welcome back to Calling Wasaw. Good morning, Erika. Good morning, everyone watching us at home. This is day 2 of Calling Wasaw. Yesterday, as you saw in that amazing highlight video, yesterday was amazing. Was a crazy day.
It
So many
was.
crazy games.
So many crazy games.
So many combat tricks
Yeah.
from prison players. So many game-changing dice and plays. that was insane.
Yeah, if you missed any of the action today, make sure to check back the
Oh,
bolts
yeah.
from yesterday. It was absolutely insane. So don't miss out on any games from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's... we're going to have lots of action, of course, today, but it was a great opportunity to watch and to watch what happened yesterday and to get more into the flow and the rhythm of the action. So what do we want to see today? What do you expect to see? We know, of course, we have an idea because yesterday before we left, we had a good view of the standings. We know that there's a couple of Azalea players at the top of the standings, so we might see some more Azalea actions. We saw that Yorgos had an amazing deck yesterday, so yeah, very excited to see what we're gonna get today.
Yeah, we also see some Dorinthia up there, and we didn't cast a single Dorinthia game today, so hopefully we can get that going today, is what I'm hoping.
Yeah, we had some more action in the form of Decimator Boltyn. There was some innovation in deck building at
And
the end of this
Kassai.
season. That was crazy.
And also we have some OG dashes crawling up into the scene, so gonna have an eye outlook for that. There's also a couple of Kanos that we haven't really showcased yet.
Oh yeah.
So looking
And
forward to
Kanos were
some
doing
displays.
okay, you know,
Yeah.
and we saw them at the top tables. Of course, Kano, very strong hero, very hard to defeat when it's rolling the right way, but also when the players are pitch stacking and like building their amazing, almost unbeatable combo. So it's it's something that I'm keen to see today if you guys are okay with it. So yeah, this was the meta for yesterday, 102 KOs. That's basically what we expected. A lot more KOs than any other deck, and a lot of Dorinthias, which we haven't seen yet, as we said.
Kind of a mix of who is on the Decimator build versus the small hatchet
Small
axis.
hatchet,
We
or
also-
maybe Dawnblade.
Oh, Dawnblade! That would be dope.
We've seen a couple of them.
Exactly. So let's see if we can get one of those on stream. That would be cool.
And this is the day 2 meta. So for today, we have 22 KOs, The conversion rates, we might see them afterwards, but not great, not bad, but not amazing for what was considered the strongest hero in the field.
Exactly.
22%, as you can see. But yeah, strong conversion rates for Dash.io, and
the
we've seen the
mechanologists.
power the power level of this deck when it gets rolling. Dash as well. Bravo and Victor, pretty even conversion rates, and the prisms. We saw that what prism can do, and unfortunately it didn't go
All the way.
Yeah, all the
No.
way yesterday, but it was an amazing game as well.
And we also saw the 4 Dash.ios that came in yesterday. 2 of them made it into day 2, so that's why we see this crazy conversion rate on the Dash.ios. But we
Yeah.
also had that crazy game with Dash.io just pulling a huge punch into the Kayo. Basically, we had a 30 life lead at one point in time, and really showcased how Dash.io really can combat the aggressive decks that we think are the strongest decks.
So
and be
many
like
cards
challenging
on the
that
board.
a little bit.
Yeah, like a draw my board at some point when nobody can pop the dragons. You
Exactly.
know, there are
They're just there. You can't do
lots
anything about
of
it.
things on the field. Yeah, and you can't really do anything about it. So yeah,
Yeah.
very cool to watch. The Riptide, there was a Riptide game yesterday that was very, very interesting.
It was so close.
It was very close.
It was
Yeah.
such a close game. And the KO can just pack a punch. And if Riptide doesn't really see those D-reacts and get to capitalize on those early, then we see what we saw yesterday, that you can fall a little bit on the back foot. But Riptide also has a huge output on his own with all of those arrows having really relevant on-hit into KO. So KO really needs to have that perfect game plan into Riptide in order to capitalize on both his equipment, utilization of his equipment, and try to push through the damage, even though he's getting hit with those defense reactions.
Yeah. 22% for Azaleas. Some of the strongest players in the field are playing Azalea today. We saw Micheal, Feng, and Brodie Spurlock came with Azalea, and Yorgos as well. So yeah, very strong showing. There you go. We got the standings. So 2 Azalea players on top, and then
2 very different Azaleas as well.
Yeah.
We saw Yorgos playing yesterday with New Horizon instead of the good old Skullbone Crossfire.
Yeah.
So very
And-
interesting build.
yeah, trying to build the biggest amplifying arrow that he can. But yeah, it was a very cool build. And I pretty sure that Brodie Spurlock and Micheal Feng have the same deck.
Probably they're on the same team.
But I don't know how different the decks are. So I'll be interesting to see what happens later today. Of course, Joachim Ballot and Arthur Trehet are Frenchmen, both at 7-0 as well. Very excited to see 2 of my friends on top there. Very cool.
France represent.
Yeah, Arthur Trehet, of course, the Pro Tour Los Angeles winner who won with an amazing Sigil of Soleil's top deck
Yeah,
at
forget
the end
that
of the
one.
game. Yeah, an amazing, unforgettable, one of the best games ever.
And also had a really, really good game yesterday. We started off today with Arthur facing an Azalea player who packed a really good start, and Arthur was really on the back foot, and it was all about coming down to the decision point if he was supposed to roll scabs or not, which was basically the decision making of he was going to win or lose, and managed to roll a 4 on that scab, and it was game breaking for him to come back into that game, and it was absolutely great.
I talked to him about yesterday, and yeah, I think he had a couple of games when he absolutely needed those dice rolls, and they went his way, and that's what happens. Sometimes you need the dice rolls, and that helps you win the games. But yeah, you also need good plays to get there and to put yourself in this situation where these dice rolls can help you win the game. So yeah, and this is page 2 of our standings. So all 5-2 players, apart from 3 of them are 6-1. We don't. Are there any of these the Italian Boltyn players? No, they are on page 1, so they are. Yeah, there you go. But we see a familiar name, Maximilian Klein. So both finalists for Pro Tour Los Angeles are now playing Kayo.
Doing pretty well. I mean, we have so many good players into this field today. We see a lot of them doing really, really well. But we also see a lot of players that we haven't heard a lot about yet. So maybe it's their time to shine today, as they can make some names for themselves as they are progressing throughout the 5 rounds that we're going to play today into the top 8. And yeah, this everyone's game at this point in time. Even if you are in the low 20s or early 30s, if you can just win out today, there's definitely a chance for you to get in and make it into top 8.
Yeah, and we were talking about the pricing and about everything that you can win through this event if you go all the way, if you go up to top 32. So there you go. Here's the pricing for the event. So still, so it was 7 rounds yesterday. Don't worry and don't even look at the at the schedule for day 1 and day 2. But this is going to be the top 8 is going to be happening today after round 12, I assume. And this is the pricing for first is 7.5k US dollars, and the black envelope. The Balance of Justice extended art card, gold foil, of course.
Such a pretty card.
Yeah. I want to see it
in real life.
In real life, yeah.
Maybe
I
we can
haven't
see
seen
today.
it. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
I didn't see it yet, so very
Me neither.
excited to see it. 3.5k for the second, for the finalist of this event, with the gold for legendary black envelope as well, and the PTI, of course. And you can see the rest of the pricing in there. So yeah, it will be another very exciting day. And we just heard. I just heard the next match.
Exciting.
I don't know if you have heard it as well, but I heard it in my ear. Someone whispered it in my ear, and it is an exciting one. It is gonna be Brodie Spurlock playing versus Arthur Trehet.
Ooh.
So arguably 2 of the best players in the world. Well, Arthur is ranked first in ELO, so. Well, there's no question that he's the best player in the world, right?
Are we going to see a replay of the game we saw yesterday? Because this is exactly how we started yesterday. We had an Azalea versus Kayo into round 1, Arthur piloting the Kayo, and now he's up against probably is a bad word, but the best Azalea player in the world right now.
Yeah.
I would be intimidated if I was Arthur at this point, but
Yeah,
Arthur
but
has also
you know
showcased
that
himself as one of the
Arthur-
strongest players in the
Yeah.
world, so he
And
doesn't have a strong feel of himself.
Arthur doesn't get intimidated easily. So he came prepared for the matchup. He knows, and he play tested a lot against Azalea players. So he knows what he's doing, and he knows the plan, as we saw yesterday. So he absolutely needs to stick to it. And maybe the game will go the same way yesterday's game happened, and he will need a dice roll at some point, and yeah, we'll see if he's actually the chosen one. I'm making the same joke all over again, but you know, it's when you can verify that it's actually a fact now. Oh. Some last minute fixing of the light, apparently, or the camera.
We need to make it perfect. It's a big
Yeah,
day.
we need to make it perfect for you guys. Looks like these guys are getting ready for the game. So, but yeah, not an easy matchup. But as for Arthur, because well, all of these Azalea players, as we said yesterday, they came prepared to face a lot of these Kayo decks.
Yeah.
So you have a plan. You know that you need to stop the onslaught. So some of the best arrows to make sure that you will not get destroyed by these attacks right at the beginning, or something like Red in the Ledger. He can do a lot.
I mean, Kayo has a lot of defensive capabilities at his disposal. He has so much armor block, and with the new Sash that was added into the latest Kayo CC deck, that is actually helping him out so much into this matchup specifically. Brodie is going to try to dominate those Red in the Ledgers, make sure that he has very relevant on-hits. We can really cripple Kayo's game plan in order to set up this big Blood Rush Bellow turns with an arsenal. But Azalea has these inertia on-hit tokens. He has the Seek and Destroys that just destroys the arsenal at the end of the turn. So it really cripples Kayo's capability in order to set up for those big turns. So it's all about how Arthur is going to pilot this and how Brodie can enable to find those very important arrows going into this game.
And that's the thing, really. Sometimes if there's just an opportunity with you're putting a lot of damage but no disruption, the Kayo will run over you.
Yeah.
If it happens at a time when the Kayo player has something like a Blood Rush below in hand and the Sash is still available, it can be a bloodbath. So
do you see what I see?
I see
that
the
is not a
balance of
skullbone.
justice.
Yeah. That's not a skullbone cross wrap. That's very interesting.
That was what Brodie was playing into some of these brute matchups. But yeah, so Kayo is starting, and yeah, that's a nice start because when you can.
Oh, it's the cast bones turn 0. You don't want to see that.
This is
as
an insane first turn on that turn 0. So not even needing to attack on that one, he's just using cast bones.
And there's a sand packing and wild right in there. Pretty good.
So that's 6 plus the first that was created
So
through
7.
the Agile wound up. So 7 might tokens plus the agility token. There's a second agility token which won't matter, obviously, but that's huge. Absolutely huge turn 0 for Arthur Trehet. So now Brodie needs to find something to stop the onslaught, but regardless of what happens, he'll at least take a very big attack.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here now on Brodie from the get-go. If he can if somehow find that red in the ledger on his starting turn, then that would be the absolute best way to shut this turn down. Looking at this agility token and looking at all those might tokens with an arsenal at Arthur's disposal as well, coming with a 5-card turn unless Brodie can find something to cripple his turn. But really this balance of justice is really, really interesting to me, because basically what Brodie's saying, like the 2 extra block and the extra card that I can get on the balance of justice outweighs the value that I can get from knowing what's on top of my deck. And so it would be really interesting to see how Brodie is going to pilot this one without the Skullbone Crosswrap at his disposal.
So, Sire Sniping used to check what's on top. And I assume that in this situation, we see that it's a yellow one. So he might need more cards to make sure that he knows what's on top, because he can't really rely in this matchup, as you just said, on the Skullbone Crosswrap. So he needs to find a way. We see as well the Codex. Is that the Bloodrot of Inertia?
I was going to say, that looks like the Bloodrot Codex.
It looks like the Bloodrot, actually. I made a mistake yesterday, mistaking one for the other, but it actually looks like the Codex of Bloodrot on that one.
Yeah, actually, we run both the Codex of Frailty and the Codex of Bloodrot in this one, so...
Interesting.
That's very interesting. Oh, we go out with the Bulls Bracers!
Wow, on turn 1, yeah, absolutely needs to use it, but that's a very big amplifying arrow.
12.
That's...
Not dominated, but it's
that's
12.
Not dominated, and as we said earlier, there's basically no disruption on that one, so that's lots of damage, but that's
no
it.
disruption. This is just the Bloodrot box, but that's just more damage.
Yeah.
And the Ponder token is already created from the Codex of Bloodrot, so the on it from the Premeditate that creates another Ponder token can give Brodie some extra variance on, or like extra options on what he decides to arsenal, because of the get 2 cards he can get from the Ponder token if this hits. But really, I wouldn't be too intimidated if I was on the Arthur side.
No, I think you can really afford to take it if you can come back with a strong enough turn. Maybe you can afford to lose 1 card just to block some of the damage, or using the Sash if he feels that like it's the best time to crack it right away, because those 7 might tokens will come very strong. We see also a sand packing on the end. I'm talking as low as possible so that Brodie doesn't hear me say that there's a sand packing coming.
No, that would be awkward. But using the Sash here really tells Brodie that, yeah, you're planning on playing that big turn, and that tells me probably you had the Wild Ride in hand in order to go super, super wide on this turn with that agility token, with that Wild Ride. You're gonna probably get the discard and have that Mandible Claw also come in with go again. So probably looking at a very, very wide turn now.
So that's 10 damage. Wow. Firing on all cylinders on both sides of this board. Crazy. This is gonna be a very big turn for Arthur Trehet. Look at this. The Sash is cracked right away. He touched the Bloodrot Pox token, like, saying in a way, yeah, this doesn't matter. I'm not gonna worry about it. That's 2 extra damage, but let's forget about it.
Definitely, this Sash is going to come in super. And we have the sand packing.
Yeah,
that is huge.
Sand packing coming in for 13 damage. This is very hard to keep your arsenal in this situation. So you reveal what's in the arsenal, you banish it face up.
Yeah.
And if the chain link, when the chain link resolves, if sand packing didn't hit, the banished card is returned to the hand of the owner. But in this situation, yeah, as you can see, very hard to prevent it from hitting when it's coming in for 13.
And Azalea doesn't have that much blocking capability.
Yeah,
all of his non-attack blocks for 2. So
absolutely.
Even if you wanted to block, there's no way you're getting up to those numbers, typically with the standard Azalea hands.
So this is when there can be a miss. And this is when the turn can be over if there's some bad variance. But yeah. This doesn't happen to Arthur Trehet, by the way.
Not on stream.
Not
on
on
live.
stream, at least, yeah. So that's another attack for 6 with go again.
And the Sash is coming in super handy here. The sand packing typically
this
costing
is a
3, now costing
crazy
2.
card.
Wild Ride typically costing 2, now costing 1. So with 1 blue, we can give the sand packing and Wild Ride a send off. So great turn I have for Arthur, definitely.
Brodie losing 1 card from the sand packing and 30 damage as well, which is not bad. And he knows that the turn isn't over yet. There's at least one other attack.
Yeah, probably looking to capitalize a bit on the balance here. We haven't seen a Blood Rush Bellow yet, so we can't really draw from the Balance of Justice or activate the Balance of Justice at this point in time. So unless Arthur finds that Blood Rush Bellow before the game is over, then there might not be that much value on this Balance of Justice. We are sending so much damage without it.
Yeah, and that's very important. Usually when we saw the Balance of Justice used, you use it for the Blood Rush Bellow turn and then you crack it at the same time. In this situation, he's forced to use it right now because if he blocks some of his damage, he'll have a very weak turn. So he absolutely needs to prevent some of that damage without losing his hand.
And he got to keep a red pack count.
Wow.
Anyway. No, that was from Arsenal, maybe.
Yeah, that
missed
came
that.
from Arsenal. So that's the pack hunt intimidating 1 card from Brodie's side. But it doesn't look like Brodie wants to block this one too much. Might give you 1 card. Oh, we saw another Codex.
So we didn't have the resources for the claw because we got the yellow beast within on the draw there. So at least some wiggle room there for Brodie, or saving grace, but still,
Yeah,
Brodie
he
is
took
eating
everything. This is
more
the
than half his
first
life on the
time,
first turn.
and he's down to 17.
Yeah,
This is a crazy game already.
all the action, all the gas, no breaks.
Wow.
We're just
So
standing in.
Sash is cracked. No Arsenal on Arthur's side, but
Still
yeah,
so much
that's-
armor on Arthur's
that's a
side.
pretty good first turn, yeah.
Arthur is packing so much health. If you incorporate the blocking capabilities that he has available to him with both Apex and the Scowling and the Scab Skins, it's just so much damage or so much health that Brodie needs to punch through. And the question is, do we have what we need? We see another Bloodrot box codex.
Yeah, a Codex of Bloodrot in Brodie's hand. He used it on the first turn just to guarantee the 2 extra damage. It basically did nothing.
And it's so awkward to play that off on the starting turn because now he has to discard something from hand.
No, you don't discard when you're using the
Oh, no,
Codex.
that's
No,
not.
it's,
That's
it
not how
means
that one works.
Yeah, it
You never
means
see
that
this one. You never
one
know.
less,
All
one
right.
less card to block with for Arthur, but it doesn't look like he wants to block anyway. So,
Right.
but in any case, that's 2 damage and a card in Arsenal. So that's perfect for Azalea. If you don't want to use your Death Dealer on the first attack, sometimes it's fine to use it. That's 2 damage plus the arrow in the Arsenal ready to be fired.
Mm.
But that's...
Do we blind Azalea? Is that what he's contemplating?
I'm pretty sure it is because he doesn't
Well,
have
there's
an
a
arrow in
Codex of
hand
Frailty in
right
hand as
now.
well.
He absolutely needs an arrow from the top. Or is that an arrow in Arsenal? Oh, no.
It's the Rain Racer.
Wow, yeah, he's using the Codex just for the amplifying arrow. So once again, not much in the terms of disruption, just this
Very
Frailty token.
unfortunate here for Brodie.
Yeah. At least some of that damage will be mitigated because one of the cards that was in the end is in the arsenal now. So if Arthur wants to attack with it, it will do you 1 less damage because of that Frailty token, but that's it. So once again, 9 damage, but still a full hand for Arthur Trehet.
The Codex plays so well into Amplifying Arrow because Amplifying Arrow says, well, Amplifying Arrow is faced up in any zone, it would gain plus damage. Instead, it gains that much +1. And since it was face up into the graveyard, it actually benefited from all of those pumps that Brodie played on the stack. So
yeah, it is a very cool card.
Cool
yeah,
interaction there.
Everything is amazing about that card, and I'm happy that we get to see it shine right now because the artwork is amazing, the effect is very cool, and it does things that no other card can do in this game. Arthur
is contemplating if 9, we're gonna take it. We are racing.
Yeah.
We are full on
No
racing.
problem.
We have
I'm
3
yeah.
ponder tokens to decide what we're going to arsenal. We have all the choices in the world here.
You are
But is it
talking about
enough?
how
It's so tight
intimidating
still.
it can be. Yeah, you are talking about how intimidating it can be to play versus Brodie Spurlock. It doesn't look like Arthur is intimidated.
No,
Yeah.
not at all. Not at all.
Not even cracking any piece of equipment, keeping it for later. He knows that he's ahead on this one. Oh, the pulping.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think there's a miss in his hand as well, so that's going to be a dominated pulping.
Hopefully.
It
Yeah,
is.
it's the swing big.
Oh, that swing
Unfortunate
big
on
would
the
have
swing
been
big,
nice
but
on
yeah.
the follow-up.
Definitely. If we have 1 blue left in hand, there is a possibility to come in with a mandible claw follow-up into something if we have a 1 or 2 cost with the blue. So this turn can also be very intimidating. In all sense of the word.
Yeah. If you have a packant, for example.
Exactly. Or smash instinct.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He was saying that there was a frailty token on the board, so it was -1, but there was a might as well, so that's
plus
still
-1,
6.
Yep. Yeah, and yet again, Azalea does not really like to block. Her damage output with her cards is so far more valuable than the blocking capacity typically, so... But we're starting to look down at a blitz game at this rate.
Yeah.
Already down below the 20 life total on
We
turn 2.
know that Azalea can do a lot of damage, but in this situation, can you really afford to race something like Kayo? Kayo with full power. You know that one of the strongest turns that could happen has happened because of the sash, but what we haven't seen yet is a blood rush below. So even with that balance and justice, it
Oh,
might
the red
be
in the
there.
ledger.
Oh yeah, he had to use the
That's
red in the ledger.
unfortunate.
Yeah, but undominated red in the ledger might not do much unless he has strong pumps, because you see lots of equipment still on Arthur's side. He's been very careful in not using it too early to be able to block without using his hand to prevent the on-hit effect from the red in the ledger.
Exactly. Arthur is probably contemplating if he should pay for the Blood Rat Box token or if he should arsenal.
He pays
Yeah.
for it, yeah.
I think that's wise.
Yeah.
Coming in for 5 is something, but keeping yourself at a healthy life total is also very, very sane at this point. Keeping the pressure on. Sometimes clanking up a blue in your arsenal is not really what you like to see. But the rug shot that we saw coming from the CC Kayo deck is here to stay in all of the Kayo decks and probably all of the brute decks going forward. The 1 for 5 is such a good value card when you have the cost curve that most of the brutes have these days.
Look at this, another codex. So Brodie Spurlock keeps reading book after book every single turn. Now that Codex of Frailty, he looks like he's chosen the Endless Arrow, so it's going to be a big arrow again. He still has the Snapdragon Scalers ready to be popped, to be able to... Oh, he doesn't have the Bracers anyway, so...
No.
It's only one attack then. With only a Codex of Frailty...
No, if
less
this
with
hits...
Frailty and less with Bloodrot. It will mean a couple of Frailty tokens.
No, I think the Endless Arrow is really good here because what you can do is like a Snapdragon if it hits, and then with Tunic you could activate Death Dealer,
definitely.
draw a card, hopefully a pump, and then come in with a second Endless Arrow. So that is probably the reason
That
he's
could
opting
mean
in
a
for the
lot of
Endless
damage,
instead of
yeah.
the Red and the Ledger at this point.
Absolutely.
Because they could definitely come in with the Red and the Ledger and use the Tunic resource to fire that off, but the Endless Arrow is going to present far more damage, and I think that is what Brodie is trying to do here, is just to raise as much as he can, and that means finding as much value and action or pain points or do as much damage as you possibly can, and this is a great line that Brodie spotted.
It looks like Arthur is ready to block with some of his hand because he picked a swing big to put in his arsenal. He'll be able to attack with it.
He needs to discard, right?
He needs to discard because
He
of
still
the
has 3
Codex
cards
of
in hand,
Frailty. Yeah. So
Exactly.
very big Endless Arrow. Of course, if it hits, comes back to the hand, ready to be fired with Death Dealer and attacking again. And as Yeah, as we
Did he have
just
two
mentioned.
Caspons in hand? Yeah, he does. He has
Yeah.
one still remaining. So he's going to take a little bit of an off turn here.
Oh, yeah. He probably won't even attack then. Just playing Caspons on his turn and trying to come back stronger with the swing big next turn.
That might be
But
the
that
opening that
means-
Brodie needs.
Yeah, that means a lot of damage for Brodie, especially, as you said, if he can find a pump from the Death Dealer activation.
Right.
So now, using the Tunic resource to draw a card.
Oh, that's a pump.
Oh, yeah. That
And
is
we
a
can
pump.
maybe Azalea into something. If Brodie finds something spicy on the top. But it has to be a zero cost because we don't have any resources available.
Yeah, now that the Tunic has been used, it needs to be free.
What could it be? Brodie is contemplating.
Well, crucially, if it's something like an amplifying arrow that does nothing,
No, an
if it's
amplifying arrow is
already
not
in the
worth drill
ledger, you
shots?
can't play it.
Drill shot might
It
be
can
worth?
be drill shot if he's playing these, but you played it.
Or is he contemplating if this is something that he wants to draw into the ponder and arsenal? That might be it. Yeah.
So just a 4 damage endless arrow.
So decide not to go
Oh,
with whatever
7
he
damage,
found on
my bad.
top.
Yeah.
But then again, he's gonna get back the endless arrow as well. Draw into for the ponder. and
That
have a-
was an amazing play. That was so
Such a
good.
great line, yeah.
And now it's back and forth, and Arthur won't be able to do much this turn. This is just a cast bones turn. Taking 2 damage from the blood rot. So he's down to 6 with how many pounds of armor does he still have? That's 8.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Still some blocking capability, and
Definitely.
we know that Brodie only has the tunic left, so yeah, and a full hit on the cast bones, 6.
Double CNC.
Yeah.
We have the pulping.
Oh la.
Not a lot of blues
Oh
though, so it
la
might be
la,
hard
as we say.
to,
Yeah.
to capitalize on that agility token. And we already have the sash done for. Yeah, Arthur's gonna have a think on how he can maybe remember what he puts back on top.
It is unfortunate that Arthur hasn't been able to find a single Blood Rush Brawler
Right?
turn.
Must be stinging for Brodie, choosing the balance of justice into this matchup and not being able to capitalize on it is a bit harsh.
But then again, he doesn't have to face a Blood Rush Bellow, so that's good. All in all.
Yeah, but I mean, Arthur has been able to find ways to send damage
He had strong
either way
turns,
with the
but
cast
imagine
bones
one of
and-
these turns with a
Yeah.
Blood Rush Bellow, how insane it would have been.
Yeah. He's also staring around this blood rot box.
Yeah, there you go. So that's
So,
2
yeah.
more damage.
Down to 6.
Yeah. So now look at Brodie. He's getting ready to find the best arrow on top of his deck to make the biggest dominated arrow that he can find.
Yeah, this is Brodie's window, basically,
Yeah.
to find a way out.
That's Brodie in the tank now.
Definitely. But he's been playing so well, and you can really see why he is the Azalea master, being able to capitalize on every single point of value in order to get so much out of his cards and capitalizing on every single equipment, card opportunity. The lines that he's finding is so intricate.
Yeah, not hesitating using the bracers on the first turn, on the very first turn, to put together a strong damage turn. Oh, infecting shot on top. Yeah. So that's a lot of damage.
But he still has 3 cards in hand.
So let's go through what he can do now. What's the most threatening thing that he can do if you're Arthur? Is that a Rain Razors?
Yeah.
But there's not much in the way of giving go again to
Exactly.
that infecting shot.
Exactly,
So that's
and you
it.
can't load an arrow unless you have a codex in hand. But as you said, there's no go again on this arrow.
There is no go again.
And there's no way for him to give it go again. So maybe he's going to capitalize on the armor here.
Yeah, that's the perfect time to use that armor. Can't really use the Scalding Flashback.
But does Arthur smell danger? And will he overcommit to make sure that he doesn't get hit by the Rain
By
Razor
the Rain
potentially?
Razors, yeah.
So this is 7.
You still need to be careful because that infecting shot represents 2 more damage.
Exactly. And you're getting so low that you have to be careful.
It's not a very good time to use something like Scowling Flashback.
Exactly,
and I
because
think
Rain
he
Razors is
needs
an
to do it.
instant. So he can just respond
Yeah,
to
but
the Scowling with the instant.
He definitely needs to do it. Otherwise, he's getting too low. And he'll have to pay for the Blood Rot Park's token to avoid dying.
Yeah, but even with the Scowling, he's blocking for 9. So with the Rain Razor, he's going to come in for 10. So question is, does he need to commit an extra card in order to make sure that he doesn't get hit by the on-hit of the Blood Rot Box? Or infecting shot?
The only thing that makes him lose is if he doesn't block with the Scowling Flashback and there's a Rain Razors in hand. We can assume that that's what he has in hand if he played his turn like that.
But at the same time, Arthur just played a cast bones and passed, right? So there was no way for Brodie to filter his hand. So it could be a situation where Brodie just had a lot of arrows in his hand and there was no way for him to capitalize on it.
And Brodie not really helping us, keeping these cards face down so we can't see what he has.
So Arthur is either capitalizing that doesn't have the Rain Razor or not. And this is for the Clash of Agility.
Yeah,
but he already has an Agility, so it doesn't really matter. But he's going to win that one.
Oh no, that was a Clash of Might.
Oh, it was a Clash of Might.
Oh, interesting.
Well, there you
so
go.
That's that's something
We
to
don't have
consider.
the Rain Razor, otherwise we would have seen it by now.
Wow. Okay, so at the very least, Brodie bluffed it, and he managed to get the Scowling Flashback there.
Yeah, but I don't think... I just think that his hand was not that great.
Yeah, he might not have
That's
had the
like the
the
classic
right
rune
hand
blade
for
hands
that.
from old. Like if you draw just a full hand of non-attacks, then that is a very mopey turn. At the same time, a full hand of attacks on Azalea,
Wow.
it's very mopey. And now
So
we're
that's
staring down a
8
lot
might tokens
of
get,
damage.
Yeah.
This is huge. And there's a pulping with the dominate. This is going to be huge.
So it will be...
This could be it, Roman.
Yeah, because that's 16 damage on that swing big, and then we
With
know
the
that
dominate
the
on the
pulping
pulping.
is
Yeah.
coming with dominate.
There's 11 damage that it has to punch through.
Wow. And as you said earlier, Azalea doesn't block that well. Lots
No.
of 2 blocks. And also those Rain Razors that don't even block.
Exactly.
We saw that he's playing them in this matchup, obviously, because he wants to race. And once again, no opportunity to use that balance of justice. It's sitting there. It's blocked for
must be
2. So that's,
stinging.
yeah.
Not being able to capitalize on that. At the same time, he didn't have a lot of opportunities for Skullbone.
Yeah. So all in all, in this game, it's just one more block.
Exactly. I think if he had been able to capitalize on the balance of justice, definitely would have been the right choice. But you never know in this type of games, right? If you don't see the blood rushes, then what can you do if the game is over in 3 or 4 turns?
You can't really count on your opponent not having balance, not having the blood rush below turn. So you definitely want to come prepared for that.
Right.
So what do you do when you're playing Azalea and you're facing a 16 damage swing big with go again?
You cry?
You cry a little bit, but then you're vying for the top 8 at a calling, so you need to find a way to go through this turn.
Yeah, what do we do, Brodie?
Wow. Yeah.
How do we not?
He just said no with his head, so doesn't like it.
Yeah, there you see the full arrows.
That's at least
They
something
block
because
really
yeah,
good though, but
these block well at least, but that's still a lot of damage. And the pulping will presumably be coming. He's not dead on board, even if...
But I mean, the CNC still has a really good on-hit, and he can't block it out. There's no way he can block out the CNC, so he's going to get his arsenal, which means that Brodie does not have anything to come back with. I think the CNC is the play here.
The CNC is the better play, yeah, because you can't really kill
Because
him
the
anyway.
pulping would still save him if he has a 3-block in hand, because it's dominate, or hopefully dominate. You never know what you're going to draw, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not
that
lethal,
was a fatigue
guaranteed.
shot, so blocking 3 damage, losing the arsenal. Oh,
There
that
you
was...
go, it's a full arrow
yeah,
hand.
that was an endless arrow. Yeah, as you said, Probably too many
Yeah.
arrows on that previous turn, so
Very
no
unfortunate
way
here for
to go
Brodie.
wide.
And it's down to 1. That is really not the place you want to be against a mighty Kayo.
Yeah, you need to hope that Arthur is gonna miss. That Arthur won't be able to go 2 attacks wide this turn.
We see a Bear Fangs,
Do you-
though. Is it just the Bear Fangs turn?
Yeah, I think that's the perfect turn. Takes at least 3 cards.
Definitely. But
Maybe
we've seen
4
so much
if you-
arrows.
yeah.
Maybe he's just have a non-attack hand this time.
If you only have 2 blocks, it takes the whole hand. So basically, it's a free turn for you to set up something stronger next turn.
Oh, it's the 6.
It's the 6, so
It's
that's
coming
an
in for
8
8.
attack. Yeah, giving
Yeah,
away everything
non-attacks.
except
But knock the
for
Death
the
Whistle blocks for
tunic.
3 at least. So blocking 8.
Right before the tunic was about to be activable.
That's such a strong turn for Arthur.
Wow.
And Brodie is going to Arsenal and pass, probably.
Look at the side, like
There's the
at his
blood rush, Roman.
equipment. Nothing.
There's the Blood Rush.
Oh, at last. So
Will he choose to use it or let Brodie capitalize on the balance?
yeah, I think
he's
you
gonna.
have to use it anyway. It's too much value, and it helps you make use of those mandible claws in an efficient way because that's still lethal. So
For
you're
sure.
probably gonna take at least 2 cards again.
Mm-hmm. And with the go again on the
Yeah.
mandible, yeah. And it's gonna come in for 6 with the might as well.
And there's a sandbacking as well, I think. Yeah, it is gonna be
Yeah, I
very
think
hard
As I think
to not
Brodie is
die on
staring
that
down the
turn.
battle of the gun here.
Even with the balance of justice, it will be very hard not to die.
Yeah, we're gonna crack the balance. Get that extra card. But is it enough?
And now you look at your hand. Yeah. Oh, two 3 blocks. The knock, the death whistle, and
That's a
the
good
last
start.
endless arrow. Yeah.
Oh, it's the Clash of Might. It's coming in for 7?
Yeah. Has to use.
No, it's game.
Oh.
That's not enough. Arthur
Arthur Trehet.
takes on the best Azalea
This-
in the world.
This was a very, very intense game. Wow.
What a great game. Arthur just piloting that beautifully, but also getting the cast bones
They
on your
never
starting
stop
turn.
hitting each other.
It
like,
is so
yeah,
good.
apart from that one cast bones turn, they never stop hitting each other in the face. That
Yeah, but
was
you really
crazy.
see how important it is to
Yeah.
get those on hits. Like the red and the ledger would have been so good against preventing
Yeah.
Kayo to just go those wide turns and just
That's
be able to
exactly-
send so much damage.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about. If it's only damage, I think Kayo is happy racing without being impeded and without preventing all these wide attacks. So that's
Yeah.
exactly what he managed to do. Very well played from Arthur Trehet's side.
Mm.
Of course, Brodie played his hands as best he could.
Definitely, we saw some really interesting lines. Like I wouldn't have, even in my wildest imagination, have seen
Probably
the
would
lines
have
that we
used
see Brodie pull
the
off today.
bracers on turn 1. That was very
intelligent, yeah.
impressive turn.
Capitalizing on those amplifying arrows. You understand now why amplifying arrow is a mainstay in this Azalea decks moving forward.
Yeah. So some of the very best players in the world were just featured there, but you know that we have a
We're
full
just getting
season.
started.
Yeah, we have a full season of competitive events coming.
Right.
This is the Calling, and this is the last event of the Heavy Hitter season. But then we have Part the Micheal coming. We just started the Road to Tokyo event series, and then next week is the world premiere in Tokyo for Part the Micheal. I don't know
so
if you've
exciting.
seen some of the spoilers that were revealed
Have you?
yesterday. It was crazy. So
Yeah.
we'll be talking about them a little bit later today. But yeah, the very beginning of this Part the Micheal season was crazy. But then we have also a very big season with events from the nationals events at the end of June. And then in July, we have lots of events, of course, Battle Ardents every single week. Looks
National
like,
season.
yeah, national season, Battle Ardents during July. And then at the end of July, the big event in Europe,
There.
Pro Tour Amsterdam.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. Pro Tour coming back into Europe once again. We're going to have a big clash coming down in Amsterdam, one of the most beautiful cities in Europe has to offer. So super excited to see everybody there.
Yeah, if you still on the fence about going to the event. You probably don't know, you might not be qualified. I'm not qualified, but I'll be going anyway. It will be probably the greatest party that we can have around Flesh and Blood. So it's a nice opportunity to get more involved in the competitive events and to see how it goes for you. Maybe you can go to the Calling. It's an open entry event. You don't need to be qualified for the Pro Tour. It's not reserved for the pro players and for the very best players in the world that are qualified.
There are so many side events. There are so many amazing community events that is happening around the big events, of course, and you can follow along online or on site, and like following the pro players on site is an absolutely treasure.
Yeah, and it's an opportunity to meet them at least.
Definitely.
They're very approachable. They're very happy to give them some tips about your decks, and if you want to get better at the game, that's definitely the best way. Yeah, play the game, see the world, and meet the best players in the world. That's cool as well.
And Amsterdam is like in the heart of Europe, so if you're looking for a great stay in Europe and try to travel around a little bit, the train connections are so good.
Yeah.
You could really easily find your way around, like go to Germany or go to France, like when you're here, or go to London, or any of those connections are really, really good from Amsterdam.
And by the way, there is a battle hardened just the week before Pro Tour Amsterdam in beautiful Bologna, Italy. So that's a nice opportunity if you want to have some training, some practice before the Pro Tour in Amsterdam. You can go play Classic Constructed at Battle Hardened Bologna.
Right.
It will be an amazing event. I know that some pro players are preparing to go to that event. Just, you're in Europe anyway, so you might as well enjoy. It will be summer in Europe.
Yeah.
Very cool. And of course, nice opportunity to get prepared for that event, which will be probably going to be very intense.
A very exciting summer to look forward to, and stay tuned for all the amazing content that is happening today. We're getting an interview, probably?
Yeah, I think I saw Arthur coming into the booth with Baz, so we might have an interview coming very soon. Stay tuned, guys. See you later.
See you soon.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Calling in Warsaw. We just saw how round 8. We started yesterday with a Brute versus Azalea. We start today with a Brute versus Azalea, the same player. Oh my God, I mean, it pretty much started the same way. It was just like the amount of damage that you guys are throwing at each other.
Yeah.
But this time, add your wind up, cast Bones first turn.
Yeah.
How do you not smile when you pull those cards and just like, oh yeah, baby, we're off to the races straight away?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to disrespect my opponent, so I'm not going to like laugh or something. But yeah, I was very happy with this outcome, of course. And also this time I won the dice roll, so I get to go first. Then I see cast Bones, I'm like, oh well, this game I might not have to roll Scabskins.
I mean, it looked like the perfect start for you with those ones. You were just like, I am absolutely set up.
Yeah.
Just in case you miss sort of like one of the cast Bones sort of like cards, so you don't get the full effect.
Yeah.
When playing against Azalea, sort of like we saw that you didn't block a lot. When are you blocking?
So you have to block the big on hits. This time it was mainly blood rots and like additional ponders, so I didn't like have to. I think it's not very valuable to block this time, but when there's a red in ledger, or maybe a frailty if you want to have a big turn or something. Yeah, something like a ponder when they have no ponder, or a red in ledger, something like that. When you have to block.
Or remorseless.
Yeah, yeah, maybe. Also, this time I should have blocked the endless arrow. I didn't. Because I didn't see like the play with Snapdragon and then Tunic.
Yeah.
This cost me a lot actually. I could have lost on this, but hopefully I didn't.
But this is the thing. You're playing like Brodie is an absolute class act.
Yeah, sure.
with Azalea,
Yeah.
and he's playing lines that you aren't sort of like used to seeing. Sort of like Erica called that line. She was like, okay, yeah, we're going to see this. And it was like, wow, okay. And he pulled the pump as well. It was just like, it's a fantastic, fantastic opportunity to play a player like Brodie.
Sure,
because
yeah.
normally you're only going to be seeing him at Pro Tour levels, or if you maybe travel to America.
Yeah.
If you're fortunate enough to do that. We're just very fortunate that Brodie does travel a lot and sort of like come over here.
It is.
How have you found the event? Sort of like, yesterday, sort of like, did you have any troubles sort of like in a few games?
No, I didn't have any trouble. Everybody was very nice to me, and
Yeah,
liked it.
I meant games being trouble, not players. The community's awesome.
Yeah.
But sort of like any rough matchups yesterday?
Yeah, I faced 4 warriors, which are supposed to be my worst matchups. It ended up well, but it was not good matchups all the way.
Yeah.
Also a Kayo, which was very tough. I had to roll a 6 in the end to win the game, otherwise I had lost. So yeah, a few tough matchups, and of course the round 1 Azalea, where I was in lots of trouble.
That match was brilliant.
Yeah.
So you had to dig yourself out of the weeds on that one. So the warrior matchups, which ones have you faced? Have you faced the decimated ones, or are you facing the sort of like the Kassai sabers and the Dory hatchets?
Exactly, I faced 3 Dory hatchets and 1 saber Kassai.
Okay.
And yeah, it went well this time, but I think normally you're supposed to be a bit behind.
All right. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Have you scouted out sort of like your possible opponents, sort of like for the last run into the top 8?
I think for the next game, I either face Azalea again or Dash.
Yeah.
So I'm happy if I face Dash, but not really if I face Azalea. But yeah.
Well, you're getting practice on it now. So like you beat Brodie. So,
yeah, actually, I'm learning a lot today and yesterday too.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll see you in the top 8, mate. All right?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get back to the next round. All right, see you soon.
Welcome, traveler. You must be starving. Please, come inside. I think we can satisfy your appetite. Anything you like. Intimacy. Or perhaps ecstasy. Come a little closer. I won't bite. Tell me, what do you desire?
Beware the tongue of the snake. Her fangs shall soon furrow. Pleasure is but the shallow illusion. Walk the true path, and you shall see clear. Those who seek may discover formless, perfect, the serene, unchanging infinite. Eternally present.
Eternally boring. Why don't we play rough?
Embrace the solitude.
Embrace the sensation.
Look within.
Look at me!
Just a breath.
Just a taste.
Enough! A tiger does not fall prey to the snake. The tiger walks its own path. Those who flow as life flows know they need no other force. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved, the source of all movement. The center is unbound and free.
Walk the path. Seek the truth.
Welcome back to Calling Wasaw for round two of this second
today.
day.
Sure.
What is this guy saying? This is not the beginning of the calling. Yeah. So that's round 9. Second round from today, so that's round 9, yeah. And we have an exciting matchup for you. We were just looking at the deck list, and yeah, very interesting matchup incoming.
Definitely.
Yeah, we have the players setting up, so we'll be ready to go live very soon. We can talk about the matchup because it's Kassai versus Dash. We haven't seen OG Dash yet.
No, and this is the first
Since
one.
the beginning of the event.
We saw one Kassai play yesterday against the Bravo in the late stages of yesterday, and it was a fatigue Bravo. It was Kassai,
very
giving
long
Kassai a really
game,
hard
yeah.
time. to say
He
the
was
least.
trying to raise an army. Oh, by the way, I got the actual information of what constitutes an actual army.
Right, we had a discussion yesterday.
Yeah, three dudes is not an army. Do you
Ah.
remember the exact number? It's 729. Alan, our producer, actually counted how many people you needed to have an actual army, and 3 dudes is not an army. So this card is wrong. It shouldn't exist. It shouldn't be called raise an army, because if you want to have an actual army, you need 725 gold and 29 gold on
And
the
we'll
board.
see it the day I see it. Then we can call it.
That makes a
And
lot of
virtual
sense. I
army.
sell swap tokens, you know? Yeah.
A whole pile.
They are very hard to get also in the booster boxes.
Yeah, you'd have to farm
Yeah.
quite a bit. But
So
now we know.
So yeah, Kassai versus OG Dash. Very interesting matchup, because that's not something that we have seen a lot
And also some
since the
nation
beginning of the
fights.
season, because it's not that Dash has fallen out of favor, but she was maybe not the best aggro deck, not the best control deck, so people like flow to other deck lists, but she's still very solid. And we talked about it yesterday. If I had to choose a hero that would win this event apart from Kayo, I would definitely have bet a lot of money on Dash if I was a betting man, which I'm not. But yeah, you get the idea.
We can start a side hustle and have a betting site, and we can start that gambling. But I love to see these two gentlemen coming together. We have Alex Chitu versus Jacob Clements, both from the United Kingdom, coming all the way to Warsaw, and to find each other in the round 9, which might not
that's
be
cool. You know,
what you were
play
looking
against
for.
your friends. Yeah, try to pick your friends out of the top 8 contention. That's what it's all
Yeah.
about, really. Yeah.
But they're
No.
both at 7-1, so even if they take one more loss, they're still very much in contention for the top 8. So it's
Definitely.
not a losing game stake at this point in the day.
And I love watching Alex Chitu play. So we were talking earlier about the fact that there's a big battle harden coming in Bologna the week right before the Pro Tour in Amsterdam. Last year, Alex Chitu, that's the first time I saw this guy play. He was playing a very weird Viserai deck list at the battle harden in
right.
Bologna. The event was great. He went into top 8. I think he went into the finals of the event. He was so good at the game. He was so impressive. He had lines of play that I'd never seen, and of course his deck was very special. He had he was playing cards like Deathly Duet, that kind of thing. You know,
Right.
very strange cards that I'd never seen before. And so yeah, very interesting player. He's very cool as well. You can see he's very smiley and he's chatty with his opponent. But I'm very excited to see what he brought with his Dash deck list.
Yeah, Dash
I'm
is a very
hoping for some
interesting.
spice.
Definitely. Dash can play into so many different play styles. He has the pistol available to him at all times, so he can easily tune into a full pistol game plan where he tries to establish as many items as he possibly can to send that pistol in for 3 times in a row when he have all of his equipment out on the board or all of his items. He can also play a very aggressive style of deck, so utilizing all of the boost attacks that he has at his disposal to go wide and just push so much damage onto his opponent. So
Yeah,
it
try
would be
to
very
get-
interesting to see.
Yeah, you can try to get to that maximum velocity as early as possible and try to maybe if you have something like the red. What's the name of this card? I'm drawing a blank right now, but it's
Twin?
no the card that lets you get a card from your graveyard.
Spark of Genius.
Yeah, no,
Oh, Graveyard.
yeah, that lets you get one of these cards back.
Backup Protocol.
Backup protocol, yeah. You can even chain sometimes double maximum velocity thanks to backup protocol if you have one in your graveyard. So it's definitely something to watch for if Alex decides to go more on the aggressive plan.
Definitely. So we'll exciting to see and find out what these players are gonna find off for. We still have the price tag.
The price tag on the Iron Song versus very cool. He just bought it apparently
Just so you
from
know how
one
much
of
it's
the
worth
vendors in the
at
hall.
this current currency rate.
Yeah, but maybe an indication that Alex won't try to boost his way to victory there because that's an induction chamber.
There you go. So maybe we're looking at the pistol plan here, which is a very interesting plan into Kassai, because then you can basically use all of your cards to block out Kassai's attacks in order to prevent her from creating those coppers and preventing all of those gold generation for raising an army and to play blood on her hands. So,
But the price to pay for that is that you need to put lots of items in your deck, and these items don't block at all. So sometimes it can come back to haunt you, and you won't be able to block these very important gold generating turns.
exactly. And you also have those D-reacts available in your deck, so you don't really want to boost, because in the case that you accidentally hit one of those D-reacts, then you're going to be in quite a bit of a pickle.
Usually the plan is to wait as long as possible until you boost with one of these big oh, there you go. So that's a Spark of Genius first.
And that's a great way to start the day, being able to fetch that first item, or second item rather, because you already start with one, right? So seeing another...
Yeah. Oh, the Teclocorn.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Right at the beginning of the game. What I was saying is that usually you wait until you've used most or maybe all of your defense reaction before you try to put together a strong high octane turn to be able to attack with your pistol over and over again until your opponent is fatigued or dead.
Definitely. Interesting pick here. But at the same time, it's the only zero-cost item, not the only one. We have Teclopounder, if he has running those in his deck, obviously, as well, at his disposal to choose.
Yeah, well, I haven't really been able to check out what cards he showed us when he was looking through his deck, so it's very hard to know quite yet what plane he's playing.
We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
Means, yeah.
Teclocore is leaning more towards the aggressive style.
Absolutely, yeah. And we see a high octane
in hand.
And a pulse wave harpoon, I think.
Well, there you go. So maybe looking to set up for a big comeback turn on his turn too, then.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. You need at least two other boost attacks to make full use of this pulse wave harpoon.
Ooh, he draws into another Teclocore, but that's good for...
And a couple of 0 to 60s.
Pitching, at least.
Yeah. First slice and dice of the game.
Doesn't give go again, but it's pumping quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And the hot streak is a little bit rough, because if he blocks with an attack action, which we know Dash is packing quite a bit of, then this is going to get automatically go again. So it's quite an awkward card to block. You don't really want to give go again. And it actually opts in to take it.
Yeah, I mean, you know that it's going to get go again regardless of what happens, because there's usually there are so many Blade Runners and this run through, for example, so it is going to happen, and you usually try to block the second one. As long as there's no gold generating, it's probably not threatening enough to force a block from Alex.
Yeah, not the most powerful turn. It was only a blue slice and dice, not the greatest start Jacob wants to see, probably.
Yeah, a blue one and the yellow run through only giving +2, so that's...
Like a red Blade Runner and a red Slice and Dice would have been so much better, but at least we got 8 damage in on the first turn, so that's nothing to scoff at.
It is going to be a strong first turn. Look at that high octane plate right away. Is that a... No, oh yeah. Is it? Looks like a second pulse wave.
Yes,
That
we have
could
2
be
available at this turn.
He's got so much value in this hand. We even see the second Teclocore, but you need to get some resources to be able to attack with all these action points that you're going to get thanks to the high octane. Of course, you get 1 action point every time you boost this turn, so that can mean lots of potential attacks with the Teclo pistol, which is one of the only... Is that the only weapon now that can attack several times each shot? Oh, that wasn't a pulse wave harpoon. It was
a sprocket rocket.
A sprocket rocket.
I love the name of these cards sometimes.
When we're Swedish, a sprocket rocket.
Sprocket rocket. So it gets +1 if an item was boosted this turn. It was a team bond that got boosted, so not +1 on this one, but coming in for 3 and getting another action point from that high octane. This pistol is gonna pack a punch at the end of this line.
And a second sprocket rocket used to boosted away. Sorry.
What a 0
But
to
that
60.
that will mean lots of damage already.
And this Teklo is really fueling this turn. He's able to use that pitch in order to fuel this turn, basically. So
Hasn't had to pitch to use the high
No.
octane.
really, really great start. But
And
yeah,
already, you see all these what we call vanilla attacks. There's no on hit on that 0 to 60. It's
No.
only a free attack. But Jacob is still thinking about it. He's not sure if he wants to take that much damage already.
Ooh,
Only
blue
a 2
0 to
attack.
60.
Yeah, you never want to block these. They're not really threatening, but
No,
it's
yeah.
still a lot of damage over the course of the game. That's 2 damage. You know that there's at least 3 attacks coming from the pistol.
So I was expecting a much more slower game where both players try to find the big swing turns, or rather Jacob to find his blood on her hands, get the copper generation going, and to try to block things out in order to find those key cards in order to get there. But what we're seeing here is basically a race to defenses.
Yeah. So there's a lot of text on Pulse Wave Harpoon, but basically, when you've boosted 4 times, your opponent has to show you 4 cards, and you can choose a card out of those 4 cards that has less blocking value than the number of times you've boosted, so less than 4, and you can force your opponent to block with it. So not only do you have information, you can also force them to block with their best card.
Yeah, so you see in this Iron Song response, for example, it's like, yeah, I know you got it.
And now I know.
So decide to block with the Outland Skirmish here. Very
Yeah, you
interesting
take
choice.
the blue.
Yeah,
It
doesn't...
definitely a nice option because all the other cards basically do the same thing. They push damage.
Exactly. So it's a very nice cost curve. Having the blue with the Blade Runner, being able to go with both of your attacks and giving the Blade Runner go again is very, very good. So taking the blue here is actually very, very profitable to cripple Jacob's turn, essentially.
Yeah, and now using the second Teklo card that he had to attack as much as possible with that Teklo Plasma Pistol.
Decides to use the Providence to
Yeah,
cycle
that's-
his arsenal.
Yeah, that's
See if he can get the blue back, maybe.
yeah, that's a way to get a new card. Of course, Alex didn't know the card that was in the arsenal, so that was hidden information. But now there's another card that comes his way, and he'll be able to have full information whether he wants to block this Plasma Pistol, which will probably be coming in
For 6?
for, yeah.
So 2 more turns out of
Yeah.
this one with the 2 pitches that we have floating,
Like,
because we still need to
you
load
can-
it.
Yeah, and you can still use the Teklo,
Induction chamber,
the Foundry Heart.
Oh yeah, the Foundry Heart. That's a good
He
one.
still hasn't used the Foundry Heart, and
Exactly.
since he's boosted, I mean, he's boosted 4 times, so
Yeah,
of course
because he
he
has 3
can use
action
the
points
Foundry
available,
Heart.
so
Yeah.
he could use the Induction chamber as well to come in for even more.
Yeah, that means a lot of damage.
That's a huge turn here for Alex.
Without using any single card, so all the cards that he boosted away are not going to be used. That's damage that doesn't force you to boost away cards and to get fatigued, maybe. It's a bit unfortunate that he just lost that Teklo Pounder that we just saw go into the banish zone after the activation of the Foundry Heart.
Yeah, okay, so he's only going to be able to load his pistol one more time. He has only 1 resource
Yep.
remaining, so that action point is going to be used. Induction chamber is going to stay on 1. But
That's the thing.
still
You really,
huge turn.
sometimes you have so many action points that you don't know
can't
what.
really use
Yeah, you
them,
can't
yeah.
use them all because it's too expensive.
Yep.
But still, very big turn. Look at the health on Jacob's side, down to 24. Of course, he chose to keep his whole hand. Oh, he only has 3 cards. Yeah, he blocked with 1.
Yeah, there's still a lot of health remaining on both sides in
And
terms of equipment.
It looks like there will be another high octane turn, Erika. Look at that. I think
Wow.
Alex drew into the second one, and he has. It's a very menacing turn because I assume that
Is
he
that a
won't
double
want to
T-bone?
block. Yeah, there's a double T-bone.
That could be gnarly.
Yeah, because
Forcing your opponent to block with those on something that doesn't really prevent an on-hit. Like, Dash doesn't really have that many on-hits either way, so it's not the end of the world. But can still be very annoying to deal with.
So crucially getting rid of one of these -1 counters on the Valiant Dynamo, which will help. But if at any point he blocks too early, he'll be forced to block with either the Grains of Bloodspill or the Ions on Versus, which you really don't want to do when you're forced to do it, you know? Like, these T-bones can be very annoying to deal with.
Yeah, Jacob gave a little smile like, oh, not again, as soon as Alex put down that second
Yeah.
high octane going into his turn too.
And I think he'll start with the zipper hit. Yeah, you want to hide those T-bones as late as possible. Force your opponent to block with equipment, maybe,
Right.
so that he will have less opportunity to choose which equipment he'll use to block the T-bones. Sometimes it's very cool. You attack with the blue T-bone and your opponent is forced to block with an equipment that has Blade Break 1 or Temper 2, and you're losing 1 block value.
Exactly.
It is such a cool card.
Yeah, but these lads are having a laugh. They are enjoying this game so much, and I love to see it. Like, in this high-stake
Look how
game.
happy Alex is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're having the time of their life here on stream,
I mean,
playing their best game.
You're playing Dash and you're chaining your high octane turns. That's the dream, right? That's exactly what you
Living
want
the
to see.
life.
Yeah. Every single Dash player in the world watching this is jealous of Alex right now.
Yeah, these mates have probably played each other a couple of times at this
Yeah,
point in time.
pretty sure. Yeah, they're showing their team names.
Oh.
Okay, so yeah, you forgot to
just
to use the dice to show the number of
action points he has
action
available.
points he has. Yeah.
Important.
First T-bone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tossing in the Dynamos.
Oh wait, there's a second T-bone.
Oh, there's blue T-bone, and he's
Yeah, that's-
banishing all of his red T-bones so far. That is so
But
annoying.
that's what we were saying. It does exactly the same thing anyway. You
Yeah,
need to block
true.
with the temper too. So the Irons
Doesn't
on
really get
versus
value
is
out of
used.
it.
Yeah, you get no
Yeah.
value from this one.
Annoying.
Imagine if you had a third one.
Yeah, T-bone is such a powerful card. Running the rainbow T-bone is
Yeah.
absolutely menacing
It's
in the Dash deck.
crazy. Yeah, I guess he has to use that Teklo Pounder. Won't be able to put it on the board. Of course, very powerful card that helps you buff the first free attack for each of the following turns that you will boost. So lots of value on a single card.
Definitely.
But he has to use it to make full value of that high octane turn. So attacking 3 times with the pistol, 4 times.
So
Thanks to
much
the Foundry
value.
Heart.
Yep.
Yeah. Jacob not too happy about that, but as we said, it's just damage.
But yeah, very interesting to see that Alex opted in for not starting with the Teklo Pounder in this one. Because that would have done so much damage at this point. He hasn't really gotten the value of the induction chamber so far, but at the same time, that could be something that he is opting into using. The first max velocity, getting rid of the... Unfortunate.
Yeah, but you know what this means? It means that he's getting closer to the third high octane.
True. Yeah, the high octanes are putting in so much value.
There's still 38 and 35 minutes in 35 seconds in this game, and Jacob is down to 15 health.
It's insane how fast this game is
yeah.
going. They did not expect this to go this fast. Yeah, Jacob is scrambling to even find the cards that he needs in order to activate his Kassai this early on in the game. So
Yeah, I mean,
he needs
you
to play the slice and dice
Yeah.
from hand in order to have that last red.
He's trying to slow down Alex, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to force him to block anything.
Yeah,
Look
so
at
now
that.
Kassai is activated. So now the on-hit is creating a gold. Question is, does Alex fear the gold at this point at all? Jacob already down to
if there's
15.
one goal, it means one sellsword. You know, it's very far from an army, and
yeah, we know.
and it's not really threatening.
Definitely not. But this red slice and dice is coming in handy. He's going to be able to at least get some damage through, but we still have such a healthy life equipment on Alex's side of things.
The body language on Alex's side says to me that he doesn't care about anything that's coming this turn.
Yeah, we're off to the
We
races.
see a couple of throttles, maybe another pocket rocket. It looks like a pulse wave harpoon, so I assume that it's a pocket rocket because we missed it twice already. And there's A third Teklo core. So yeah, the gold generated there. There's no Raisin army anyway. Probably not gonna matter. But in this situation, probably the best use of the gold is probably when you have a blue, you can just sink a card. I mean, draw a card out of the after the blue that you pitch to make sure that your weapons will be free to use. You don't really need to raise an army against Dash if Dash is boosting.
Jacob is doing some math.
That's already a very strong turn from what we can see, because that will mean, yeah, he can just pocket rocket into throttle next turn.
Wow.
Just with one blue.
Insane.
This is exactly why Dash is one of the coolest decks to play when you start the game, you know? You boost away your cards, but you're going so fast.
And she's also so high on the Living Legend scoreboard as well. She's the top number with like 800 coins or something like that at this point.
Yeah, at this point,
she's getting really close.
She's very close. I mean, if she's winning this event, she's getting very, very close, and there's a strong chance that she will go to Living Legend after the national season.
Definitely.
We were talking about it, but there's lots of events, of course, during the national seasons, and some of these events give 40 Living Legend points.
Right.
And there are so many of these very good Dash players in the world, so if you can win your nationals with Dash, she might go very, very fast. Which would mean no Dash at Pro Tour Amsterdam. No OG Dash. I'd be very sad about that.
But we've also seen the Dash IO making a name for themselves as well, so we won't be missing Dash for so long.
Maybe all the Dash fans out there, the Dash players,
converting to Dash IO.
will go to Dash IO, and we've seen yesterday what Dash IO can do. It's crazy turn after crazy turn.
Right. Now let's see what Alex can do here. Can we get down? Starting off a little bit easy with a little cheeky Teklo pistol there.
Yeah, I think he's trying to set up a bigger turn, because I think that was 2 blue throttles. So probably didn't feel. Oh no, that's a red one. So yeah.
It's a biggie.
This one is big. That's 6. Go again.
Jacob trying to fix his hand, see if he can cook something better. 6 are so useful. It can really help you customize your hand a little bit to help fix those red heavy or blue heavy or any heavy hands that you don't really want to see.
Yeah.
So very perfect.
And the Teklo core slammed onto the board. Yeah, now you know he's trying to set up a very, very big turn. I assume that he won't block anything. There's only a 3-card hand, so he's probably not threatening lethal this turn. Still has some block value on his equipment as well. So yeah, very happy keeping his own head probably and trying to go strong next turn. Oh, the maximum velocity. I don't think he has enough boost in hand, or does he?
This is Sparking Genius though.
Yeah.
But is it enough?
If the card on the left is a boost, he can definitely do it. He can go for maximum velocity, but I can't see it.
No, the card in Arsenal needs to be a boost.
Yeah. I mean, it's a sprocket rocket in the Arsenal, so we know that it boosts, but if the card on the left in his hand is a boost as well, he can go maximum velocity for sure.
Well, let's see here. Alex is happy to take this damage. It's another red slice and dice. It's a lot of damage again here for Jacob pushing through.
Yeah, but look at that.
Not even looking at his card.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah,
I won't block anyway. Go ahead, do your thing, my friend.
Such a relaxed approach to this high-stake game.
Fixing his jacket. Yeah, not even looking at the board.
Yeah, we're playing for thousands of dollars, and these guys are just having a blast. I love it.
7 damage is a lot, though. Yeah, I think Alex is thinking about it. And it's a good time to think about it because, yeah, you're getting very low. And you know that in Dash, usually nothing goes wrong during your turn. You know what's going to happen. Basically, it's just damage after damage after damage.
Exactly. Checking through the graveyards and the banished.
I don't know what they're looking for, but in any case, yeah, maybe Jacob is looking how many maximum velocities are left in the deck. I think he boosted one away, and he hasn't used any to block because he hasn't blocked yet. So, yeah, there's a very strong chance, probably, in Jacob's mind that his opponent will have the maximum velocity this turn, so he needs to account for it. I think he mentioned, he said that he's blocking, only taking 6, so going down to 4.
It's getting gnarly.
Oh, yeah. It is gonna be crazy. You will see the look on Jacob's face when he sees that maximum velocity.
It's down to 12.
He will like, okay, I knew it was coming. Okay.
Just send it.
There is still lots of value on his equipment, though, so it's...
Yeah, he's definitely healthy.
Jacob will be low, but he won't die on this turn. But that's basically what Dash wants to do. You know, at some point your opponent is solo, that any of these Technoplasma pistols attacks is lethal, and that's when you know that your opponent is locked.
Let's see here what Alex can come up with. We have the 2 resources from the Techlocore.
Is that a third boost attack? I still can't see it.
It's the question.
I want to see a max velocity turn. I want to see it now. So do something, Alex, please.
Make it work, Alex. We believe in you.
I'm sure the people at home would be very excited watching a max velocity win as well. So while Alex is thinking about his turn, I was very surprised about not seeing any max decks.
No?
Yeah.
Was there any maxes?
No.
Not at all.
I mean, there might have been a couple of, or maybe 3 players that took the deck yesterday, but none of them were in the high tables, and we didn't feature them. And I love that deck so much, and I would love to see one of them perform very well. We've seen some of the spoilers that were revealed over the weekend, and one of them was it's called Supercell, and it's a new card that will be very helpful in making sure that Max can operate and never loses because he's boosted away one of his mechanoids.
Yeah. But I think Max is not as good into the Guardian pool as as Dash is, because Dash has that pistol plan that is very, very good into the Guardian meta. So
if you can put together like a turn with high octane and your mechanoid on the board, basically you can win against any single deck. The question is how early can you do it? If it's too late, sometimes you just die out of it. And if you're playing against a brute deck, if they can just destroy your mech, because some of them, their cards do it, they just need to have them on the sideboard, you just lose instantly. So it's a very difficult deck to pilot in this situation. You can't really afford to put the mech out, and you need to find another way.
We found the equipment on this one, so getting the +1.
Oh.
Nice done.
Rocket into. So that was a 0 to 60. It's a blue one, but we know
what's coming.
The maximum velocity is coming now.
Yeah, Jacob capitalizing on that valiance.
Jacob going down to 6. Still has 2 cards in hand, so we'll have to block with them. Yeah. And probably give 1 piece of equipment. The good thing is, he still has 2 vigor tokens, so we'll be able to do something out of his turn, even if he blocks.
With his whole hand, yeah.
Wow, there you go.
You had 3 Blade Runners and a Blood Runner hands in that hand. That's quite a hand.
Blocking for 8, so going down to 4. The health totals are even,
equal.
But Dash is on the offensive now.
Definitely. He's only going to see one of the 2 swords coming at Alex from Jacob's side at this point.
There is still some equipment blocking on Alex's side. You see the balance of justice and the Teklo-best arms has Blade Break 1, so you can even block with it if you're in a desperate situation.
Oh, we can block with the Spark of Genius here, but the question is, do we have a blue here to fuel this turn?
Yeah, because you need to... imagine if it had that twin drive during the high octane turn. That would have been amazing.
Yeah, because it really don't want to block with... Could you just block with the Balance of Justice and stay healthy here?
No, he's looking at his Punish Zone to...
What cards
Probably
are
to check
left
out-
in
yeah.
the deck?
Maybe it was
seen
how
quite a
many
few.
items, which items he can fetch with the Spark of Genius to make sure 100% that he can finish his opponent off
Exactly.
after the next turn. He probably won't be able, with the hand he has, to finish Jacob off, but he needs to put together a strong enough turns because before he gets fatigued by his own deck.
Exactly. That's the risk here. There's so much blocking capability from Kassai and
Yeah,
running the
you can't
fakes
really
and
afford.
things.
Yeah,
You
definitely.
can block a lot.
You only have one induction chamber, so you can't really afford to only attack twice with the Tecloplasma pistol. You need to do something else. And since most of your attacks, if you want to boost with them, need to make you lose a card out of your deck, you need to be very careful with what you do next.
Yeah,
Blocking with
that's
the
what we
balance.
talked about.
Mhm.
We're never going to give that hot streak go again. There's
No.
no chance that we're going to let that through.
So he has 2 resources. If he has another blue, maybe he can attack with a 0 to 60 or a free boost attack, then use the Spark of Genius to fetch something like maybe a Teclo Pounder out of his deck, put
Maybe.
it on the field, draw a card out of the Spark of Genius, use the Achilles Accelerator to get the action point back because Spark of Genius costs a point of action, doesn't have go again, and
And
then...
the Teclo Pounder will be
and then-
activated.
yeah.
Yeah. That's a line. We see the twin drive.
Mm-hmm.
Are we double boosting or single boosting? We're single boosting?
Yeah, well,
Absolutely.
Okay, let's see what lines he favors. Or if he wants, I think that's a couple of zipper hits maybe, so it might have been impossible to play the line I just outlined.
Yeah, but this tells Jacob that there's not another max velocity turn at least.
Yeah, that's something at least.
It won't happen with a 3-card hand though
Yeah.
either way, so at least that is out of the woods. But Jacob is biting his nail quite literally here, seeing is there a way out here?
It looks like he has a Warmonger's Diplomacy in his hand, which is weird in this matchup. Because Dash is very happy just saying war and boosting and attacking away.
Yeah, there's the blue zipper here. He opted not to go for the Spark of Venus play that we talked about, but
Yeah.
this is
so-
still a very strong turn here.
So
Well, he could
He-
draw a
he
card
won't
out of
be
this one, so
able-
he could potentially draw into a
but
0-cost boost
what
attack.
that's what we were talking earlier. He was looking into what was left in his deck
Oh,
in
never mind, it
terms
doesn't
of
get an action
items.
point.
Yeah.
Spark of Venus is just the end of it. But yeah, we're going to
No,
load at the
yeah.
pistol. We are going to grind out the last couple of damage points.
If he still has a Teclo core, he can just use, after this attack, he can just use the Spark of Genius to... Now he's just using it to
Shoot
to
again.
reload everything. Yeah, he can shoot again.
Yeah, that's a line. We're forcing him down to 1.
Wow.
And Achilles Accelerator is
yeah.
going
Yeah, there
to
you
force
go.
the...
Oh,
Yeah, that's a line.
nothing. Yeah. And Jacob is basically naked now.
And at
In
1
fo-
that is so... Oh, that's
and
high
the
octane.
third
It's a
high
Teclo
octane turn. Wow.
No, this max velocity is not...
Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate because it doesn't have
Great.
that many of these boost attacks. Won't be able to make full use of this high octane probably,
But let's see here what it draws into.
unless it draws a.
It's an arm?
Yeah, I
Or is it
think
chest?
that's No, that's the arm
It's the arm equipment.
Yeah, that you can use to transform the Teclo base arms.
To give him more block capacity.
Mhm.
That's really, really good.
Oh, this throttle would have been amazing.
Yeah, I would rather have that one.
In this situation, the only thing you need to do
Do you
is
activate
to
the arms?
force your opponent
No,
to
you just
block
go with the
everything
pistol, of
out.
course.
Yeah, just force them to block out. They won't be able to threaten lethal ever. You're basically locked out now, and you try to assemble the strongest turn for the next one.
Yeah, you bank that max velocity in Arsenal and hope to get it off next turn.
Yeah. That's one attack. Another one.
Yeah, that's the whole hand. Jacob.
Rinse and repeat. Try to do this as much as possible until you find the perfect deadly hand.
Yeah, but Alex is running low on what cards he has available. Needs to find the right ingredients to get this max velocity off. But
this
that
looks
is looking
like it,
really
yeah.
solid, though.
This would have been perfect combined. Any of these cards combined with left out combined with the high octane
Yeah,
would
the
have
0
been
to 60
perfect.
is so good here.
That's 2 cards. This one
Oh,
takes
there's
2 cards
another
as well, and
Yeah,
this
it's
is basically over if there's no defense reaction. Yeah. He wants him to use the... Oh, he couldn't use it. It's Tom. It doesn't block. Yeah, that's what you get when you're playing Tom. So sometimes you can't...
Wow.
You got it in your hand when you need to block, and you can't
Oh, you
block.
can't. No, that's so unfortunate. But at the same time, Alex just piloting that game so extraordinary, pulling out the win against the Kassai in
This
the
is
end.
exactly what we wanted to see. A dash
Some
boost
action,
game plan.
tight
Yeah,
pack action.
that flowed perfectly. Exactly lining up the way all dash players want to watch it flow. That was amazing to watch. Alex Chitu proving and showing what UK players are made of. So he's the national champ, right?
Yeah. So he has been pulling out a name for himself and really making a stride here at Calling Wasaw today. Really, really happy to see.
Yeah, very exciting. So yeah, we'll probably see his name
Pop up, huh?
for a while. Maybe we'll see him in the top 8. It's getting very close to the top 8 now.
Challenging
All the
that
players
points for Dash now.
He's at 7-1 now. Yeah, so
8-1.
that's A1.
This was round 9,
yeah,
right?
it was.
8-1.
He's at A1, so very close to getting
Very, very good
blocked
score.
for top 8. Very impressive showing, and I know that Buzz knows this guy very well, so I'm pretty sure that we're gonna have an
Exciting
interview with
interview.
Alex very shortly. Don't leave.
Stay tuned.
And it's gonna get the fist bump. The Phoenix rises.
An incredible display by. Listen to this room right now. This room is erupting, celebrating our Flesh and Blood World Championship.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Calling in Warsaw, and I've been joined by the winner of the last round, Alex Chitu. Congratulations, mate.
Thanks, Buzz.
You are the UK reigning champion. You didn't win it on Dash though, you won it on Briar. With an outstanding performance. So you can check out, if you want to check out Alex on Briar, you can go back and watch the stream that me and Alan did. Previously, sort of like you were well known in the UK for Viserai. So sort of like why Dash? Why have you gone to Dash?
Well, the joke is that I like heroes that swing their weapon for 2 and 2, you know? But no, it's just my sort of playstyle, I suppose. I've always liked the heroes that ask the question, sort of, right? Other heroes ask the question through things like on hits. Yeah. Obviously, Dash doesn't do that. But in this meta, I really favor it because all these heroes have received such huge fridges that on hits are starting to matter less and less. So if you are able to deal huge amounts of damage, it's very good for you. It's the same reason why Kayo is so good right now, right? Yeah. Obviously, he doesn't have the disadvantage of getting rid of his own deck, but still, you know.
The thing is, you had some. When I sort of like play the boost dash, you're hoping that you don't boost away your good cards. And there was a couple sort of like, you know, you had blue T-bones, but you boosted away your red ones. And you're just like, really?
The blues are pretty good as well, right? Because if they have a 2-block equipment, you know.
Yeah, exactly. But you just like you kind of like you try not to wince when you see some good cards go, but you put the pressure on. High octanes are always a class card. Yes. Normally, sort of like you see sort of like Sam Sutherland sort of like waits for second cycle, and then you can do a massive sort of like high octane turn. You got them out early. You did loads of damage. You put sort of like Jacob under pressure. The pulse wave harpoon coming in basically, so you could look at his entire hand was quite nice.
Oh yes. I was very happy with that turn because I realized he wasn't blocking my earlier cards, so I realized that he really wanted to keep his hand, and that fatigue wasn't on the table from then on, right? Yeah. So once I got to see the perfect card to take, I knew I was probably in a good spot. Yeah. He admitted so himself that it really messed his turn up.
Yeah, he tried to fix it when with the gold draw, and sort of like he was struggling. But by then you sort of like you had so much pressure. You were sort of like, you know, everyone talks about Kadachi lock, but sort of like when you play Dash, it's like, yeah, have a load of more poo poo. Here we go. I've got you with twos. So looking forward, sort of like nationals. Sort of like you're auto qualified for nationals.
Yes.
You know, because of your station as national champion. Are you looking at sort of like Dash going forwards, or are you looking at any of the 3 Mistveil heroes?
To be honest, I haven't really gotten the chance to really dive deep into the new heroes because I'm just focusing on this tournament for now. And probably I'm gonna be focusing on them for limited as well with my team. But it looks interesting. Not just the new heroes, but just also all the other heroes that are getting support. It really looks like the new cards are quite pushed, right? So I think it's gonna shake up the meta one way or another, right? So I'm probably gonna have to reevaluate. If it turns out that Dash isn't good anymore, I'm gonna have to switch up to something else. But you know, I'm hopeful with some of the new mechanologist cards. Who knows?
Yeah, the thing is, sort of like Dash is, what is she, sort of like in the high 700s, sort of like she's reaching the point of no return, or the Living Legend format, sort of like, so you might not have a lot of choice going into nationals. Are you going to Pro Tour this year?
Yes, a lot of us are. Probably like more than half the team is queued for the Pro Tour, so we're gonna have a good representation there. Nice, you know. And yes, I'm gonna go to the Pro Tour. We'll see if Dash is still there by then. But probably not.
Indeed. And then sort of like Worlds in Osaka. Are you going to go over there as well? Sort of like you got to wave the flag last year, which is like, you know, it's incredible. Are you sort of like looking that far ahead to go in to Japan?
I would really love to Osaka at least, because I've never been to Japan myself. So you know, last time that I went to LA, I just took some time to also like see the city, explore, do everything, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, play the game, see the world, all that. Yeah. But I would say I would like to qualify for it before I decide if I want to go or not.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
I think there's quite a few sort of like qualifying PTI spots, sort of like in the UK nationals now, sort of like what we got 120 odd places, sort of like the UK nationals are. I think it's the top 8 get like a PTI. So
yes.
You just got to perform as well as you did, and you got your
Yeah,
invite, haven't you? So you keep mentioning the team, sort of like this is the team you've unveiled today, unveiled yesterday.
Team Sigil.
Team Sigil with these lovely varsity jackets.
Yes.
Do you want to give a shout out to your team, because sort of like it's quite a mix?
Yes. We're primarily London based, but we are an international team through and through, right? We have some players in the US as well. We have some players we used to have and still have. We're testing with Felipe, for example, that he top 8'd the Pro Tour.
Yeah, he invented this Boltyn decimated deck, didn't he, that we've seen today?
Did he?
Yeah, apparently.
Oh, okay. Well,
sorry, that's Daniele. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's not Felipe.
Yeah.
No.
If he did, I would have to thank him, because I heard about that, and then my first round today I faced that Boltyn, and I was like, I know what to do.
How have you fared against it? Because it's tricked a lot of people out there.
Yes, I mean it would have tricked me in day one, right? But by now the word is out, right?
Yeah.
So for a hybrid dash like mine, if I know what to do, there's almost no chance for them. Right.
Yeah. I mean, it was the same with Micheal Feng. He played against the Boltyn Decimator deck. He lost, and then straight away, sort of like the other chap, sort of like Micheal and Brodie got together, and then Brodie got paired against one the very next round, and you saw Brodie beat him. So it's just like the word is out about this deck, but it's just like a quick sort of like get together with the team. How do we beat it? And it has like the plan to beat it's actually come out quite fast. I wish you all the best of luck. 2 more rounds to go. Hopefully, we shall see you in the top 8.
Thank you.
Nice. Cheers, Alex. Thank you very much. Let's get back to the next round, which will be coming up shortly. So we'll see you soon.
We are back live at Calling Wasaw, guys, for round 10 of this CC event. And look on my right, there's a new guy.
Hello.
He's called Alex. Let me introduce you to Alex. Alex has been working behind the scenes, helping bring you the action with the coverage team. But can you tell us a little bit more about you, Alex, so that the people know you a bit better?
Yeah, at least for me, I've been playing Flesh and Blood since the release of Monarch, honestly. I've started off playing just the starter decks. I had Chain and Prism, but then I really fell in love with just Guardian decks in general. So I've been pretty much a Guardian one-trick for 3 years now. I've been playing a lot, I've been judging a lot, and I just really enjoy the game. So when I was able to, work behind the scenes, help with the coverage, I jumped at the opportunity, and I honestly just happy to be here.
Well, we're very happy to have you here, Alex. It will be a very exciting game. So we were talking about it just before we were on live, and it is a very cool matchup. I'm very excited to be able to cast this one with you because I know that your expertise will come in very handy for this one. It will be, well, let's jump straight to the game because, we don't need to make it more suspenseful. Yeah, there you go. So that's Victor versus Victor. We've seen the deck list. We know they're not exactly packing the same cards, so it will be very interesting to see because one of them has access to more aggressive cards. But as we were talking about earlier, that it might be one of those cases where the first player that tries to go aggressive loses. So maybe it's better to be on the defensive side in this matchup.
No, I definitely feel like when you're playing these two different types of decks, the defense reactions and the more defensive deck always knows that they have an answer to whatever potential problems that might come up. Victors play a lot of cards that have Go again with Zealous Belting and Rouse the Ancients. Victors could potentially play Pummels. And if you have, for example, these defense reactions in your arsenal, you can just keep them there or wait for a good time to use them. Whereas if you're the aggressive player, you're playing blind into what might be a defensive hand. Let's see what they draw
And
first.
look at that. There's a big difference already because we know the Franscisc now is playing the Sledge of Envelheim, attacking for 6 if you pitch 4 resources. And on the other side, there's, of course, Amethyst. You can attack for 6 as well, but you need to have 2 cards with 3 or more cost in your pitch zone. So that's a big difference in this matchup.
Yeah, and another thing that I'm noticing as well is the kind of providence on the one Victor side. Starting with that gold token already means he has an edge in clashes. If he loses a clash or a clash to a draw, he can very easily already get momentum having that initial gold token already on the field.
So do you play all these clash cards? We know that Matuesz, of course, is playing them because he's just clashed for a might token.
Oh my God.
But how dangerous it is to give 3 resources to your opponent in this matchup.
I think it's really a big tempo swing. Just had these
2 might already, yeah,
might
that's
already is
huge.
aggressive. This is already like the 2 might could also already be a break point. In this matchup, you're going to be trading card for card unless like Matuesz is really going for the aggressive game plan. Most of this matchup is going to be who can get the best card advantage throughout the game.
Already coming in strong with the disable coming in. That's the red one, so that's coming in for 11. This is already a very big attack, and if you think that the game is going to be very long and it goes to fatigue, that's a lot of cards if you don't want anything to hit on that one.
Staunch response for 10? Or
very good response.
For 7 even? Only for 7? Oh, he has no arsenal, doesn't matter. Takes 4 damage off of that.
I think these players made a decision to play as fast as possible at the beginning of the game just to make sure that it doesn't go too long. They know it's going to be a grindy one, so of course they need to play at an accelerated pace. So this is just a sledge attack for 6, but you can't really afford to not block it. Most of these cards are perfectly suited for that.
Yeah, it really depends on what he has in hand. If he thinks he can do more damage and overcome the amount of block, we know that Franscisc already has an arsenal ready, so I think in this case you just want to block it, go for the clash.
Oh, that's
no one wins
that's
clash.
a miss on everybody's side. Yeah, none of these cards have any
relevance,
any power value. Yeah.
See, I see a Spinal Crush in Matuesz's hand, but or Chokeslam.
Oh yeah, that's a Chokeslam from the arsenal. Not valuing his arsenal then because he won't have anything for. And another Staunch response. Yeah, very strong
Staunch.
response from Franscisc.
Second red Staunch is already quite interesting to see. One of the big things that Staunch is are that they cost 2, which means you have an extra resource to float if you want still playing like cards like Oasis in your deck. I know a lot of Fatigue Victors often run Oasis as well sometimes, especially with Tunic now. So it could have been an efficient block later in the game, but for now it's a 2 for 7, which is still just as good.
Look at that. It almost looks like it's sped up. Like it's a recorded game that's been sped up. They're moving very fast. Every time that Franscisc is attacking, yeah. Well, then there you go. The Righteous Cleansing obviously wins the clash versus Remembrance.
Yes.
No question about that.
Very
And
nice.
that's already, I think we can make a count already, but Matuesz has won 2 clashes and against 0 for Franscisc.
Yep. And of course, being trounced, he had to win both of those clashes, so there was no need for Franscisc to waste his gold token on that.
And the Zealous Belting coming in for 5 with Go Again.
These players are playing so quick. They know they're on a clock.
And, well, they probably know the matchup as well, right?
Yeah. One of the hardest parts... Oh my god, another 6 below. That's amazing. One of the hardest parts about this matchup, practicing this matchup, is the games take so long that if you were playing, for example, a more aggressive deck in the mirror, you could get like 3 or 4 games in the same amount of time you'd get 1 practice game in of Guardian.
That's a very good point, yeah. It's very hard to practice those matchups. It's so time-consuming sometimes to practice, so it's
100%.
way easier to practice and to play lots of games of Kayo than it is to practice some games for Victor.
Yeah. They're playing so fast, it's kind of difficult to see what cards they have in hand. Is that a Command and Conquer I see? Very nice.
We know that for Guardian Heroes, like, I knew you used to be a holding player at the time when he was not Living Legend, and you know that for some Bravo players it's very important to pitch stack. How important is it for Victor?
Oh my god. That's kind of hard to say. I know definitely with Oldhim you wanted to pitch stack to get the elements fused for your Oaken Old. Bravo, you wanted to get your second cycle off so you could hit your big power cards. From my experience here, the Victor deck is very consistent. They play very consistent levels of high-powered cards that still pitch for very good values, and it's all just a big numbers game. Definitely second cycle probably matters, but in this case, they're really just going for setting up turns.
Oh, that's a trance and the test of strength.
That's amazing.
That's, yeah, all these defense reactions and Oasis respites on Francis' side. Sorry, it's very hard to say for a Frenchman. But yeah, he's losing a lot of these clashes because of them.
Oh my god,
and the Golden Sun!
That's a Golden Sun.
Wow! So that's another
Such
gold.
value.
How many clashes has he won on this on this instance? Oh, at least, yeah. So that's 1 win for
He does
Francis.
have the gold now to spend, though, to try and win this clash. Not doing it, though.
Oh, that was the second clash for the trance.
Yes.
Yeah. So nobody wins the trance, but
He still gets the gold from Test of Strength.
yeah, this is big.
He has Golden Sun in hand, so it's a good turn coming up next turn. Overpower is still very good in this meta, but not very good in this matchup because there's so many block cards and defense reactions.
Yeah,
in this deck.
maybe you wait for the second or third cycle to try to make sure that your opponent doesn't have as many of these defense
That's
reactions.
exactly
in
what
hand.
he's doing. There's a Golden Sun in the pitch zone now, hitting with the splash.
You know that this overpower is not really relevant right now.
Exactly, and I do think there's still a CNC in his arsenal. I think he's waiting to get. If he's keeping it in there for that long, he probably has a pummel in his deck. He might just be waiting for it to be relevant.
Yeah, with so many defense reactions, if you can assemble like the pummel into the CNC into pummel turn, that can be absolutely devastating for your opponent.
And honestly, very relevant because of the amount of defense reactions we're seeing from Francis' side.
Yeah, because that's 10 damage, but that's also 2 cards lost. 1 from your arsenal and 1 from your hand that you'll never see again. So if it goes to fatigue, it's very relevant.
Yeah, and if those are defense reactions in his hand, those are defense reactions he has to discard, they can't use later in the game.
Debilitate coming in for 8.
Blocking 6, taking 2. Just chipping away very slowly.
Yeah, I mean, we're very far from the moment where these health will matter, right?
No, very far. That's the third Golden Sun in Matuesz's deck. He's bottomed 1, he's pitched another.
Another clash,
Winning that
another
clash.
loss because of that remembrance. Yeah, that's a lot of value on these clashes for Matuesz.
One of the downsides of having such a defensive package, all your defense reactions and instants, they're going to cost you clashes.
Yeah. Maybe at some point further down the line, he'll have less of these defense reactions and he'll be able to win some of these clashes. And maybe it's important at the end of the game. But for now, firing on all cylinders
Just
on Matuesz's side.
Going all out.
Yeah, even the Zeus beltings.
I do see the Heart of Fjendel in Franscisc's hand, which means he's being more generous with the life he's losing because he knows he's going to gain it back over the course of the game. And in these games go long. That Heart of Fjendel might represent 3 or 4 health over the course of this game.
And yeah, for a game like Flesh and Blood, where you know that every single point matters, it's very important to be able to make full use.
Yep.
Of course, like that.
That was 2 non-blocks in his hand. If he fired off the CNC, then that would have been devastating. I think they were just talking about that on stream. Another interesting thing about the Heart of Fjendel is that it represents a life gain, but in this matchup where the Anathos can hit for 4, you can either block with 2 cards and take no damage, or block with 1 card and take a damage. With Heart of Fjendel healing for 1, that health represents a card in this matchup for Franscisc, which could matter in the long game.
Lots of these very strong red attacks used for Matuesz already.
Yeah, he's really firing. Like, he's going all out. This is Arya's greatest hits.
But this is what you do. You play very fast in the early game, and then when the health is getting very close to 0, you need to slow down a little bit and to really think about what's going on, what's happening with your 3rd and maybe 4th cycle, and try to make sure that you don't run out of cards.
Exactly.
Okay, so now he's slowing down, just attacking with Anathos. No relevant red attack, apparently.
And we've seen... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
We've seen no pummels yet either, so that Command & Conquer is still sitting in his arsenal, waiting for the opportunity to time, and there's just no timing for it now. We just know that because you see your whole deck, there's always going to be at one point in the game where you're going to have a slow turn. Blocking for 3, taking 3. But there's always going to be a slow turn, and in this case, it looks like he has the potential of drawing 2 or 3 pummels in one hand.
It's difficult to wait so long for a single card because at this point, Franscisc probably knows that it's something like CNC in the arsenal. And yeah, the element of surprise is a bit lost there.
Yeah, having a card parked there for this long really is a big telegraph.
Oh, another trounce. So let's see. Oh, at last. Maybe things will turn around in this clash battle.
You're going to spend your
for
gold?
Franscisc. Yeah.
Spend it as a gamble? Can you beat a 6?
Yes, so many of them, yeah.
That's 9.
That wins because that's the red versus the blue, yeah.
Wins the clash, gets all the value. Decides now's a good time to spend the sink below.
And that's it, crucially, because as long as he has this tunic resource open, he can just keep a blue to be able to do the CNC into pommel.
I'm not sure he drew off of the... No, never mind.
No, the trance wasn't... Yeah, he only won one of them.
Clash. Yeah. Yeah.
You need to win both clashes with trance to profit from it.
That's true.
And once again, an attack for 6 with the Sledge of Envelheim for Franscisc.
Also pitching the Golden Sun. We're going to see that later in the game. A second CNC in hand. Another Zealous Belting. Still no pummel. He might not even be running pummels. Blocking with the CNC.
Oh.
Ouch. Give him the Quicken Token.
Has to use the civic steps, but he probably knows that at this point there are so many ways to...
There's Anathos in the graveyard.
Not to profit from it. Oh, yeah.
Anathos is in the graveyard.
That is a bit sad. Playing this game with no weapon could be a problem. You need to get it back, Matuesz. There you go. Matuesz, very, very good, very strong, very consistent Polish player, and also very good football player. There was a side event at Worlds. I don't know if you remember that, but the Polish, some Polish players, some British players, some French players were in the same team versus the Spanish players.
Oh, they went
at Worlds. And we went for a football side event, and Matuesz was by far one of the best players, and a couple of Polish players were very good. So all the Polish players were very like miles ahead of all the other international players in our team. Yeah, he's so good. Yeah, so fast, so skilled. It was very cool to watch.
It was a sight to behold. Honestly, aggressive on and off the card game field. Going through decks, seeing what he has left.
I think that's the third Zealous belting, by the way.
Yeah. I think so.
Oh yeah, and that's the perfect way to cash in these civic steps. I mean, to use these civic steps, because you know that if Matuesz wants to attack next, he's gonna waste the quicken, so it doesn't really matter now.
Exactly.
Just an attack for 6. I mean, if he wants to, he could attack with the CNC that is in his arsenal, but as you said, you probably want to wait a little bit longer until you have the pommel. Yeah,
definitely wants to get
there you go.
He's going for it. Okay.
Very cool, yeah. And
nice.
It doesn't look like Franscisc is too happy about it. Yeah, maybe it was a mistake to block with the civic steps there.
Yeah.
Giving the opportunity. Yeah, how many defense reactions does he have in hand?
Because that's the thing, with the CNC pummel, that would be taking 2 cards out of his hand, but now that he's given a card to Anathos, this is still going to be effectively taking 2 cards. Or, honestly, if he wants to give up only 1 card, taking 6 damage. There's 2 cards.
Okay, he has to give away 2 cards.
1 card hand. He has 2 to counter, so it'll be a sledge next turn, I believe. Yep, there we go.
Sledge would go again. Doesn't happen too often. Unfortunately, he won't be able to do much with it, but it is a go against Sledge.
Yeah, with Matuesz being an aggressive deck, you might just eat this and then or take 3 damage. I see the pummel in his hand.
Oh, the test of strength.
8. Oh, he wins.
Oh, once again, yeah. I mean, it's decent.
I see every Francois doing the little side eye.
He knows that's what happens in this situation.
Yeah.
His deck is not made to win those clashes.
Exactly. That's like the 3rd or 4th defense reaction or instant off the top of his deck. He's going to see them because he's running so many. Oh, pitching 6. Oh, no, pitching 4. Okay.
Yeah, for the big choke slam there, the red choke slam.
I couldn't see if the last card in his hand was a blue because he could have floated 2 to maybe bluff the pummel, even though he did have it. Saving pummel for later, I guess. Or for next game. Who knows?
Yeah. Oh,
there's a sink.
There you go. You can win some of these clashes, Francis. Don't worry about it. It will happen eventually.
Honestly, with 4 gold, I mean, maybe take the gamble for the 8. Beat the 8. I guess not. There's not many attacks in his deck that could do that. Sink blow. Fully blocked choke slam. I actually don't know what's in his arsenal now. And that card's been sitting in Francois' arsenal for a bit, I think.
Yeah. It's the same situation with Francis. He's been sitting with his card in his arsenal for a long time now.
It could potentially be the 3rd red staunch response. I don't think I've seen that pitched, or I might have forgotten about it. Saving that for a big attack.
Only the Fate Forcing used, so he'll take 2 damage there. Yeah.
Taking 2, and 3.
Yeah. The Sigil. Arthur Trey's favorite card.
Alright, 3-card hand. Another
red attack, Thunderquake. Yeah, that's red Guardian attack into red Guardian attack into red Guardian attack, and sometimes an Anathos hit.
And sometimes an Anathos. This is insane. The hits just keep coming. Really laying on the pressure, forcing Franscisc to really throw cards away. Pitching. Oh, 2 double Oasis, heals 2. You know what? That's 10.
You take it, yeah.
10-ish.
So that was, I didn't see where it was coming from, but I assume it came from the arsenal, right?
Yes, that was the arsenal card that's been sitting there for a while, I guess. So that means the last staunch response might be in the deck still.
And just another attack with the sledge for 6.
I'm still always impressed by the speed of what they're playing.
Yeah, but it might be one of the moments where they're going to have to think a little bit more when they're reaching their cycle.
Yeah. They're also reaching the mid game.
Mhm.
A lot of the big haymakers are out of the deck. A lot of the defense reactions are out of the deck. Now they're going for a pure value game. This is where, when the deck gets smaller, the Heart of Fandom might actually come into play a lot more often.
Oh, so there you go.
CNC Tunic Pummel.
Is it time?
It's the classic bread and butter. Now you do the Tunic Pummel. There we go.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see. Francis shaking his head.
But there is no arsenal there, so...
Oh my God.
My God, the Steadfast coming in. Yeah, he was prepared for
He
that.
was ready.
Perfect. Red Steadfast.
Was not expecting that. That's impressive.
I mean, I think he pitched one early in the game. So Matuesz probably knew that there was something coming, but it came at the perfect moment.
That was great. I could tell Francis probably wanted to arsenal that. He shook his head right before he played it.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy being able to use it in that situation.
Yeah, honestly. 2 floating. I wonder what that could be for.
Oh, yeah.
I see a sink. I think I see a Golden Sun. There's Debilitate.
Yeah, only blocking for 3, taking 3. This is the time when Franscisc probably wants to attack more.
Yeah, probably wants to be on the crackback.
Still has the Tunic resource available, just in case. If he only wants to keep 1 blue to keep attacking with the sledge, but in this situation, yeah.
Keeps it going.
Oh, there's another Steadfast that we see pitched now.
Yeah, another red one.
Franscisc being very patient, not using any of his attacks. I don't think we've seen him use any attack yet.
No, not yet. He's pitched 2 Golden Suns I've counted. Might have been another one. A lot of the big hits are coming, so this is just the waiting game now. Waiting for Matuesz to be out of bombs, then come back swinging on his own. Because for all the power that Matuesz has been throwing at him, they're relatively close in life totals, and he's running out of threats.
We know, however, that he's made sure that all the Golden Suns have been pitched away. We see Rouse the Ancients in his hand, so that's something that we haven't seen yet. There's probably a Righteous Cleansing or 2 coming in. Yeah.
Rouse, revealing Righteous.
Oh, there you go. So Righteous, yeah. So that's enough to activate the ability of Rouse the Ancients. You need to reveal at least 13 power worth of attacks in your hand.
Not a problem in Guardian.
Oh, yeah. Pretty easy to do, especially when one of those is an attack for 10, right?
Yeah, or honestly, potentially an attack for 14 if he's got one. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see.
Definitely, and there's no Steadfast now.
Still has resources or blue for Pummel, I believe. He still has Disable in hand. I mean, for Anathos. So he can follow up for 6 after this.
Yeah, this is what you usually do, you know? You attack,
Discards.
And then an attack for 6.
Box 3.
Pushing 3 more damage. And that has to be, even though you're a Victor player and you know that you have a solid late game, you might be a little worried about getting close to...
It's hard because you do...
Getting down to 13, there are still some defense reactions, some blocks in your hand, but those...
Yeah.
The Golden Suns can be very threatening now.
Yeah, because he's running out of defense reactions and block cards. He's about to throw away another block card, I believe. Yeah, there we go. I think one of the biggest things... When's the clash? Oh, are they going to reclash?
No, it looks like he lets Franscisc win this one.
Okay. That's... Okay. I guess he just wants to save his gold for Golden Suns. Just close out the game. Spinal Crush, Crush.
At this point, the only things that can help him with the game would be all the Golden Suns, maybe the Macho Grandes. I don't know how many of the red Macho Grandes he's playing, but that might be something also.
I see a Golden Sun in Matuesz's hand. They've hit the second cycle.
Yeah, and the Tunic is available, so he can only keep 1 blue card in hand and attack with the big overpowered attack. With 4 gold on the field, on the board, it's very easy to make use of these. You don't really need to keep them, to destroy them, to reclash.
This game's going by fast. The graveyard looks bigger than their decks now. That's a Golden Sun in his graveyard as well, so Francis only has 2 Golden Sun in his graveyard. Only 1 Golden Sun left. Okay.
Very different approach in this. Oh, there's a pulverize as well in Matuesz's hand, but he won't be able to use it.
No, but I'm hoping he uses it. It's just a fan favorite. I could try.
It looks like he's blocking with it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Unfortunately, we won't see it today, my friend.
Honestly, every single game, every single Guardian Mirror I've lost, I could track down to one point. It's where I heave pulverize. It's a shame. But sometimes you gotta do it. Gotta flex on him a little bit.
Yeah. This is a non-block in Matuesz's hand. In Franscisc's hand, there's another remembrance.
Putting Golden Sun into the arsenal for when probably there's an opening. I think he wants to play around Franscisc having an arsenal. Minimize the chances of actually getting things to block it.
And in any case, the short slam is coming for 8, so it's very hard to block it efficiently. Maybe 2 damage will leak through, and that will make... That would get Franscisc down to 9.
9. And another big important thing now is where the Crown Dominion was there for the extra gold, it's now 2 less health effectively for Franscisc. So there's 2 points and then 4 points of armor, 5, 6 if you want to count the others. Matuesz has a much larger health lead than it seems than just health.
Oh, that's the perfect amount of luck. Perfect counting. 4 plus 4 equals 8. Well done, Franscisc.
Oh yeah, quick math. Another big thing about trying to go for a late game is you have to have health to spare. You have to be able to take a hit to start taking tempo back to dealing hits. With Franscisc's health going quickly down, it's becoming not as possible or not as feasible.
We might reach the point where Matuesz can just maybe chain those Golden Suns and force him into bad blocking situations.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, there's a second Golden Sun in hand. We know there's one in his arsenal.
Just wants to cash those blocks on the Civic Steps now.
Yeah. Still 30 minutes in the game, and their decks are already super thin. The graveyards are stacked.
I mean, at least Matuesz's deck is. Looks like there's a pretty big deck on Franscisc's side. Oh, that's a big attack. Yeah.
And he's bait. Is he baiting? No, okay. No, it's fine.
He'll only be able to attack with Thanatos in any case, but that's a lot of damage. And we know that there's at least one non-block in hand.
Yep. I went to check if he had Tunic counter up. He didn't, so he can't follow up with Golden Sun afterwards.
That would have been huge.
I don't know if all those Zealous Beltings have been used, but Zealous into Golden Sun is going to be a dominator. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's giving the Quicken token. He's going to set up Matuesz for the double Golden Sun, perhaps. I mean, not next turn, but soon.
Yeah, but that would mean that Matuesz doesn't attack with Thanatos now.
That's true. That is also true. That is also true.
I mean,
this is a good
can
time
you
to use
really
it.
pass on attacking with Thanatos in this situation? I don't think so.
No. But the problem
I
with
think
me,
he's thinking about it. He's considering
he's
not
thinking
even
about it.
attacking with Thanatos, which would be interesting.
Double gold, like sometimes
I mean,
it's not about...
Franscisc hasn't stopped blocking yet. He's still thinking maybe using one of these. I think he has an Oasis Respite, maybe a defense reaction in Arsenal.
Yeah, he also has the Heart of Yandel. Matuesz has seen Franscisc pitch Heart of Yandel before. He knows it's in the deck. So maybe he wants to keep life total a bit lower so that he doesn't get as much value. Because once they're both at 1, Heart of Yandel is useless. Blocking for 4, taking 3.
Wow, he's very low now.
And I know it's not correct, but part of me really wishes he kept the Golden Sun in hand. This is why I don't play that much. I get pretty greedy.
You try to go for the flashiest win.
You have to go for the flashiest play. It's not about... Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Showing your opponent that you had that line.
Exactly.
That it's possible to do it.
The greediest plays are the best plays. But of course, that's...
Even if you lose? Yeah, I tend to agree with that, which is probably why we're casting this game and not playing in the hall.
That's why we're back here and they're over there.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage now. He's down to 8, so he needs to block it. But what can be in his arsenal that he agreed to take so much damage?
Is he trying to fire back a big attack, maybe?
He doesn't have an attack in hand, at least, so it will have to come from his arsenal.
We know there's a blue in his hand of Heart of Yandel, so he only needs 1 card if he hits a Golden Sun. So I wonder what it could be in his hand. All right.
Yeah, this holder line doesn't
Not
block for
great.
much, but yeah, he knew that it was impossible to block differently. He needed to attack.
Wait, I
with
think
the
I see. I
sledge.
think I see a golden sun in Matuesz's hand
He
again.
had the staunch, so he could have blocked some of it with the.
No. Oh, Matuesz has a golden sun. He has 2 blues. 3 blues.
Wow.
Come on, Matuesz, you have to do it. Take
Yeah.
take the damage. Just
He will do it.
do the double golden sun play. Do it for me, please. I'm
He doesn't
praying.
have go again on this one.
Oh no, he lost the quicken token.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sad.
He attacked. You get too excited about this play, man.
I know.
This will never happen
It
in a
will-
competitive game.
One day it'll happen.
You
One
need
day.
to try it at the kitchen table to
Oh, I know.
get it out of your system, maybe. But yeah, this will not happen on this
I
screen.
was so excited for a second.
But yeah, I mean, one of these golden suns will be threatening enough.
Yeah, honestly, I think he just blocks 3 and then plays the golden sun. And then he has another golden sun follow up at 4 health. Like that's
Yeah.
that's a win con there.
We don't. I mean, at least I don't remember what's in
You see-
Francis's arsenal. So maybe it's a big defense reaction that could help
Yeah.
him. But yeah,
Oh, block 6 next turn. He's gonna pop a gold, draw a card, and then hope it's a blue for golden sun. But not hope it's a blue. He probably knows his pitch stack, honestly. Just
not even that.
sledge?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess he still sees
I
defense
mean,
reactions.
Sledge is. I mean, I don't know if he's
Athos.
threatening enough.
It's lethal. He has to respect it.
And there's, yeah, I mean, you need to respect the pole. We know that it's a golden sun, but
True,
Francis doesn't
true, he
know.
doesn't
So
know that.
if it's a 10 attack, you need to be prepared for that. So
I'm
it's-
calling it. Francis checking
Yeah.
graveyard. There we go.
It is very cool.
Looking for the pummels.
How many of those pummels do you have, man?
Yeah. I think you played 2. Maybe 3.
He played 2. No, he played 2.
Okay.
I
So
he pitched 1. We saw it earlier.
if Francis shakes his head, we know we see 2. There we go.
Yeah.
Yep. He knows he's only seen 2. He has to respect it. Oh boy, are you blocking 9? Are you going for that? I mean, you could block 9 sledge. The pummel bait. Yes, that is.
That is great. That's the bread and butter of the Guardian strategy,
Yeah.
right? You keep 2 floating and you look at your opponent like,
Looks at
what you're doing?
opponent's doesn't like what he sees.
Oh,
Forces him
no
to have
problem.
it.
Yeah,
Forces
he called
him to
his
have
bluff.
it. Honestly,
He called his bluff.
if you respect pummel every single turn, you're just giving value. You have to force him to have it.
Yeah.
At some point, though, you can't. And honestly, the fact that he also went for that play means he might have a defense reaction in his arsenal or hand. Sledge for 6. 50% of his health. That's fine.
Yeah, but
I see a
think
sink.
I see a sink, yeah.
Yeah, he's just block with 2 cards. He can golden sun maybe. He can golden sun with Tunic next turn, and then put park card in arsenal.
Yeah, but as you said, there's a pretty strong chance now that there's a defense reaction in Francis's arsenal because he was a bit too comfortable not blocking entirely
Exactly.
that Thanatos attack.
But blocking for 6, and then he's going to use Tunic to golden sun.
Oh, no! That wasn't a defense reaction. That
Double
was a remembrance.
remembrance.
Yeah. I mean, we knew they were coming because he lost 2 clashes in a row
Yeah.
because of those remembrances.
Those golden suns are coming back into the deck for more value. He has a second one in graveyard, I believe. There we go. Yeah, and then Matuesz probably is going to use his Tunic, pitch a blue for his golden sun, and then put that sink below into his arsenal, which is good, honestly. Sets it up for defense. He has a comfortable health lead now.
Wow, so there was no answer if that was a pummel coming.
Yeah, I guess, you just couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All calm and collected.
I thought we'd be here
yeah,
for 40.
I would be way more agitated than Francis is right now.
I thought we'd be here for like 15 minutes. No, this game should be. Now's where the think. No. I was going to say now's where the thinking starts. They've been thinking all game. This is where I start thinking. Okay.
So we know that there's another pummeling coming.
Yep.
We know that the Tunic is coming soon as well.
Yep.
We know that there's a Golden Sun in the arsenal, so maybe he just wants to do the
He's just going to
the Golden Sun into pummels play.
Yeah, but honestly, I can see him now just playing Golden Sun off a Tunic and then parking that sink below into his arsenal. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Good call.
Park sink below into arsenal.
Yeah.
Big hits.
Okay, yeah.
He shuffled
a big attack for 10.
Yeah, also
with overpower.
Franscisc shuffled 6 attacks into his deck.
Yeah, no reaction.
Has a lower chance of hitting stuff to block. Still has Gauntlets of Iron Will, so he can cover 5 of the damage. 6 with Tunic, maybe. Needs a defense reaction, though.
Yeah.
Needs a defense. All right. Oasis Respite?
Yeah, Oasis Respite works.
Fate. Okay.
Yeah.
8,
Nice.
9,
That's,
10, 11.
Yeah, that
healing
blocks
1.
for 11 damage.
Okay. Sink below an Arsenal on the defense. Franscisc just Arsenal's passes? Yeah. Okay.
What does he have now?
He's gonna pitch 2 blues for a choke slam and bait the pummel. Or okay, never mind. I'm a bad player.
No, but
Ignore
it's
me.
still 2 blues into disable, so it's basically the same thing, right?
Yeah.
He can still do it. He has a card in hand and a card in arsenal.
We
so
saw Franscisc has Golden Sun in his arsenal.
Yeah, but it doesn't threaten anything.
No, he needs time to play it.
Yeah.
Blocks 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go for a long game. Is this a pass? It's just a pass.
Yeah, I think he just wants to fatigue him now, probably.
Pops a gold to hit the sledge.
Trying to attack with the sledge. If he hits a blue, it works.
Yeah.
Does he have it?
Oh no.
No. Unfortunately,
Oh
yeah.
no.
Trying to hit another. Oh, there you go.
No.
Yeah, only 2 gold needed to get that. All those resources to attack with sledge.
That is a face of regret.
Yeah.
That is buyer's remorse right there. He spent his gold, got nothing in return.
I mean, he couldn't know what was on top of his. We see the
very
problem
true.
now. But he couldn't know because he used 2 remembrances. So
That's true. Exactly. Wins the clash.
yeah, wins the Clash of Might at the perfect moment. So
Sink
now,
below from Arsenal.
yeah, and the pummel is there. So he's
Taking a blue in hand.
His deck is very thin, though. Matuesz needs to be very careful.
That's rough. Now we have the pummel bluff, but it's not even a bluff anymore.
Oh, cracking a goal as well. Trying to find, probably trying to dig for another Golden Sun.
I see.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has it.
Or
He's not very happy about his hand right now. Yeah, just attacking for another first, but
for
he's
6.
still very threatening if you're Franscisc,
Yeah.
because you know that the pummel is there.
Franscisc probably about to check the graveyard again. Maybe. I know I would.
I mean, you know that the pummel hasn't come since the last time you checked,
That's
so
true.
it is coming.
That's true. Blocking.
Oh,
9,
and this is the
8.
perfect time to block with the Gauntlets of Iron Will, because at least it will prevent one of these pumps. I mean, one amount of these pumps. Yeah.
Yeah. No point if it's not for lethal, no point using the pummel.
Yeah. Does Matuesz have enough of these big cards left
There's
to
Golden
threaten
Sun.
lethal?
I think so. I see a Macho Grande in his hand. I think the pummel's an
I
Arsenal.
think there's a Righteous Cleansing as well. That's lots
Yeah.
of damage, but he needs more blues. If he has a Righteous Cleansing, I think I see a second one and 2 blues. That's enough to do the Righteous Cleansing and pummel with the Tunic resource.
Honestly, even the Macho Grande pummel line, I don't know, with the Tunic resources, that's 7 dominate and then +4.
Mm-hmm.
+3 because of Gauntlets of Iron Will. I think that's still lethal. I don't know if there's any defense reactions left in Franscisc's deck.
Yeah, probably not. We haven't seen one in a long time, even Pichar. Yeah. And crucially, we know that there's a Heart of Fjendel. So it's a non-block.
Matuesz is thinking about taking it. I see it in his eyes. He wants to go for the kill.
You know that look in the
I
Guardian
know.
player's eyes when they don't want to block and they're ready to go for the kill?
He's thinking about it. He's like, oh, this is not lethal for me, and I think I can kill you. He's considering his options.
Is that a third house as well?
That is the third rouse. He's taking it.
It is going to be a big turn. Yeah. You have to take it if you have the rouse.
Taking 8 damage? Yeah, exactly. You know the look. You see the Guardian player, you're like...
So this is house with a possible pummel and then the Amethyst attack. So that's so much damage.
Oh, he just drew a staunch response. Okay, but the rouse is good. The rouse is good.
Oh, double righteous cleansing revealed.
And he still has enough resources for Anathos Pummel, I believe. I think that's a red underneath the righteous cleansing, a blue underneath. Oh yeah, it's yellow. Never mind. Oh no, he has tunic counter, so he can still Anathos Pummel afterwards. Oh, that's just spend staunch here. Needs to, and
definitely needs to. But this pummel.
Oh my God!
There you go. So you need to have another defense reaction. Does he have it?
Does he have it? From Arsenal?
He does.
Steadfast.
It's steadfast. It's not a reaction, but
But
he
now
works
he
as
can't-
well.
now he
but
can't
now
block
he can't
Anathos.
block. Yeah, so
And
that's
not game yet. Not game yet.
No, because he still has one block on the Gauntlets of Iron Will.
Yep, and also the Fandles, but he's on one.
Wow.
He's on one.
It is going to be very hard to finish him off.
Yeah.
It needs...
Matuesz is going into this with 4 cards in hand, full tempo.
Yeah, just a single
That Macho Grande.
Golden Sun seals the deal, right?
The Macho Grande could be
Oh,
it.
the Macho
Yeah,
Grande. It's game. Very well played from
well
Matuesz.
played.
So, we were saying at the beginning of the game that usually in this matchup it's the most patient player that wins the game.
Yeah.
But we saw a very aggressive Victor deck there.
That's amazing.
They keep hitting each other. I mean, at least Matuesz kept chaining these big red Guardian attacks, and that worked very well.
And Matuesz also managed to win 4 gold off of clashes. All the clashes that gave him such value. He drew 4 cards maybe over the course of the game off of that. I think it was just an impressive battle all around.
We knew at the beginning of the game that Franscisc wasn't happy about losing those early clashes, and it meant so much damage over the course of the game, so much value at least that it was very impressive. And those Golden Suns, all those pummels, sometimes that there's not much you can do when you don't have all these defense reactions at the end of the game.
No, exactly. And I thought that maybe it would go the other way around, that the defense reactions would come at exactly when they needed them. But it appeared like on the big power turns, he didn't have the defense reactions. And it's just... He was using them very early. He used a double Oasis on a card, on a Hammer Pummel.
I think that was on a Chokeslam,
on a
maybe.
Chokeslam.
Yeah,
he used it on a Chokeslam. He used them. He wasn't presented with a good chance to actually use them efficiently, and it just didn't work out as well as he wanted.
Yeah, he seemed desperate at several times during this game. So you know that things weren't going his way, and maybe his deck isn't really built for that matchup.
No, I know.
He's very happy about facing all these aggro decks.
Yeah.
He's ready to face the chaos, but maybe when you're facing a very aggressive, like not the type of deck that you expect in this meta game, really.
No, exactly.
But a very, very aggressive Victor, it's very hard sometimes to handle.
I can imagine like those Steadfast would come in handy against like Azalea would dominate if you have one stuck in hand. Against Kayo, he could try and go for the fatigue maybe, but I'm not sure, honestly. It was rough. But honestly, it was a very entertaining game to watch. I love it when Guardian players just go face and hit as big as they possibly can. Big number, good. I will always stand by that. Big number, very good.
Yeah. Well, that was a nice one. I think we will have an interview with our winner, with Matuesz, soon. So Baz will be back. Stay tuned. We'll be back later.
All right.
And it's going to get the fist bump. The Phoenix rises.
What an incredible display by... Listen to this room right now. This room is erupting, celebrating our Flesh and Blood World Championship.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Calling in Warsaw, and I've been joined by this round's winner, Matuesz Sass.
Thank you. Hello.
Fantastic. Well done.
Thank you.
It's always a bit tricky when it's a victor mirror. You don't, mirror matches sort of like not everybody's cup of tea to watch, but those victor decks were completely different.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
So my opponent play more like defensive one, the control maybe, and more fatigue, and I'll play like mid-range one. So I pretty much knew that I probably win most of the clashes. That's why I played Franscisc as well as Test of Strength to just get the gold and try to pressure him as much as I can to take cards out of his hand, basically.
Yeah. Did you know that prior to the matchup, or did you look at when he presented his equipment, you went, right, okay, I know what plan he's on now?
Yeah, I knew it before because it's the day 2, and some of my friends played against him, so I had a hint. But we know each other also, so it wasn't a surprise by that. That's why I had an advantage in sideboarding. But he knew as well that I'm not more mid-range, so
yeah, I mean, we saw that with the amount of like the big attack reds, like Thunderquake, Disable. There was another one as well.
I played Yellow Righteous Cleansing as well because it's a big swing with sometimes even relevant crush effect. But all of that. I also have Pulverize in my deck list, so I needed to block with it because I felt like I didn't need it this time, but it's really helpful in those grindy matchups.
Yeah. I mean, things going into that knowing that basically it was more defensive, does that give you more confidence with the clashes? Because it was just like
exactly.
The clashes came thick and fast, and they totally went your way.
Yeah.
And you could see that Franscisc sort of like it got a bit deflated by it because you got up on gold and up on those might tokens like fairly quickly.
Just because of all of defense reactions that he plays and defensive instants like Oasis, Respite or Steadfast, it's all just helps me win all of those classes. So even if I win like 3 or 4, it's good enough to let me swing with Golden Suns with Overpower, and it's really great value to have like this card for 10 Overpower. It's really great attack. Yeah, I love it. So yeah,
it's good. Have you always been a Guardian player, or?
Yeah, most of my Flesh and Blood career I play Guardians, mostly Bravo, but then Old Time, and now it's Victor, of course.
So as soon as Heavy Hitters was released, you were just like, I'm on Victor.
Yeah. I'm still not sure if it's the right choice because Kayo is really great.
Yeah,
because he doesn't have really bad matchups. Coming to this calling, I thought just Magic doesn't exist because I can't win against Kano anyway, so he just doesn't exist, and so far it's working for me, so it's fine.
But you're doing quite well against the KOs. I mean, sort of like you're placed really well, sort of like you're sort of like
the deck is basically built to win some of those clashes even against the KO, so it's still good matchup, but they are still a bit high rolly because it's a brute, so it's still hard to win those, but it's still doable.
Yeah, your trounces are not really going to pay off. You know that well, but you might
sometimes it does, and when it it's really great. It's like game breaking. So just why I try some of those in KO matchup even. Yeah.
So are you looking forward to the new Victor tech coming in the next set?
Yeah, I really like the card. Yeah, I think I'll try to make. Yeah, it's kind of strange that Victor cards doesn't clashes as well, of course, but
can't have everything.
The gold that it's create is gonna be crucial in some matchups, so I'll feel like it's gonna be really great addition to the deck.
Yeah, there's talk about sort of like starting with sort of like Crown of Dominion. Are you looking at that with a new card, or are you just like, okay, I'm quite happy with where my deck lies, and maybe adding that in as a tech card?
Yeah, because the Crown of Dominion is basically for other matchups, I guess. I mean, the first gold helps you with clashes, but it's mostly against some other things, I guess. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, we saw you in that match. You used the gold to fix your hand.
Yeah,
exactly like Franscisc did. I mean, he had to pretty much use all of his gold to fix his hand at one point.
You basically need 3 of those to Golden Suns in my version, and everything more is just up to try to get you to your pitch stack better, or your things that you pitch and you just need to finish the game or just fix your hand like you said before.
Yeah, nice, brilliant. Okay, I think there's one more round to go.
I guess it's even, but
Two more rounds to go. Two more rounds to go. So I wish you all the very best
thank you.
For the next rounds to come, and hopefully we shall see you again.
Yeah, I'll try to do my best. Yeah.
Okay, let's bring up the next round soon, and the team will sort of like bring you the next match. It'll be fantastic.
Yep.
Welcome to the arena. Here's something to get you started. To survive here, you'll have to put your money where your mouth is. And test your strength. Becoming a champion takes all your might, agility, and vigor. So ask yourself, before you ask it all, what drives you to step into the arena? Fame? Fortune?
Vengeance. And gold? After all, raising an army isn't cheap. The sands will run red!
Welcome, traveler. You must be starving. Please, come inside. I think we can satisfy your appetite. Anything you like. Intimacy. Or perhaps ecstasy. Come a little closer. I won't bite. Tell me, what do you desire?
Beware the tongue of the snake. Her fangs shall soon furrow. Pleasure is but the shallow illusion. Walk the true path, and you shall see clear. Those who seek may discover formless, perfect, the serene, unchanging infinite, eternally present.
Eternally boring. Why don't we play rough?
Embrace the solitude.
Embrace the sensation.
Look within.
Look at me!
Just a breath.
Just a taste.
Enough! A tiger does not fall prey to the snake. The tiger walks its own path. Those who flow as life flows know they need no other force. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved, the source of all movement. The center is unbound and free.
Walk the path. Seek the truth.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Calling Wasaw. My name is Erica, and I'm joined yet again by Carol, who's back in the booth yet today.
Back in the booth.
How are we feeling today, Carol?
Feeling great. Honestly, it's a pleasure to be back. I have been spending a lot of time out there around the table, seeing what the players have been doing. So it's honestly been a pleasure to kind of take in this atmosphere. Honestly.
Can you tell us something more about what's happening on the floor? There's some great actions going on around there. If there are any highlights you have to share.
Yeah, absolutely. So last round we saw some great games, a lot of upsets actually. We had Arthur Trehet, who has been killing it yesterday and today. He actually fell to, I believe it was, sorry, I can't remember quite, but also can't remember who he lost to, but also Brodie Spurlock. He was versing Kano, one of the kind of top wizards, Kučera, I believe that's how you pronounce it, but losing to Kano.
Yeah.
We had Yorgos, who was undefeated, 9-0. I think that was a really big upset. He fell to the decimated Boltyn. Honestly, I have been incredibly impressed with the team from Italy, turning up, having the courage to turn up on decimated Boltyn and actually perform so well at the top level.
Because there's a whole team that is running on the same deck list, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. So that has been incredible to watch. There's still a bunch of heroes and classes that are in the running for top 8, which is super exciting. So yeah, and yeah, I actually spoke to Yorgos and Matuesz Sass, the Victor player that won, and one of the things that stood out to me was like how excited they were for the next tournaments after this, and there is a battle-hardened Athens coming up next, which is quite unusual because it is a team classic constructed event. So they're actually super excited to team up. You know, you have Matuesz from Team Poland. He's super keen to grab 2 of his friends from the team, head over there and play in that event. Also, Yorgos was super excited. Greece, you know, his home turf, super excited to show people around there and kind of get together Fab Chaos, you know, pair up with the world champion. And now Yorgos is performing so well, so that's definitely going to be super exciting.
Yeah, really making a name for himself here with this Azalea list that we saw yesterday, running with a new Horizon instead of the Skullbound Cross Wrap. This is really, really interesting build, and he's making such a good run with it. Like beating all of the decks that he did a very, very solid read on going into this tournament, like really, really finding this great counter towards what he thought he was going to face here today.
Absolutely. I did have a quick chat with him, and I was super kind of surprised by that choice. The new Horizon, the Death Deal. I was like, why? Why, Yorgos? Why would you play these cards? And he mentioned that one of the weaknesses of Azalea coming into this matchup, he said he was very comfortable into Kayo. He was very comfortable into the Warriors, but Victor was something that stood out. And he made a very good point, was if you do play a Codex of Inertia against a Victor, it's very likely that the card they get off the top into their arsenal won't be that playable. You know, you have all these block cards, the blues, the clash cards. So interesting strategy. And also another thing was that the ability to fake out the opponents, where they assume that he's going to play out a card from arsenal. There's an arrow face up in arsenal. They expect for him to shoot it, and he just goes, nah, I'm just going to pass. Arsenal, the card in hand, keep an arrow, and kind of create those fake out
Big
moments.
Turns. Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice to hear. Now, the Battle Hard on Athens is going to be Team Classic Constructed. We haven't really seen that Team Classic Constructed before, so that's very exciting. This new-ish type of format where you play 3 together as a team. Now, the interesting part with this one is that you, of course, play 3 different decks into this Team Sealed event, or Team Classic Constructed event, and you can help each other out because it's a part of the same team. There's no outside assistance as you're part of the same team. So then you can just hand over to your mate and just be like, hey, what do you think about this line? And you can try to cobble together something together. Like, or what do you think about this? Should I block this? Or how should I go about this one?
Yeah, there's next levels of strategies going in there. Like, do you play a fast deck being the middle player so you can help out your teammates on either side? I've played quite a bit of Team Sealed myself, and that has been extremely interesting because of those extra layers.
Yeah, because it could become a team all of a sudden, and then you have the collective knowledge in the team, and it's very, very useful.
And also now with the Mistveil spoilers dropping, I think the hype is definitely there, building up to see those Mystic heroes, and I'm super excited to see what's going to happen in the world premiere in Tokyo coming next weekend. Absolutely.
Yeah, we're going to finally see we are finally going to be able to play with the new cars, and it's a final event, or the first event is coming next weekend in Tokyo, and I'm so excited to be able to watch that cast from home because I'm not going to be able to make it there personally, but I'm super excited to watch and see how the players are going to pan out. And it's the first event, big event in Tokyo as well, where we get to explore the new deck to get the new cards together in a sealed format as well. So there's going to be a lot of excitement there. Of course, there's going to be the Japanese release of the cards as well, which is very exciting. The whole new world we're going to explore there. Can you tell us a little bit about what's going to happen there?
Yeah, so basically there's something new coming in with MSD, which is there's going to be 8 packs in sealed.
Right.
It's something that hasn't been done before, and it's very intentional to give players a lot of opportunity for deck construction. You have many different pathways with each hero. Everyone can use the Mystic Talent, so there's a lot of kind of options there as well.
Right.
And there's a strict 30 card cap on the deck size that you can present, which means that you basically kind of we won't be restricted by these kind of fatigue strategies as we have been before. This is very much a clean 30, super powerful, full action. So I'm super excited to see how this sealed format shakes out.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see what's going to happen there.
Yeah.
We are going to cut into the next game where we have the exciting table number 1, and it's the Kano that we talked about earlier, who won against Brodie Spurlock in the last round, who is going to face none other than Mr. Yorgos himself on the New Horizon Azalea. Now, how excited are we about this one?
I'm super excited. Honestly, the interesting thing is we've seen Yorgos on this New Horizon, but the advantage of having the cross wrap is that you have access to Arcane Barrier. So I'm super excited to see how Yorgos adapts to this particular matchup. I'm excited to see how he planned out for the Wizard, and also super excited to see how Jan manages to push through this Ranger as well from his side.
Yeah, so it looks like AB2 there from Yorgos' side of things. No, we have the Spell-Free Cloak, actually.
Yeah, it's really showcases that I think Yorgos is thinking, this game won't go that long. I need my protection against that Aether Wildfire, those pseudo on-hits from the Wizard side. And previously we have seen that Yorgos's deck list is very lean on blues. And he doesn't want to pitch too much, so it's no surprise that also he doesn't really want to pitch to Arcane Barrier either. So interesting choice there with the Spell Void 1 chest there.
It's at least better than nothing. Sometimes when you go into these tournaments, you always have to do the debate with yourself on how much you're going to respect the arcane heroes that might or might not show up, right? Because sometimes you can just bank on maybe hoping that you either dodge the Kanos altogether, or that you maybe not going to have that many Kanos to begin with. But we saw quite a few Kanos showing up to this event.
Absolutely. And here we have action-packed first turn of the game. Kano managed to set up some permanents in form of the potions there, but Yorgos has some plays of his own. We have the Quiver of Rustling Leaves. He's looking to get an extra card off on... It's awesome to see on Jan's turn, because we're so used to seeing players, especially Kanos, play on their opponent's turn, and here Yorgos is saying, you know what, I can do that too. I'm going to try and get an advantage with that Quiver. And the cool thing about the Quiver of Rustling Leaves is it's not a once per turn. So Yorgos does have the option to activate it again.
It's a super cool instant. Costs a little bit, but maybe Yorgos trying to maybe pitch some blues and get that running.
So unfortunately, he doesn't get that hit. And it also gives a little bit of information to Jan there on what Yorgos might be doing with the next hand, because he knows he's going to be drawing that pump in the form of Rain Razors.
Yeah, so he knows that information, so that's not going to be any surprise to him whatsoever. Now, looking at Yorgos' turn, we see that Codex of Inertia, right?
Absolutely, and Inertia is a weak point of Kano. We see time and time again Kano players Arsenal extremely important cards like that Aether Wildfire, like that Tome of Fyendel, and being able to disrupt that with the Inertia token is extremely good for the opponent's side. So let's see if Yorgos is threatened by that first arsenal there.
So it looks like he picked up another Rain Racer there. So it was 2 Rain Racers on top of his deck back to back. They're pitching this Rain Racer in order to activate the Death Dealer.
Yeah, very heads-up play of Yorgos trying to use up the Rain Racers as the resource card to kind of keep information away from Jan here.
Now looking at this Endless Arrow with a Bloodrot Pox token on hit. We're already facing the Inertia token, so that arsenal is not going to be staying for very long.
And the great thing about these 0 cost for attack arrows for Yorgos is that they create that breakpoint, and Kano does not like breakpoints. And here and I think this is a great play, pitching that Rain Razors so that Jan doesn't quite expect it, and then playing another one there as well.
Yeah, forcing the on-hit on that one and getting the Endless Arrow back into his hand, forcing the Bloodrot Pox token on his opponent. So, yeah, Jan is not really happy to see that one, because now he's faced with a conundrum of should he actually try to activate Kano and get some arcane spells off, or should he just respect the Bloodrot Pox token here? But yeah, getting that arsenal and getting some value out of it might be something to look for with this Inertia token, so he's not just letting that off.
Absolutely. Inertia, great tool against Kanos.
Yeah, the Crucible of Aether Weave coming in here, getting +1 arcane on your next spell.
A really cool card here with the Aether Quickening. Being able to deal, it has a surge that allows it to gain go again if Yorgos does not respect it. But here we go. Yorgos is willing to give up a red card and use that Arcane Barrier to stop the go again on the Aether Quickening there.
Really great synergy there with the Crucible of Aether Weave being able to activate the search capabilities of the Aether Quickening.
Yeah, Jan unable to utilize that arsenal, and he loses it to the Inertia token.
Yeah, it's really hard for Kano to be able to set up like any deck that is facing all of these Inertia tokens, or the Seek and Destroys for that matter, that Azalea also tends to rock. It's really annoying to deal with.
Absolutely, and here we have 2 more threatening on-hits. Maybe the Frailty, not that great against Kano, but another Inertia in the Lace of Inertia. And the Boltyn shot here is coming in, unfortunately, for 9. Doesn't have the red for the breakpoint. And yeah, you're unable to fully clear that with 3 cards. So trading 3 cards for 3 cards, but the Inertia token threatening again, kind of threatening enough for Jan to respect it.
Oh, and another energy pot coming out there, building up these tokens to be able to really pop off whenever you find yourself in that turn cycle where you have that Aether Wildfire in arsenal and you're just ready to bang things on with maybe a Lava Burst in the hand and everything like that. So you have the whole full combo ready to go, right? So you have that extra fuel in order to get that turn off. Sometimes you might be a bit short on blues, but then you have those energy pots available to you.
Absolutely. And each time Jan plays out the potion, it's actually getting scarier and scarier for Yorgos here, for sure.
Now, what do you think Kano's plan is? Because we're not probably going to see a pitch deck situation here, are we?
Probably not. It's extremely difficult to try and defend out Azalea thanks to the Dominate and Hero ability. So I think Jan's doing an amazing job setting up those potions and getting ready for a burst turn. Now, he still has quite a substantial life to work with here. So I think it's actually quite, even though Yorgos is on 36, I think it is quite a scary situation to face a Kano with 3 potions out. But yeah, here Jan does have the option to defend the Boltyn shot, or does have a Dominate, but a really heads-up play from Yorgos. He knew he had the pump. Boltyn shot, great target for the knock to Death Whistle to give go again, and getting either Death Dealer activation or using the reload thanks to the Boltyn shot to continue his turn. Now, Frailty shot, the Frailty token, probably not that great.
Not so useful, right?
Yeah.
There's not going to be that many attacks coming in here from Kano's side of things, probably. Unless he's running some spicy, but probably not.
Wounded Bull and Kano?
I saw that in the commoner event the other day, but like that's a whole different beast.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Codex of Frailty.
Going wide here. Yorgos pitching up another Codex of Frailty here. Those Frailty tokens yet again not going to do much, but being able to go wider and be able to present even more damage onto Jan is exactly what he wants to do.
Yeah, the tricky thing is usually the Codex of Frailty, any Codex is amazing way to generate card advantage, but unfortunately for Yorgos, none of his arrows in his graveyard have any on-hits. So the Boltyn shot, yes, it's damage, but is it enough to pressure Jan? We'll find out, I guess.
He decided not to use the Snapdragon Scalers on that Boltyn shot, sending off a second Boltyn shot that he had in Arsenal there. Very interesting choice. Giving Jan the opportunity now to send this Aether Spindle.
Yes, Aether Spindle coming in for 5. Now it's really hard for Yorgos laughing at the frailties. But yeah, this is really scary. Allowing a Kano to look at the top 5 cards of his deck is insane. It is crazy information for the Kano player, and it actually puts you in a huge spot of bother. So let's see how much Yorgos respects this Aether Spindle here.
Yeah, of course, the everything Aether is very, very scary. This Aether Spindle with only one AB at his disposal. Of course, you have the Spellfray Cloak, but I think you will probably want to save that one for the big Aether Wildfire turn in order to capitalize a lot more on that one. But as you mentioned, being able to opt as a Kano player, knowing what's exactly on your stack and what you're going to draw into, and potentially being able to Kano off the top in order to get that extra arcane in, it's so valuable. It's actually opting to take everything here.
Yeah. That is...
Oh, we see the Aether Wildfire on the top there.
Yeah, it's there. That's the thing, is Yorgos is in a bind because if he respects the Aether Spindle, Jan might have the Wildfire already. Yeah. But if he doesn't, it might help Jan to actually find it. And that's exactly what happened here. And you see, Jan put at the very bottom...
We know what that means.
He knows he's going to arsenal his card, he's going to draw 4, and he's going to have that Aether Wildfire available at the top of his deck.
No, that's super scary proposition here for Yorgos. Just praying that he didn't find what he was looking for. But yeah, Yorgos now with a full hand.
Yeah.
And 2 cards in Arsenal, a 6-card hand.
6-card hand to work with. And Azalea can easily present 16 damage with 6 cards. Let's see if Yorgos is able to do this. I mean, not pitching to the Aether Spindle means that he probably has some form of pressure to utilize on his turn with his 6 cards. So let's see if he forces Jan into a situation where he has to defend. But as we know, that Aether Wildfire is on top of the deck. I honestly think Jan must be feeling great right now.
Yeah, no blocks on this one. We don't feel it until we are facing lethal.
Oof. But it is the Rain Razors. Jan is getting quite low. If Yorgos is able to present lethal and still hold up some cards, this could be quite tricky for Jan, actually.
Yeah, Jan really has to put in some math here in order to capitalize and make sure that he can actually go over top with the 1 arcane and the Spellfray Cloak that Yorgos has available. And this arrow is huge!
Now Yorgos knows he doesn't have any cards in hand. He has this Spellfray Cloak. He has 2 resources to pitch to his Arcane Barrier, but it is Arcane Barrier 1. So... are we going to see some fireworks happen?
Yorgos is taking a step back and like, do you have it, bro?
Yeah. Yorgos knows that. Yannick knows exactly what that card is, and it is that Aether Wildfire.
Yeah, and now Kano's activated ability is going to be able to play that as an instant.
But it does put pressure on Yannick. Can he combine that Aether Wildfire with something else? Like He's playing off the top here. Is he going to use that Ragamuffins? Is he going to secure something on top? Lesson in Lava. Yeah, absolutely. Oof. Potion of Deja Vu coming in. He's setting up the top of his deck. That Gaze of Ages on top. Perfect card to hit with his Kano.
It's a perfect storm we're watching here.
Yeah. Look at Yorgos. He's praying right now. He's praying for
his life.
Absolutely.
Literally.
Here we go.
What do you want to see?
There's that Ragamuffins hat securing a
let's
the top.
go.
He knows he's going to draw the blue. He's putting the card on top. He knows exactly what he's going to hit. So it's interesting. Does Jan already know that he has enough to win this game?
he doesn't spend a lot of time thinking about it, so it feels very, very comfortable. I imagine the Kano players has been in this situation a lot of times. They probably know the math inside out at this point.
Yeah.
If I have this many blues, I have this many cards at my disposal. I
Yeah.
know exactly that I have everything I need in order to kill my opponent if they are at X life.
Exactly, and Metacarpus notes, thanks to all these energy potions, his tunic is on 3. He has so many resources to work with. It's gonna be a tough one for Yorgos to get out of this one.
Yeah, you're speaking at the top there with the Gaze the Ages to have a final peek if there's something else we can also play with.
Yeah, absolutely, and that Gaze of Ages comes back to his hand, allowing him to use it as a resource card.
It's such a powerful card.
Mm-hmm.
Plays exactly into the hands of what Kano wants to do.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Lesson in Lava, it's just, there's no way for Yorgos to cover that. So Jan knows that Yorgos is wide open. Whatever card that Jan wants to fetch with that Lesson in Lava, he can get on top of the deck.
Yeah, having a little bit of a think here. Do we have the resources available to activate the Metacarpus? Looks like it.
Yeah.
So this 80 Wildfire is going to come in for 6.
Yes. And now that Spell Void 1 and those 2 resources for Yorgos, is it going to be enough to cover Jan's onslaught right here?
Ooh. Did we never pay for the Crucible?
Yeah, so...
Because we did 2 Kano activations.
Yeah, I believe that Jan activated this Crucible quite some time ago. We might have a potential
we played a
judge
little bit
call
too
here.
fast there, maybe, to get things moving. Sometimes you get a little bit too excited. You're like, you see the writers on the board, you're like, yeah, I have everything I need in order to go, and you just maybe play a little bit too fast and forget to...
Absolutely, and the Metacarpus notes, the tricky thing is here, is he announced the Metacarpus notes, which is a replacement effect. So it's if the judge rules that the Crucible hasn't been activated, then it's going to be really hard for Jan to actually activate on top of the Aether Wildfire there. But honestly, it's going to be extremely hard for Yorgos to get out of that one either way. Aether Wildfire, whether it comes in for 5 or 6, it does make a huge difference, but Jan does have that Lesson in Lava. He still has his card in his arsenal. He has Stridus available to play out potentially 2 or 3 extra non-attack actions that deal arcane damage. Those spells that will get pumped by the Aether Wildfire.
Yeah, so much damage to be able to populate, and you have to also pump in all of those null runes and all of those spell phrases on that first Aether Wildfire.
Absolutely crucial for Yorgos to deny as much damage from the Aether Wildfire as possible. If the ruling is that he cannot activate the Crucible and that Aether Wildfire comes in for 5, goes down to 3 thanks to the Spell Void and the Arcane Barrier 1, then it could just not be enough to get Yorgos down to 0. He's still sitting on comfortable 31 life. So that is a lot of life to get through, actually.
Definitely. So be able to, like some of the Kanos we've seen recently has been doing more of this pitch stacky type of situation where they play out the whole game, trying to keep their life totals as high as possible throughout the game. So they get to their pitch stack, because then they know exactly what is going to be on top, where are the blues, where are the Aether tomes that he can draw extra cards from, and just continue pitching through his stack in order to get all of those wildfires off. And whatever amount of Oasis, respites, or steadfasts, or anything
honestly,
that you have available to you.
It was something that was extremely cool to watch. Like I was kind of walking past the top tables, and I was like, it was probably around 25 minutes into the round, and I see a Kano still with both him and his opponent on quite a high life total, and I was like, oh, what's going on here? I want to check this out. And I'm pretty sure that his opponent was coming in with something like Command and Conquer, and the Kano kind of looked, defended for 3, and I'm just like, wait, you have an arsenal. He pops his tunic, plays Oasis Respite from his arsenal. I'm just like, whoa, this Kano's gone deep. and I kind of had a look through his graveyard. He had Fate for Scenes, Sink Belows. He was ready for the long game. It was really cool to watch, that kind of different take on what we've seen Kano do usually, which is that burst damage. So
exactly,
I think so especially in this meta game, there's a lot of slower decks. There's a lot of decks that kind of present very consistent damage, and because a lot of Kano cards defend for 3, if you back it up with those defense reactions and those Oasis respites, you can actually kind of stall out that late game and get to that pitch stack, which is really cool to see, honestly.
Just the amount of like just keeping track of the game itself, but also keeping track of your pitch stack, trying to remember every single card in exactly which order, so you draw into exactly what you need in order to pull off those double or triple wildfires, even into the resources that you need in order to pull those off, because those are expensive cards, and if you want to be able to pump those cards with the Metacarpus notes, the Crucibles and everything, you need to have everything like pitch perfect. And you also need to get there before you die, right? So it's a very, very intricate situation.
Absolutely.
So I have full respect if I ever face a Kano that is trying to do that to me and they're able to pull it off. Full respect. I'm just gonna.
And it's a great way when you know that your opponent is either packing Oasis Respites or is playing with Null Rune 3, and it is quite hard to, a lot of the time, if you're not kind of quite sure what's on top of your deck, it's really hard for Kano to close out those games. And also, the really cool thing for me as watching these Kano players with the Sink Belows and Fate for Scenes is they actually have utility. They actually have that additional utility, you know, that opt one, the Sink Below effect of putting cards to the bottom. It actually helps them stack as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's really cool to watch.
Speaking of Null Rune, we've seen the Null Rune promos that is coming out in Pro Tour Amsterdam, and they're just absolutely fantastic. And additional, also we have seen the spoilers from this weekend. We actually see the equipment now for Tekla and Max with AB on them for the first time. Now that is something exciting.
And it's honestly, I hope that Tekla fans are as happy about it as I am personally.
Standing ovation.
Yeah,
for
and
all
it's
of the out there.
not only that, it's Evos that cost 0 and can play at instant speed, which gives the builds that can happen with Tekla and kind of expand as well. But kind of circling back to your comment about the Null Rune equipment, honestly, that art is beautiful. And I highly recommend anyone who can make it to Pro Tour Amsterdam to do so. Just this Calling Wasaw just showcases the enthusiasm of European players and the turnout that's going to be there. Like a Calling got 460 plus players, which is insane. Honestly, it's amazing to see, and imagine what is going to happen at the Pro Tour.
Definitely, there's a next level event that is going to happen in Amsterdam. Me and Roman talked about that earlier today, that Amsterdam is such a sweet spot in terms of like traveling in Europe, because you're basically in the center of attention, and it's so easy to come to Amsterdam, do the Pro Tour, and then maybe take a couple of weeks to travel around to both France. You can go to London, like there's trains going all around the place, so you can just travel to anywhere you like basically within a day and reach a different country with a different culture and experience a vast majority of different cultures on the same week, basically.
Absolutely. So it's a great holiday destination as well, right?
Definitely.
Like having those few extra days before or after the tournament. And the awesome thing here when I was walking around is I saw a lot of kind of casual side events going on. I've had raving reviews of people playing Shapeshift to Sealed, which I'm like super happy about. And that is one of the things you think Pro Tour, maybe I'm not as great to perform in such a high level event, but there's going to be callings, there's going to be battle hardened, there's going to be side events popping off all the time. And it was really refreshing to kind of talk to a few Polish players actually who came by here. They have, you know, they go to the local armories and they didn't feel like they were able to perform at the calling, but they were just super happy to come in and play the side events. There's amazing promos that you can pick up at these side events.
Yeah, the promo events,
Yeah,
the Oasis Respite is so beautiful.
Exactly, exactly.
You can only get it here playing those special events. So it's a matter of, like, some of the people I talk to is like, should I play the Battle Hardened, but I really want one extra promo for my playset.
Exactly,
so it's a very hard debate there. And there's so many options available. Like, I mentioned the Shapeshifter Seal. There's also Heavy Hitter Seal available. You can play draft events with your friends and just get together with that group, make some new friends and play whichever event you like. There's so many stalls here that is selling those blingy cards that you might be looking or sorting after. PCG Gaming is here, so you can get your cards graded. It's such a great event, and it's such a great inspiration for everyone who is, regardless of which level you're on or what you're here for, there's absolutely something for you.
Yeah, and I actually, myself, when I had some time off yesterday, I had a chat with some of the artists here. Who one of my favorite arts is Toma Firebrand, and I had a chat with the artist, and I'm getting myself like one of those artist proofs. I'm not sure. Like it's my first time getting one of those, so it's really cool to have a chat and seeing what it's like for them to kind of delve into this fantasy world and being able to visualize it for us as players, which is really it's been really cool to see.
So we have an update on that judge call. It was quite a bit of a hassle. We had called the head judge in order to get that one resolved. But basically what it comes down to is that the Crucible of Aether is going to resolve as intended. So we are back into the action here and looking at this Aether Wildfire now for 6.
Probably not what Yorgos was hoping for, but let's see if he can manage to survive all this arcane damage coming his way.
Definitely. We still have 2-pitch floating. We see the Lesson in Lava in the Banish Zone ready to go. Spellfray Cloak being popped there. The Aether Wildfire is going to connect for 4.
The tricky thing is for Jan is that he does not have any cards in hand anymore. So if he isn't able to close this game with on this particular play here, he's done for. So let's see if he can string it together.
Yeah, another Metacarpus activation coming in on this Lesson in Lava. So big mat, 5, 6, 7, 8. This could come in for 8, right?
Yeah. And there's some juicy choices here for him to get. Obviously, Blazing Aether, the Kayo specialization there, that is just so adept at closing out games when combined with Aether Wildfire.
We also have that mystery card in Arsenal that we don't know what it is yet, and we still have the Stormstrider's activation available. So if that is a red card, we definitely can also be able to expand on that with the energy pots and the tunic on 3, of course. So there's so many resources available to be able to pop off here.
Yeah. Now the the Blazing Aether is not quite enough to close the game, so Jan will need something else to combine it with.
Yeah, we see Tunic being activated there. Gonna give us 1 resource floating. We're gonna activate the Stormstriders. Let's go.
Let's see what's in that arsenal. Oh, he's ready. He knows
Cracking
what he's up to.
pots.
That is 5 resources, I believe. 4. Wow. Another Lesson in Lava. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that should seal the deal here. Yorgos down to, what could it be?
So this is obviously going to connect. Now, is Jan going to... I guess that is clearly enough damage from everything to close out that game. Jan being able... He had all the information from that Aether Spindle set up, the most insane kill turn with that Aether Wildfire combined with the Lesson in Lava into Blazing Aether. Amazing performance, and it's great to see such a diversity when it comes from the representation from the European countries. You know, Kano from Czechia, what a way to secure another win in this calling.
Definitely. I mean, I think it all came down to that Aether Spindle, giving him the opportunity to opt 5, which basically means he's going to see the 4 cards that he's going to draw next, and also be able to see what is going to be on top in case he wants to Kano into that. And he drew into the perfect 4 blues into the Aether Wildfire, and he was like, yep, we got this.
And now imagine the same scenario if it was opt 4. You know, that
could have been a different game. That would have been a different game,
actually,
absolutely.
The Aether Spindle opting for 4 and 5 is a huge difference. So it was a big call for Yorgos to be like, you know what, I feel like I have enough to present lethal, so I'm gonna let you have it. But yeah, Jan managed to just set it all up and get there in the end.
Yeah, definitely. Now we're going to cut to a quick interview with Jan, of course, so you can hear all the juicy details on why he decided to bring Kano here today and what his experience has been with this tournament so far. Super excited to have you back, Carol. And
Thank
we
you.
will see you guys shortly with that interview.
See you then.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Calling in Warsaw, and I've been joined by last round's winner, Jan Kučera.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice, brilliant. Well done.
Thank
well
you.
done for that.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, it wasn't. I got lucky. I had 2 potions round 1, then got another potion. And he had only AB1. So
Yeah, the thing is, but you know that Azalea is going to put you under pressure. I mean, like Yorgos hit you with so many powerful arrows, like laced with frailty, laced with blood rot, laced with inertia. It's just right, okay, you know the damage was coming out. So sort of like getting those energy pots and getting the potion of deja vu is always going to make you a happy panda. You're just like, yeah, man, I need these.
Absolutely.
But sometimes you need a little bit of luck. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I like to, especially in the Azalea matchup. I had 2 Azaleas back to back now, and I think that in those matchups you usually try to set it up so you can get lucky, because lot of combo skill, because they are usually Yorgos even had AB1. Yeah, and even if he had AB2, the Azaleas are usually really light on resources.
Yeah.
So you can get lucky in a lot of ways, and
Yeah, he's packing a lot of reds. Is Yorgos. But it did help. You had the Aether Spindle. You had the Opt.
That's right.
He didn't use any AB on it, so you were like Opt 5. You put sort of like Aether Wildfire as the 5th card. So that was on top, and you're ready to go.
I mean, I still had D-bot and 2 E-bots. So even if he let me opt only 4, I would be pretty happy. I would probably leave all 4 top and just try to think about something with the D-bot.
Yeah.
And it will probably still kill. I think. Not sure about that.
Fair enough. So have you been playing Kano for a while? I mean, you look quite comfortable playing.
Actually, not that long. I think it's about 3 or 4 months.
Well, that's a pretty long time sinking it into a hero, depending on how often you play. I mean, if you're smashing sort of like an online platform.
We have, I've had some Talishar experience, but it's not really great for Kano, because a lot of people there don't really know how to play into Kano, or usually respect him too much, because the worst on hit you can present against Kano is raw damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, often the correct play is to just present as much damage every turn and try to forget that he can high roll you off the table. But
yeah. So one more round to go. You're pretty much like in the top 8.
I think so. Yeah.
So
not sure, but
yeah, I mean, but you're scouting out your opponents. It's getting to crunch time.
I mean, I absolutely want to win the last one because you always want to be the higher seeded and to choose whether or not to start, especially against Azaleas. I think that both Brodie and Yorgos have a good chance to get into the top 8. So yeah, you want to start into Azalea because
I mean, Yorgos uses the quiver of rustling leaves to just go, okay, I didn't start, but he's trying to give him
that's right. But still, you can present. If I had the spindle, that's 3 opt 4. That's pretty decent. Obviously, those potions are really huge, and yeah, even you can get even some nice flare line for like 15 damage turn 1 against AB1. So. Yeah.
So is there anybody at the minute that you're not, you're just like, I probably want to avoid this match because we're looking at Azalea's, KOs. There's probably going to be a dash in there. Dash IO might be in there because Thomas Pryor's doing really well with that.
I don't want to play into Dash IO, let me tell you that. I think I've played into it like twice on Talishar and I won both of those games, but yeah, that's no idea what kind of pilots those were. And yeah, the deck has can have some ward items. It has 3 AB3 basically, and yeah, it can deal 30 damage in 1 turn pretty easily with the grenades. They have a lot of 4 attacks, 7 attacks, those breakpoints that
absolutely.
Kano isn't really great at blocking breakpoints unless you side in the defense reactions, but siding defense reactions into Dash IO, good luck with that.
Yeah, it kind of diluting your deck and what you want to do on the ops. Sort of like looking forward to sort of like Miss Vale. Are you planning on sort of like still sticking with Kano? I mean, he's got this new spell.
Not sure. I've seen a lot of people put a lot of thought into the Kindle, a lot of hype around it, especially I think Talk from We Make Best made a perfect video where he was. I think I wanted to ever be so enthusiastic about a single card like he was in that video. That was amazing. So yeah, I might stick with Kano. Depends on how many stack matchups there will be because I love stacking with Kano. And Kindle isn't really a card for stacking, I think. It's more for tempo. And I'm looking at Nu as well because I still consider myself an Arachne main. Even though Arachne is, well, I think he's not the best assassin right now of the 2 assassins.
Well, you're not classing Azuri as assassin then?
Yeah.
Might be a few people saying that.
So I think he'll be the 3rd best assassin after Nu comes out.
Okay, fair enough.
And I'll see how the Nu plays. And yeah, I think you might see me on Nu next time.
All right, fantastic. Okie dokie. One more round to go. It is crunch time. We're going to bring you an amazing match. So stay tuned because it's getting really exciting now.
innocence and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to Calling Wasaw. I'm here with a very familiar face in the casting booth today. A very special treat for all of you guys today.
Guys.
Maximilian Klein joining
Hi.
us in the booth for this game today.
Nice
How are you
to
doing,
be
Maximilian?
here. I had a fine day. I was 5-2 playing the Calling yesterday and started with day 2. I was on Kayo because I did test him a lot in the casual games and in the armories, and I wanted to give him a chance.
Yeah.
And what better time to give him a chance when the armory deck comes out?
Yeah.
And so I gave him the chance, and now I know it's not a deck for me. Let's say
Understand.
the least.
What was your score ending of the day?
I finished with 6-3 and decided to drop to join you on the casting booth.
Pleasure to have you. You had an awesome run in Pro Tour LA recently, and like going into the final of that game, like like enjoying that game, and also like the end of that game with that sigil play and everything. You've become quite a familiar face here on the local turf. So can you tell us a little bit about your experience in Calling Wasaw?
Yeah. So I feel like before Pro Tour Los Angeles, I already knew a lot of people, and people were recognizing me, came to me and said hello, and I was also coming to a lot of people and said hello.
Yeah.
We talked a bit, but this time it was different. I came into the hall on Friday and I realized a lot more A's were coming to me, and also when I played in the side event, I was wearing my casual dress, so no name and no logo and everything.
Right.
And I started playing with the people, and then the people were looking at me, I know this guy. And many people were asking me to take pictures, and so, I was quite proud of that and
there
happy.
you go.
And I think I had a great time with the players I played, and yeah, it was cool.
Awesome to hear. Were they opponents that you faced during the weekend extra intimidated to see you on the opposite side of the table, or how do you feel?
I can only guess,
Yeah.
but I especially in side events, I try to be very casually and also make a little bit fun and enjoy myself. And I think they also had a good time with me. I hope so.
I hope so. Yeah, you're such a friendly guy to play with, so absolutely, I think that. Are there any upcoming events that you're planning on for the rest of the year?
So I'm really looking forward to Tokyo because I was never been to Japan.
You're going to Tokyo?
Yes.
Exciting.
I actually booked the Tokyo trip. And after Pro Tour Los Angeles, I was deciding, maybe I can also book Warsaw and then fly back from Warsaw to Frankfurt and then immediately go to Tokyo. So
you're
Warsaw
flying
was
out on Monday to Tokyo then?
yes,
Or?
yeah.
Oh, God.
Warsaw was kind of spontaneous for me.
Okay,
So.
understand. So a little bit of a pre-prep before we go into the next set. Are you excited about the part of the Mistveil set?
Yeah, definitely. It really hits my flavor, and I can't wait. Honestly, it will be nice for the set and the experience for the tournament.
Yep.
And also, I'm really looking forward to see Japan for the first time in my life, and so I
Awesome.
can't wait.
Myself is planning to go there when the Worlds is happening down in Osaka,
Yeah.
so that is when I'm planning my big Japan trip.
Yeah,
over
when
there,
they
so.
made the announcement, I was like, I didn't expect it to happen twice in one year.
Right. It's
Yeah.
so exciting to see Japan getting some love from the
Yeah.
FAB community, and seeing Worlds happening in Osaka is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it will be nice.
Yeah, so it's super exciting. Now, we are going to take a little look at how the standings are looking. We're facing the final round.
Ooh.
So there's a lot of people on the winning in. We have 3 people at 10 points. They're basically locked into the top 8,
Yes, the
which
first
leaves
3.
a lot of room, basically, for other people to have their winning ins this round.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think the 4th to 8th place, if they are winning all, then they should be all locked into the top 8. But if they are losing, a lot more people can join them. But it really depends how the matchups are paired exactly and who is winning and who is losing. I had this happen in the Pro Tour also. So I also in Baltimore, I entered as 8th place.
Right.
And because a lot of people before me were losing, but I was winning, so I took a lot of places forward.
There you go.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of open air here. So anyone basically down to 14th place
Yes.
can have their winning in if everything goes their way, basically, with all of the people that is playing before them and how their games are going.
Yes.
So there's a lot of on the line here in terms of like winning your game and also hoping that the people before you also maybe not winning their game in order for you to get your spot in here. So we're looking at a very diverse meta so far. We have seen a lot of chaos, maybe not being so dominant in this meta over the weekend as we expected.
I think the thing is a lot of people knew that Kayo will be the most played deck, and people came prepared, as you saw with, as example, with the Italian players who brought a Decimator Boltyn.
Right.
I was testing this list myself, but I found it it has too many bad matchups. But I think it's worth to risk it on a calling level event. So props to them.
Yeah,
they
the
did a
Italian
great job.
crew brought that
Yeah.
Decimator X Boltyn into the fray, and they have been doing quite well for themselves. They were looking at the top two we're going into today, but now we see they have been a little bit more of a disparity happening in the top tables, and also going into day two, maybe a little bit more tired than after day one, like playing so many games after one another.
exhausting.
Yeah, so you need to maintain your energy levels and your balance in order to perform throughout the whole day and not go in too tired into each and every game and go in head first.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's see what would be an interesting match to watch. I feel like I'm rooting for Thomas Preyer.
Yeah, we have him on the Dash IO there on ninth place. He's winning in.
I also was playing myself against Jacob. He really got me.
Yeah,
with
Jacob on number
Kassai.
2 there. Yeah.
Yeah, he really got me. So I'm kind of rooting for him. It's a warrior player. So
he's on the hatchet list that you played in PT. So
yeah, my Jacob is the Kassai. He's with a hot streak, and I think Saber. But I don't know if he has some sideboard tech.
No,
but against me, he had the swords.
We are going to head into the final Swiss game of the day. We have something really, really spicy for you guys to wrap up the Swiss games. We have Mr. Brodie Spurlock versus none other than Micheal Feng. We have a little bit of a team kill situation happening into this final round of the day. And very much interesting enough, these guys have been playing each other so many times that they have a gentleman's agreement today that they will not be playing red in the ledger in each of their decks today.
Yeah, the matchup can be a little bit high rolly if one starts with red in the ledger and then the other one never comes back. So I think it will make the matchup a lot more interesting and
improve the viewer and playing experience quite
Yes.
well for both the players playing the game and also for us watching the stream. So
Oh,
there
yeah.
you go. We have the red and the ledgers up front on the table. They will not be joining the deck list for this game. And so, yeah, it's going to be quite a quick game, possibly.
Will depend now. If there's no red in the ledger, maybe they will block more.
Maybe.
But
the blocking capacity is not that great though, because most of the cards are these non-attack cards that only block for 2. It's quite a mopey return of investment, so to say, instead of just playing those cards out for the maximum value that you get out of them, both for the on-hit sake, but also attacking for 3 rather than blocking for 2. Got a better turn off.
yeah, most of the time I think you will be blocking if you have excessive arrows that you don't need for your turn.
True.
Normally you will play a lot of buffs and then play a large arrow.
But of course you want to keep some of your arrows for pitching, because most of these Azalea lists that we've come to know them, they don't run that many blues. Most of the lists just run the 3, knock the death whistle, and that's it. Some more yellows have joined in the phrase of these deck lists, as we see the Codex of Frailty being pitched here by Brodie, sending in the Endless Arrow.
Yeah, Brodie was really revolutionizing the Azalea deck. He had a great run in Phuket, in the Calling, the tournament he also won. And a lot of people were taking a look at his list, and it's a stable list, and he decided to cut almost all blues and added a yellow and tried to build his deck so he can play any turn with just a yellow pitch.
Exactly. So we see that on display here as Brodie has been drawing up for the Death Dealer and trying to plan out his turn as he is on the play today. And what do you think about going first or second in this matchup?
It depends if you have some opt cards or maybe a reload effect. If he has, as example, the take aim that he also played.
Right.
With the take aim, you can put the card face down in the arsenal. Then you can also use the Skullbone cross wrap and see if you have maybe an arrow on top.
Right. And Brodie is having a little bit of a think here.
Yeah. I would guess that he's probably thinking if he should try to blind Azalea in this spot,
Right.
or try to go for a large turn and hope that Micheal doesn't have enough block value.
And there we see it, the blind Azalea coming through. It's a premeditate though.
And now it depends on his hand structure, how many arrows and how many buffs he has to see the potential of his turn. But he doesn't look too happy.
No, he needs some way to reload that arsenal because the Death Dealer has already been pulled. So, bracers?
No, I think it's too early. And Micheal can just full block with his whole hand. I think
since there's no dominate on it, it's quite a...
The question is probably now to play it out and just do something else into the arsenal.
Yeah, so you get that arsenal card face down in order for you to be able to activate the Skullbone cross wrap is probably...
Yes.
The way to go.
Good start for Micheal, I would say.
It depends on what he has in his hand, so that he can come back with something powerful. But definitely, the scary proposition when you face an Azalea is if they're able to dominate that first arrow and coming in with some nasty pumps. I had an Azalea pull off a 14 dominate double Bloodrot Pox token on hit on me in the Pro Quest last week. It was it was not great. I did not have a good time.
Yeah, people were saying Voltaire is broken when Lexi was around.
Right.
But what Death Dealer can do with Tunic up is also like pretty. Oh damn! He's really
he's going for it.
The Brave Watch Bracers turn 0.
He's going for it. The infecting shot. We're coming in for. I need to do some quick math. Is it 10? 12?
Yeah, he probably wants to keep Micheal off of his arsenal and do some damage.
Micheal putting on his sunglasses, thinking of it. It's so cool.
Yeah, but I really didn't expect Brodie to go for this. Maybe
he's still
it's
keeping
correct.
one card left in his hand that he's able to arsenal, so might be worth it if he's not able to block out.
So this is 6/9, so 3 damage and the Bloodrot, so it's presenting like 5 damage and the Ponder. And the Seek and Destroy effect is also important in this matchup, I think.
Yeah, so he was able to block 9, taking 3 there and getting the Bloodrot Pox token as a little sending off gift. We also have the Seek and Destroy though. That's very much annoying.
Yeah. So Micheal will probably try to play out his whole hand or use the resources to pay off the Bloodrot. But it's
nice token there with the Seek and Destroy. We also have the Ponder, so Brodie now has an option for what he likes to arsenal out of this. Always nice when you have options.
Yeah, I was thinking that as an Azalea player, you always want to load some arrows in there. But now I learned that the buff is more flexible.
Definitely.
I think Boltyn shot would be good as an arsenal target, but other than that.
Yeah, one thing Brodie is very prominent for is that he likes to activate Death Dealer every single turn because the card you get to draw out of it is so powerful. To be able to go extra tall on your arrows if you manage to pull in that extra non-attack action that you can pump your arrows with. So he's very prominent on using the Skullbone Crosswrap, trying to find the pump on top, activating the Death Dealer and sending huge tall arrows his opponent's way.
Yeah, before I think people were going for the dominate way too often, and now people learned that presenting 14 damage with 3 on hits is also very good.
Quite good, especially when your opponent has such poor blocking capabilities available to them in terms of their equipment, which Azalea kinda does.
I think Michael's hand is really problematic. He has 4 buffs
no
and
in this one.
no reloading effect.
No, that's so unfortunate.
So that's really rough. He can pitch the Bloodrot. Probably, but
now Brodie realizes.
Yeah. Oh.
And he pays for the Bloodrot. There's no arsenal even for Micheal to kick things off.
It's like a start of a game I never saw before.
like both of them are just.
Yeah. Brodie losing full-size bracers turn 0, and then Micheal didn't do anything. Ooh.
I mean, he got 3 damage through for the full-size bracers, so they weren't completely useless at least. But yeah, kind of a desperate course of action there in terms of getting some action to get some damage off.
It will be depending how Brodie can follow this up. If he has some strong on hits, then it will be even harder for Micheal to come back from this. But Brodie can also draw 4 non-attacks.
It's times like these when I wish we had microphones on the table so we actually could listen in on their banter, as I imagine there's quite a lot of going forth between these two players. They've probably been practicing quite a lot into one another, especially on these decks, as both Micheal and Brodie decided to pull both of the Azaleas into this match, or into this tournament.
Yeah, I really respect Brodie that he also stick it with Azalea, since he really likes to play here. And even when it didn't look that good for Azalea, he tried to pull off good performances.
Yeah.
I heard that Micheal was testing Boltyn, like a Raiden combo Boltyn before.
Right.
But as we see now, he decided to switch off and also go with Azalea.
Maybe Brodie tried, or maybe Brodie successfully convinced him that Azalea is the way. We see an Inertia token being populated here for Micheal from the Codex of Inertia.
So this is, I think, a 14 damage turn, right? He had 7 damage with the first arrow. and inertia, and now he's also threatening another reload from the Boltyn shot.
Exactly.
If that's another zero-cost arrow, it can be 18 damage.
So the question is if he's tempted to block this one, because if he's able to pull off another arrow that is a zero-cost arrow that he can also pull off this turn, then there's more damage coming his way. But at the same time, Brodie's probably super happy to keep that card in his arsenal, being able to flip it for Skullbone Crosswrap next turn.
Yeah.
Or it's the endless. Oh, that is so punishing. The absolute worst case scenario here for Brodie. Oh, for Micheal.
Yeah, I think for Micheal it was correct to not block, and especially after his turn 1, he has to take some risks.
And with the Remorseless in hand is absolutely something I would love to see happen.
Just has to hope that it's not a zero-cost arrow. And also 7 before was hard to block. It's a hard break point.
Definitely. Now this is a big conundrum here for Micheal. Letting this endless arrow hit at this point in the game will leave Brodie again with an arsenal. And as we talked about, getting that Skullbone Crosswrap and getting that information of what is available for you on the top leaves you with a lot of options in terms of how you want to play your turn.
Yeah, I think Endless Arrow is also a great arrow to have in the arsenal, since you can just play it out and Snapdragon Scalers then. And if you have no arrow in hand, then you can reload the Endless Arrow you had in arsenal again.
Exactly.
Death Dealer.
It's such an annoying arrow to deal with.
Yeah, so looking at Michael's hand, I really don't think he will block this. You can only block it with 2 buffs. It can be worth it since it prevents 4 damage and an arsenal from Brodie. But I'm not thinking that he's winning this way or can win this way.
No, because sending the Remorseless with only the naked Remorseless essentially, because he needs the card in order to pitch, because his Tunic is not on 3 next turn. So he needs the card in order to pitch for the Death Dealer in order to get that Remorseless down there. And then he basically needs to pitch whatever it is that he draws up to get that Remorseless off. It's very, very awkward.
I think if he had a yellow in hand, then he could decide to block. But with only reds in hand, he kind of has to just take the bill.
Exactly. Now we see him taking it here. He has an inertia, so not going to be able to arsenal at the end of his turn, but looking at his hand how it looks right now, is probably not going to see that anyway. Yeah, we decide to load with pitching the red and...
That's the read the glide path, I think.
Path, yeah. Do we see another pump?
With the pitching the read the glide path, signalizes for me that he doesn't want to opt. He just wants to fire the Remorseless.
Yeah. What?
Okay.
What are we seeing here?
Another Remorseless?
Are you kidding me?
But he had no information, right? He had no information that this was on top, right?
How did he know?
Yeah, I'm also...
Did he know? How? What? What is going on?
And he also... Maybe he was thinking to himself that he needs to take some risks, but that's really risky. If you
that
ask
is the biggest payoff I've ever seen. I would just be happy sending the Remorseless, because the Remorseless with the on-hit, like taking damage for everything that you want to do, your turn is huge, but like...
Yeah, the thing is I didn't saw the card he did draw. If it's a zero-cost arrow, or another arrow at least, then he maybe was looking to find a zero-cost arrow so he doesn't have to pitch for the Remorseless.
Right. But that is a big risk, but that's typically what you want to do, or what you have to do in this case when you're so far behind. We saw so many games yesterday where it basically came down to forcing a Kayo to have to roll the scabs in order to have a game.
Oh, I can tell you about this. I had to roll a lot of times, and I rolled like 3 once. But yeah, let's not talk about that.
We don't talk about this. We had a really amazing 6 rolled yesterday live on streams. Now I have that achievement going for me. I screamed. It's on a highlight reel somewhere, and it was amazing. Micheal Feng now in the think tank. Like, looks like he drew a codex. Looks like a yellow strip there on the top. If he wants to do some shenanigans to give this Remorseless go again, maybe, and Bullseye Bracers, not Bullseye Bracers, you're running the Codex and try to find another arrow, but I'm not sure what zero-cost arrows we've seen that he has available.
Yeah, I think he's probably thinking if there's any other line currently. If you're that far behind, you're looking desperately for anything you can do to maybe...
maximize the damage output, yeah.
He will probably just play the 2 buffs and pitch for it. Still good turn, but not enough in this state of the game.
Yeah, and the Codex now with the inertia, like the Ponder token doesn't do anything because you're not allowed to keep that arsenal anyway. So the Codex play is not
Yeah.
Fantastic.
With the inertia, you can actually get around to this.
Oh yeah, you can. You
yeah,
stop them yourself, right?
Yes, you can say, oh, inertia resolves first, and then the ponder.
Yeah, right. So you can play around that. So then the codex becomes very interesting.
So
if we decide to pitch it for this remorseless.
I think it's still a good turn, and maybe he has to hope that Brodie isn't presenting that much himself, and he can come back later.
And the frailty token on hit is also super good against Azalea because, of course, all of your attack has to come from Arsenal because that's how Azalea works. So the frailty token now giving -1 to your arrows is a bit crippling, but most of this is just damage. The remorseless on hit is even more damage, but there's no like show-stopping on hits like we typically see with the red and the ledgers.
Yeah, so in this case, a red and ledger would have done wonders for Micheal.
Absolutely. But I'm still so amazed that he managed to find the remorseless on the top there, getting the dominate off. Like, that was magic.
Yeah, but he could risk it with the codex. He can play out the buffs and then just play codex.
Yeah.
So he could risk it if he had a 0-cost arrow. I'm also not sure if he has it in the graveyard, but
no,
if he had that.
Really remember. Oh, does he have a token for all the on-it arrows? That's amazing.
I really like that. Normally you just keep the card around,
exactly.
but normally you should do it in the graveyard. Exactly, it's the correct thing to do.
There's a great way to keep track on all of the on-hits that you have put damned on your opponent, basically. So Frailty, Remorseless, and a Blood Box token. The Remorseless is gonna ping Brodie for each action that he takes this turn.
And Brodie
we're gonna just speed run
just
the whole ordeal.
I mean, with this hand, you kinda don't have a choice. You just play it out, take 4 damage, and since he's also ahead, it doesn't really matter, as you said. It's just damage and doesn't stop him from doing that.
So we have the Seek and Destroy here on hit. We have the Frailty on hit. An Endless Arrow for 12. And Micheal, he does not have that much life to play with.
And the Endless Arrow will also probably come back to the arsenal again.
Yeah,
and,
it's so annoying. So much value coming on this Endless Arrow.
It's like drawing 2 cards. But remember now, if... oh no, he did block with the Boltyn shot. I was saying if he blocked the Endless Arrow before, then he wouldn't have an arrow this turn.
Right.
But he had the Boltyn shot. I think there's not much Micheal can do. He also has a non-block in hand, the Rain Razors.
Rain Razors, yeah. He has his own Endless Arrow, that's quite good, but in this state...
Yeah, I think the best thing that Micheal can do is try to pull off a great Boltyn shot, Endless Arrow, Rain Razor turn, and come back with that.
And we see the Snapdragons being popped here, that Endless Arrow coming back to hand. We're going to see probably a Tunic activation into the Death Dealer. Let's see if we can find a pump on top to send this Endless with.
Snap plays the pump. That's really looking good for Brodie so far.
It's like they know what's coming. It's amazing.
I mean, even without a pump, it would still be a good turn. So you presented 12 before, right? So 12 and now 6. It's 18 damage of 4 cards. He blocked with a card. So 18 damage with 4 cards. 1 arsenal and 3 cards.
Yeah, Brodie showing the way on how to master Azalea.
I probably should also look into Azalea next.
You're getting inspiration, I hear. But I think it's a good meta call, especially against all the Kayos and all the Dorinthias. You can really put a crutch on what their game plan is trying to do. I mean, some of these decks run quite a lot of D-Rex, and we see all of these fatigue type of decks also coming at the fray, who has quite a bit of a good game into Azaleas. But we also see Brodie combating that really, really well with the Dreadbores.
Yeah, I saw that. And Riptide is also playing a similar strategy with Dreadbore. And if you have too many D-Rex, it can be problematic, especially late into the game, when you have to pitch them and they come back all at once.
Exactly.
Good example is also Hold the Line. The Dorinthias are playing them for just Kayo, Levaya, and Chițu as example in Prism. And so they have to play them in matchup they don't like them. And then you play Hold the Line into Azalea and it was like,
It's annoying. Yeah.
Let's see what Micheal is doing now. He's down to 7. It's really not a lot of life. Just coming for 3.
His Endless Arrow is coming in for 3 with the Frailty.
I mean, he has the Rain Razors on hand, so he will probably try to play the Rain Razors and snap the Endless Arrow then.
Probably, yeah. He just needs to get any damage that he can possibly get, but this frailty.
Yeah, Brodie was also looking like, huh, what are you doing there? And trying to guess what Micheal probably has. So.
Oh, there's an infecting shot in hand though. Then becomes the question if he.
If he plays the infecting next, so he
yeah,
can.
but then he needs to keep his Rain Razor in hand in order to play for it. So.
Yeah, if Brodie wouldn't have blocked, then he could maybe snap the Endless Arrow for 3 and get it back.
Exactly, but the Rain Razor is going to push it over the top, so he's going to get that Endless Arrow back into his hand.
Yeah, with the block from Brodie, Micheal was forced to play the Rain Razors there.
Yeah, definitely. There's no way we're getting that infecting shot off anyway, in that way.
So Micheal is probably thinking if he should pitch the Endless Arrow or the infecting shot now. Oh,
I would guess the infecting shot is more bang for your buck here, right?
Yeah, he does it like this.
The Bullseye Brace is coming in clutch here, sending this infecting shot with -1 from the frailty, +2 from the Rain Razors. It's a 6, right? Yep.
It was 6 and threatening another Blood Rot, so kind of like...
+1 from the Bullseye is 7.
Oh yes, 7.
That's not bad, but Brodie Spurlock is comfortably sitting with 4 cards in hand, and he's just gonna take it.
Being that far ahead is really makes it easy for Brodie to play.
Exactly.
And I'm kind of afraid Brodie will just slam down 3 buffs again and fire the arrow.
We're doing the scout one though. We're gonna have a peek on what's on top. See what lines we have available to us.
So he has to reveal the card also. Yes, he's doing that now.
Oops.
But we know it. It's the Endless Arrow. It's really endless.
Yeah, we both know it. All know it. For everyone when you're watching at home, you probably.
Oh, and he also find the bolt shot. Okay.
And he's gonna come in for dominate. This is gonna be huge. Double premeditate.
That should be the end.
Lace of Frailty. We see the Boltyn shot for
that's
12 dominate, and that's game.
Damn, I really expected this game to go a little bit longer when I saw they took out the red in the ledgers.
Yeah, but now we know. The
Yeah.
red in the ledgers, they don't make the games last that much longer.
And we also learned that Azalea can't block that well.
Yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, it's one of those typical aggro matchups. Like whoever pulls the strongest hand is typically the ones who takes it home, right?
I can't wait to see if Brodie will manage to win another calling this soon after Phuket.
Imagine that.
Yeah, that would be really a Azalea master for the history books.
Definitely super cool to see Brodie coming all the way here from the United States. And of course, Micheal, they are traveling all around the world. It's amazing to see them. Like, it doesn't matter which tournament it is, in what end of the world. You can almost bet or guess that there's going to be a Micheal Brodie pair up coming into that fray.
Yeah, I think afterwards they even were at the Belgian battle hardened in Europe.
Insane.
You didn't expect that.
No, when you least expect it, they are traveling all around the world, literally playing the game, seeing the world, and having such a good time. Maybe not the best of time when facing each other in this win and in situation, but you can't master game sometimes.
But I think Micheal should be still happy about his performance.
Definitely.
I think he played a little bit of Azalea before, but I don't think he has that much experience as Brodie has. And so he probably should be top 16 now, and at least get some money.
Yeah. Definitely. It's quite a good payoff here in the Calling Wasaw. $30,000 on the line, and top 48 is in the money. So getting into this top 8, it's going to be very exciting to see what the final standings is going to look like. But of course, this game went over so quickly, so we will have to wait on a little bit to see how that match is, or how that top 8 is finally going to look like. Because as we saw, if we can maybe cut back and look at how that leaderboard was looking, then we could see here that we had the 3 people basically locked in there with the 10 points, and then we had a very, very long array of 9-pointers down all the way down to 14th place. So all of these people basically having a win and in situation, and it's going to be a very, very exciting top 8, I think.
Yeah, so we know people for sure now, since Brodie also won. But it now depends what the top 10 people will do. Or like, let's say the 5th place to 10th place will be the most interesting to watch.
Exactly. We have a very exciting top 8 to look forward to. I can't wait to bring you guys all of these games that we have coming out for you today. We're going to have one game from the quarterfinals, one game from the semifinals. We're not going to cast all the games today, unfortunately. We only have so much time at our disposal, right? So, but we are going to cut into an interview for the winners that we had with Mr. Brodie Spurlock. And hopefully we can get back to you as soon as possible with how that top 8 is looking. Thank you, Max, so much for joining us in the caster booth today. This was a pleasure to have you on board and hearing more about your experience.
Yeah, it's interesting to see also the caster side. And when I'm looking at the standings as a player, it's really amazing to see that so many different heroes can make it to the top 8 of a calling.
Yeah, I love to see the wide range of heroes that you can basically bring in your favorite pet deck and basically have a running into this type of metagame.
And it also rewards the specialists, like Brodie is showing with Azalea. You can really see that.
Definitely. So super excited to bring you this top 8. We're going to have a wider range of heroes displayed here going into the top 8 of the Calling Wasaw. So gonna leave you with the Brodie Spurlock interview shortly, but don't go anywhere. Don't miss out on any of the action that is coming to you today. Take care and we'll see you guys soon.
Hi, welcome back to the Calling Wasaw, and I am here with Brodie Spurlock. Congratulations.
Thanks.
It's never great when you get pulled against your friend and teammate, but we had to get you on. We were just like, this is the match. How could you do that to your friend? That was not a pleasant experience for Micheal.
It was so sad. It was so bittersweet to all day we were kind of dreading it. I started off in the XO bracket and he was X1, and then I immediately lost my first round of the day against Arthur. So all day he and I were kind of weaving and dodging each other's bracket, dreading the eventual pair up that might come. And then we made it most of the day, and we were talking before the final round. We were talking about like the standings and like everyone's chance to get in. We're like, man, we're both X2. Just please not us. Please not us. Refresh the page. Of course it's us. So it was fun to get to play against him in tournament. Also on Azalea, which like is cool to get to play the mirror with him. I convinced him to play the deck kind of last second. I was like working on him all weekend or like all Friday, like just play Azalea with me. And then mostly like just sad that we got paired because otherwise there was a chance that we both win our games and both make it. But what can you do?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when we came out to pick your table, like there's a big crowd now round the top tables watching everybody to see who's going to get in the top 8. Like everybody was like looking at you two guys, and then when I came out, they were like, nodded. It's like, yeah, we're definitely going for this one. It was brilliant. You had your gentleman's agreement, no red in the ledger. We were hoping it might have gone a bit longer than what it did, but there was no holding back. How have you adapted, sort of like the European scene? You traditionally, I mean, I have spoke to you about this before. When you travel in America, you've got a fantastic reputation for getting into top 8s. You travel into Pan Asia, fantastic reputation to get into top 8s. European events, you kind of like, it's like, well, where's Brodie and where's Micheal? And it's sort of like something's happened this weekend that sort of like you seem to have turned the corner on performance. How is that?
I don't know if there's any like magic trick or like thing we figured out to change it, but I will say I think I've like adjusted to the jet lag a little bit better than I normally do. For my last couple international trips, before I leave, I just skip a full night of sleep at home, and then when I get on the plane, just like look at the time zones and try to basically just like go so long without sleep that I can fall asleep at any time, and then just like force myself onto the right schedule that way. So that's what I did this time as well, and that's what I'll be doing in like 5 days for Tokyo too. But other than that, I'm not sure. It's I guess my like 4th European kind of like major tournament. And the first one I've broken through. So I don't know what was different about this time, but I'm really excited.
Right. No, whatever you've done, it's paid off, and it must set you up with confidence like going forward for this. So you mentioned Tokyo. It's sort of like 5 days time we've got sort of like the world premiere of Miss Vale. I mean, you travel everywhere, and you're in a very fortunate position that you can do that. Which hero are you most looking forward to out of the 3? So, because you've been playing Azalea for a while.
For me personally, I'm most excited for Enigma, and the reason for that is I have a history of like kind of wanting to play illusionist heroes, but not quite getting to. With Prism 1, I always kind of thought that I would try her at some point, and I would have like some ProQuest season where I played Prism, and then she LL'd, and the most I ever played was like 3 practice games piloting her. Never took her to a single event, and I was kind of sad to never get the chance to play Prism. And then with Dromai, I played her several times at Battle Hardens and stuff, using usually just like copy pasting Mars lists, and those deck lists served me quite well, but at the same time, I wanted to eventually get the opportunity to really like work on Dromai and like work on a deck list, mess with sideboard slots, maybe like explore which style of Dromai like spoke to me the most, because like there were a couple things that I don't know, just like changes I thought I would explore. I really wanted to deep dive that hero, and my plan was to do that after Pro Tour Los Angeles. Played Azalea up until then, and I actually was planning, I was on the fence for Phuket. I was between like Azalea, Kano, and Dromai, because I kind of was learning Kano, or like practicing Kano at that time as well, and then my plan was to probably play Azalea in Phuket, and then switch to Dromai after that. But then, of course, Arthur won the Pro Tour, and that didn't pan out. So, yeah, really just excited to finally get to dive into an illusionist.
The thing is, you've probably put the most LL points on Azalea, to be fair. I mean, she's pushing, 7th or 8th place now, sort of like in the leaderboards. It's just like, you've had a fantastic performance with that hero, considering where she was. Let's talk about sort of like other things. Pro Tour, obviously, Amsterdam, preparations for it. Sort of like, how do you do that as a team? you know, your Min-Max Games team. Is it Min-Max Games you're with as a team? Like you're sporting their shirts?
So for team, I'm with the Wolfpack.
Okay.
And then Micheal and I are just also brand ambassadors for Min-Max Games in addition to that. But yeah, we for any major event like that, we've been continually improving our process. It's something that I've actually put a lot of thought into. Like TCG, tournament preparation, unlike something like, let's say, soccer, football, is like it's a less explored thing just in the grand scheme of the world. Like there just haven't been that many people playing that many TCGs compared to all these other things you compete in. So I feel like it's less of a refined science right now, and there's like a lot of room for improvement. So every season our team just tries to see what we can do better than last time, especially in draft. I feel like in this game, draft is, in my opinion, like probably pretty under explored / like unsolved in general. And so we try to, like, first of all, kind of make a plan for how we're going to divide our time up between draft and CC. And more I find myself wanting to lean toward extra time on draft, because you get so much, especially for Micheal and I, we get so much time playing CC just because of all these tournaments we're traveling to, and you just naturally have to get ready for that every weekend. Whereas draft is like pretty much only rolls around for the majors, at least right now. So number one thing I want to focus on is just grinding part the misfailed drafts, and then talking with the team, like, you know, which cards are good, how early do we commit to a hero, just all these things you have to think about for a draft format.
I think it's most of your team, because we're all US based, you're going to be facing each other at US Nationals. So sort of like all your team draft camps, you're just like, everyone's going to know everybody's game plan going into it. So it'll be quite interesting to see, especially as you're the first Nationals up. Everybody's going to be watching it to see how, you know, this meta shapes up. UK's next. So yeah, that's going to be really exciting. How would you encourage people to come to these events? Sort of like what should people expect when you come here? Because some people are going to be more competitive than others.
I would say the number one thing that after 2.5 years of playing this game a bunch, I can almost guarantee you'll find at any Flesh and Blood tournament is a bunch of freaking friendly people. It's awesome. Everyone's so nice. I say it over and over. It feels almost like a conspiracy how nice everyone is in Flesh and Blood. Everywhere you go, it's like I hit a new country and all the locals are just the friendliest people I've ever met. So love the community. And then, yeah, if you're looking for like competition and that's what drives you, that's what really motivated me to get into Flesh and Blood. Then absolutely there's like something for you at these tournaments. But I feel like even if you're just a player who's more there for the good times and that hanging out with friends, there's like these major events are the kind of pinnacle of that. You see friends that you only get to see when you're traveling. People come from all over. It's kind of this really unique experience, like being in a different city every week or every month, all around the continent or the world, and just kind of seeing these same people there with you. It's pretty cool. So yeah, I feel like just the good times, seeing friends, the competition of trying to play at the highest level, maybe make it to top 8, like it's just all of it's so fun.
Yeah, you get a lot of people that want to make a breakthrough. You see these people just on the cusp, and when they manage to break through, you see sort of like the top players all congratulating them. It's like you've made it. You've done really well. You say about sort of like seeing people at events. Like I just walk around most of the time, sort of like watching a few games. I wasn't expecting you here today or this event, and I really should know that by now. But as soon as I saw you, I was like, hi, and we have a chat. I saw Micheal separately, and I was like, where's Brodie? And he was just like, oh no, he's coming on a later flight. He'll be here. But I don't get about as much as you for events, but I still have that, and get to meet certain players. Like the first time we met, I was just like, I can't believe I'm talking to Brodie, and and now I sit here regularly with you talking, sort of like on the stream. Like this event, I spoke to, it was like Carol, and you can have those. You can be a fan of the game, but there's certain people that you really want to meet and speak to, and like Brodie said, people are so approachable that nobody will not have any time for you. It's just like, yeah, come and have a chat. We're all basically card players. You could say we're sort of like we're nerds. This is what we want to do, and just get involved. Just get involved. Come down and join in. Make new friends, and sort of like just have a good time. I wish you all the very best. Top 8 is soon. Hopefully we'll feature you again. See your run. Good luck, fella.
Thank you very much.
Stay tuned. Top 8 coming soon. These are going to be good. Hi, welcome back to the Calling in Warsaw, and I've been joined by Max Klein.
Hi,
mate.
Beth.
Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. You're no stranger to tournaments. People obviously saw you Pro Tour Los Angeles, an amazing run you had. Took part in the greatest flesh and blood game that's ever been streamed.
I get reminded of that very often. There were so many memes after the game. I couldn't see it anymore.
So, how do you regroup yourself after such a big game, you know, and the outcome that happened?
Yeah, obviously, if you come this close in the game, you think about the whole game a lot of time. Also in the night, what could you have done differently?
Sure.
If there's any way to influence it. And to be fair, I did play one turn, not that great. There was one turn where he had 3 cards in hand and just attacked with Billowing Mirage and the Ashwing, and I was sure he has to got a Snatch or a Dust Up.
Yeah.
And I was sure of that. And I was already planning in my head, okay, I will block with the Take It on Chin and my Armor then.
Yeah.
And he didn't play it, and I was like, damn.
Yeah, I saw you wince on that play.
Yeah,
just
that was not good. I should have just, like usually, played the Take It on Chin, block with the boots at the beginning. Then I would have been fine. So, knowing that I made a mistake, I'm not that sad that he got lucky with the sigil draw. I'm honestly very proud of my game all this tournament. And I made this one mistake, but I feel like I should have taken a little bit of break before the game. So it was a little bit rush from the I think the half final to the final. And if I took like a little bit break more, then maybe I would have seen this play. And yeah, but very happy overall, honestly. I mean, to even had the chance to get to the top 8 and then make it to the final. So
yeah, absolutely, fantastic achievement. You should be very proud. So you've regrouped. You're here, Calling Warsaw. What are you playing?
There's this new armory deck that has come out. It's called Kayo Armory Deck, and I wanted to give Kayo a chance, so I will be playing Kayo for only this event.
Okay.
I will de-sleeve him immediately after this, and then work on Levaya, Enigma, and Nu is also very interesting.
Yeah.
Also for Enigma, I will be doing a deck tag on the Push the Point YouTube channel.
Okie dokie, fair enough.
I try my best there.
We'll look forward to that. Are you is there any sort of like we know you as a warrior player? Obviously, you know you've done Dory Axes, you've done Decimator Dory in previous tournaments. Are you looking at sort of like, you know, any warriors in the future? You know, going back and revisiting after the, you know, this set.
Olympia got a really nice card, I think, with the where you can equip cards from the sideboard.
Yep.
And there's some offensive potential there. You could play a Courage of Bladehold, then the helmet and some arms, and then can use the Courage of Bladehold very offensively with swords. And I think that could be a good strategy. So I'm interested in seeing what the deck can do.
Okay, so is that a potential for like Pro Tour Amsterdam, or are you more focused play testing on the newer heroes?
I mean, LSS is doing a great job in supporting weak heroes to put them up to the level of the other heroes.
Yeah.
So what I do when a new set comes out, I always build a deck for every hero, and it's just played for myself.
Yeah.
And I feel like that really helps me to also understand the strategy of the hero and play better against it. That's like my main help.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you see, you know, say we're going to see sort of like, you know, Battle Hardened Athens coming up, are you looking at those top decks, make those decks and then play with them?
Yeah, I'm always seeing if there's any interesting or some deck that I didn't know before.
Yep.
And I will take a look at this. But for the new set, I try to focus on the new heroes first and the classes that got new cards. I also heard there are some great mechanologist cards being spoiled currently.
I've seen one already.
I also saw one.
Oh my god, yeah. So hopefully you've seen those cards.
Teklo will get some juice.
Yeah, hopefully you've checked out either the Fab TCG site, sort of like, or whichever social media site is is your jam. Yeah, the one card I've saw, absolutely amazing. As soon as I saw it, I was just like, oh my god, thank you.
The one with the hyperdriver, for Max also.
Okay, yeah, I've seen the Arcane Barrier Evo.
It's a good thing. That they finally printed that.
Yeah, because at the minute it was literally just like, I'll just shake your hand and I'll take 50-minute break.
The interesting thing I feel like is that it's not just the Cane Barrier, but Teklo can play very offensively and try to equip the equipments very fast now. He's just boost, and he can maybe hit like 3 equipments in the first turn.
Okay.
Then attack with the big attacks will get stronger if you have the Evos equipped.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that could be a strategy. I can't wait to see.
That's where playtesting comes in, isn't it? So yeah, nice.
I will do my best.
Okay, so I wish you all the very best with Kayo for this event.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous, to be fair, because I know there's some randomness in the deck.
Well,
let's see.
Apparently you've got to be afraid of Riptide.
Yeah,
that's what I'm hearing at the minute.
I heard some rumors.
Yeah. So there's some big players playing Riptide. So we'll see how those players are doing sort of like through this event. Thank you so much for your time. And let's get back to the show.
Welcome, traveler. You must be starving. Please, come inside. I think we can satisfy your appetite. Anything you like. Intimacy. Or perhaps ecstasy. Come a little closer. I won't bite. Tell me, what do you desire?
Beware the tongue of the snake. Her fangs shall soon furrow. Pleasure is but the shallow illusion. Walk the true path, and you shall see clear. Those who seek may discover formless, perfect, the serene, unchanging infinite. Eternally present.
Eternally boring. Why don't we play rough?
Embrace the solitude.
Embrace the sensation.
Look within.
Look at me!
Just a breath.
Just a taste.
Enough! A tiger does not fall prey to the snake. The tiger walks its own path. Those who flow as life flows know they need no other force. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved, the source of all movement. The center is unbound and free.
Walk the path. Seek the truth.
Back at Calling Wasaw and Kayo, we have a top 8.
Absolutely.
I think we have a top 8, and it's a very exciting one. We were watching the game. I almost couldn't watch some of them because they were so exciting, and I couldn't contain my disappointment. Well, we'll talk about it a little bit later.
Absolutely,
but yeah, some of the people
absolutely.
that I wanted to see in the top 8 didn't go in, and some of them went. So that's the way it goes. But we'll take a look at the standings, and we'll give you some more information about what's going on with this top 8. So there you go. The story of the day is probably the disappointing performances of the Kayo decks, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone came into this tournament thinking Kayo is the top dog. This is the deck that we need to defeat or play if you feel like
Sass
that.
is too strong. There's no
Sass
way
is
to
too
beat this
strong.
deck.
Absolutely.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, there's so many Kayos that turned up, and honestly, it's actually quite surprising to me even how few Kayos made it to the top cut. We only have one from Team Fab Chaos representing Greece. And the diversity of top 8 has been amazing, honestly.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this top 8 at the first page of the standings, but you can just finish looking at these if you see someone you know, for example. Yeah. But yeah, we've seen some of these guys, for example, Sammy, who was playing this very cool Prism deck with all the instants that all the combat tricks that make it very exciting to watch this Prism deck.
Yeah. And honestly, looking at these all the way from 1 to 24, the diversity is amazing. But here we go. Standings are up for the top 8.
Yeah.
What a diverse top 8. Honestly, I'm happiest to see Thomas Preyer on Dash.io. I love the hero, so it's great to see Dash.io in there. What about yourself?
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone could have predicted that. It could have said for sure that we would see a Dash.io in the top 8 at this event. It was totally unexpected. But I talked about it a couple of days ago, on the first morning of the event, and we talked about it also Friday night, but I was 100% convinced that Dash was a good choice. Not Dash.io, I won't pretend that I was sure about it, but I said that Dash was a good pick for that event, and I'm very happy to see Alex Chitu at the top of the standings, right under Jacob Trussing with his very cool Dorinthia deck. But yeah, Brodie Spurlock as well, number 5, Gianluigi Lia that we saw on the first day with his very cool also Boltyn Decimator Great Axe deck. When he revealed the Decimator Great Axe, I was like, wow, okay, well, it's a deck, yeah. Why not?
Was not expecting that. And like, honestly, who would have expected that Kano is actually the most represented deck in the top 8 here with 2 Kanos featured here. Amazing spread of nationalities as well. I think it's great to see so many European players and also Brodie repping a different continent there as well.
Yeah, anytime there's a tournament, you can find a Brodie Spurlock somewhere, and and he's usually in the top 8. So not really surprising to see that name, but yeah, a couple of Kanos. I think it's a pretty good field for those Kanos, by the way. They have a decent chance at winning this one. But what I wanted to point out as well is those 2 French flags on the second column. Yeah, I'm very sad about those. Obviously, these guys are friends of mine. Joachim and Arthur, 10th and 11th. They lost their winnings. Yeah, so that's what happens. I was talking about one of the games that I couldn't watch, and that was actually Arthur's game because he was really like chain of events that was really unfortunate for him. Like his opponent had no resources to pay for the combo. He was playing against Kano, and his opponent had no resources to pay for the combo. And then he blind Kano'd into a tome of Etherwind and drew 2 blues. And all of a sudden he had all the resources in the world to pay for the combo. And at that point, Arthur was looking at me and he was like, and it took 10 minutes until the combo was finished because his opponent wanted to make sure that everything was perfect. But at that point he knew he was dead. But
another story kind of that has been featured in this calling has been Yorgos Samaras, the founding member of Fab Chaos, and honestly one of the decks that I was and players that I was rooting for a lot because of his innovation in the space of Azalea. Went 9-0, couldn't get that win in those last 3 rounds, but his teammate, Kanaris Bounas, did make it to top 8, so at least there's the representation of Team Fab, Chaos, and Greece in general. Now, Roman, I understand you wanted to see those French flags in that top 8. Personally, I would have loved to see some of those Polish flags in the top 8 as well. Matuesz, Sass, an amazing Guardian player. Piotr Stelmach also putting in reps with Kayo as well.
And lots of name on that first page as well.
Yeah,
Adam Urban,
yeah.
Gregor Kowalski,
Yeah,
amazing
so
TCG
many.
players, adept at so many games, so good. And David Mowzinski, I'm probably pronounced that a little weirdly, but yeah, it was an amazing tournament overall from all of these guys. But let's take a look at the bracket now.
Yeah.
So here you go,
Lots of exciting
Jacob
games
Crossing versus Vincent Weinzierl.
Yeah.
might be-
Dorinthia vs Kano. This is traditionally a pretty hard matchup for Dorinthia. We do know that Jacob is on the hatchets as well. So let's see if he's packing that AB, if he's packing those Oasises, or maybe even take it on the chins to kind of prevent some of that arcane damage.
But you need to put together something powerful enough to avoid your opponent just pitch stacking the combo and doing so much damage that you won't be able, even all the Oasis respites in the world won't help you in that situation.
Absolutely. And yeah, Gianluigi Leah, sorry if I butchered your name, against Brodie. Now, this is a match we have seen already in Swiss. Gianluigi tried to fatigue Brodie, but Brodie did have that dreadboard that just let him push that damage through. Now, Brodie's hands were lining up extremely well. Let's see if that repeats itself as well. And then
because this deck has been built with Azalea in mind as well, so they have weapons to counter what Azalea can do best.
Absolutely. Yeah, Alex, the UK national champion, the reigning champion, representing UK against the Greek Kanaris, who is the Fab Chaos. One thing I do want to talk about, Alex, is some of the UK players banded together finally to form a team Sigil. So not only is Alex repping UK and as the UK champ, but he's also repping this newly founded Team Sigil here as well.
It's very interesting that you talk about this because we haven't seen that many teams in Europe already, and you can see like a lot of these guys that are in the top 8, they're part of teams now. Kanaris is in the team as well. Alex is in a team, and that works wonders. Gianluigi is in a team as well. They've been building the deck together with all Italian players. I was talking to Daniele Frattarelli, who actually cooperated with other players in Italy to build this Boltyn deck. So it works. So a lot of American players do it. We know about also the Hong Kong team that's doing very well. The Blue Beach team. So that's something that might become more important in the coming months if the European players notice that it works. Well, let's just do it now.
And it's honestly, visually, it helps a lot. Like during Swiss yesterday and today, just walking around, the Italian team all wearing these maroon hoodies, and you just can spot these fatigue Boltyns from a mile away. And it's just great. It's a great way to kind of put a stamp on not only the players but creating those bonds within your teammates and kind of putting yourself on a map in a way as well. And a great merch from Team Sigil as well. They have these black and white jackets that you can spot from a mile away as well, which was amazing.
And the last table, the fourth of these top 8 players is going to be Jan Kučera, who knocked out my friend. There he goes. That happens. I will hold it against him. Not too long, at least.
Pro Tour champion.
And then he's facing Dash.io. Might be very difficult because Dash.io is very fast and doing so much damage as we saw yesterday. So I think these players. So we decided on a game, and we can talk about it right now. We decided to watch Alex Chitu versus Kanaris Bounas. There you go. Dash versus Kayo for this first top 8 game.
Absolutely. And
these players are ready to go.
Yeah, I did have a bit of a chat with Alex before this game, and I was wondering why did he settle on Dash? And he's been saying that he's been an aggro player from day dot, playing Viserai, Briar. The hero he won the UK National Championship on, then moved on to Fi, and something about Dash just spoke to him. It is interesting that he didn't go for the KO, which seems to be the talk of town these days. So let's see who can... Yeah, so we'll find who can out-aggro each other. And here we see Teklo Pounder from Alex as well.
Oh yeah, he's packing Teklo. So he got, thanks to Dash's ability, got the Teklo Pounder and using his first turn
and
just to put an Evo on his Teklo-based arms. So that's the perfect first turn. You don't really want to boost on that first turn if you can't push some damage. And usually it's very hard to do. The Teklo Pounder, you don't want to lose one of these counters on the Pounder for nothing. So it's perfect. It turned out perfectly for him. But look, the Blood Rush Bellow on turn 1.
Wow.
This is a big one.
What a great start from both
players.
Of
them. Absolutely.
Yeah, the pressure is in. And I just want to mention on Alex's first turn, he did pitch a Pulse Wave Harpoon, which suggests that he is packing power in that arsenal. Oof. Bare Fangs discarded.
That's the one you want to keep, yeah.
Absolutely. So let's see how...
I think he drew into a swing big, which is pretty good as well, but he might not have enough go again, so that might be only claw into swing big. Something like that. Yeah.
It's really hard in these spots if the KO does not draw a Wild Rider or Pulping to go wide on these turns, but he is packing those beaten trackers. He didn't defend with them, but he is prepared for a fast game. So there is a possibility that he thinks that it's worth it to pop that out and push as much damage now as possible.
Yeah, because worth noting, as you mentioned, playing the beaten trackers instead of the scabskin leather, so helps him make sure that he's gonna have this action point when he wants to combo off, when he breaks the sash, for example.
Absolutely, and a big and a great heads-up play there from Alex, defending with that balance of justice, knowing that he can just pop it because the Blood Rush has been played to draw an extra card. So he's working with 6 cards now.
And we know that Alex doesn't hesitate to not block at all if he wants to go very hard. That's what happened on the previous game that we watched today when Alex was playing versus, what was he against? Sorry, I'm drawing a blank right now, but yeah. He doesn't hesitate to not block at all and just come back as strong as possible with whatever he has left. So
absolutely. But the thing is, he did get that Evo.
10 is a lot,
Yeah, so it is possible for him to block with the chest, block with the Evo, and 2 cards to get a Quicken token. And Dash is a hero that can utilize Quickens extremely well, thanks to the Teklo pistol.
Looks like he's... Oh yeah, he had 2... red throttles, so very hard to make full use of this hand, obviously. It costs 2 to play each of these throttles.
Yeah.
So maybe he felt like he needed to mitigate some of that damage and use his hand more efficiently with whatever he has left.
Honestly, the power from both these players is insane. Presenting 15 damage and making a Might token from Kanaris and Alex now being able to still defend with 2 cards and have a 4-card hand to play with.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't have that many resources in hand, so he's only attacking with the Red Zipper hit first. That's an attack for 7 still, thanks to the Teklo Pounder.
Yeah, and it definitely explains the defending with those costly throttles there. But yeah, the
and
power
all
of
a
the
sudden,
Pounder.
and right now Canaris is already thinking about blocking this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of the damage coming from both sides is there's not that many on hits, so I'm not surprised that Kanaris opted to just shove that equipment as soon as he can, get that value just in case he wants to use the sash later on.
Yeah, this
And the
probably
beaten
signals
trackers.
that he might have something that makes him want to combo off. I mean, to push as much damage as possible, break the sash, use the beaten trackers as soon as possible to make sure that he can be as fast as he can right now.
Yeah. Teklo Foundry hard used here, and this just showcases that both these players just want to pump out as much damage as possible.
Oh, he has a pulse wave harpoon, but if it's notable to mention it, it's only the number of times that you've boosted in this combat chain. So you can only reveal one card. You won't force your opponent to block with it, which has to be a bit disappointing for Alex. He would have loved to have 2 or 3 of these zero cost boost attacks to be able to use the pulse of harpoon and make him block with one of these very important cards, maybe another blood rush below, something that could push a lot of damage.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Kanaris.
And that's the thing. That's the tricky thing about using these like Teklo hard activations or loading pistols, as it does break the chain. Now, we see that Alex was probably hoping to rip a blue off the top of that balance of justice draw, but unfortunately it wasn't enough resources to cobble together a powerful turn and make that pulse wave harpoon that useful. Another blood rush bellow.
That was the blood rush bellow. So that's why it would have been perfect to force him to block with that one.
Wow, Kanaris is on fire here.
Yeah, blood rush bellow into blood rush bellow is pretty good. So do you think he'll break the sash right now? It seems like a pretty good time to do it.
Yeah. Now the tricky thing is he was forced.
And the beast within is discarded.
Yeah. See, he didn't have that blue to pitch to the blood rush, so I think he was really hoping to hit that beast within here. And there we go, another beast within.
Another beast within, yeah. Wow.
Another great. Hey, if he's got some form of a bear fangs or something, maybe it's time to pop the sash and potentially hit another beast within here. But we'll see how it goes.
It looks like a mighty wind-up and a gel wind-up, but he might have a wild ride.
Yeah. There's a wild ride, there's a beast within. This turn
there's a lot
insane.
of power, but do you break the sash right now is the question, probably, because he blocked with it, so it's seems like a decent moment to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
These players don't have a lot of experience playing with this sash, so it's always a very complicated decision to make, using it that early in the game or keeping it for a stronger turn.
Keeping his cards close to his chest, Kanaris is just coming in with that weapon, trying to get through some damage, seeing if Alex is keen to block this turn or not. And there we go. There's the Wild Ride. Wild Ride played out. Beast within is 1 and 3.
This is the yellow one, so it only attacks for 7, but that's still, I'm saying only, but that's, I know that it's
only
a lot.
7 go again.
Only 7 go again,
Yeah, and this showcases the power of that Blood Rush bellow. You know, Alex having to play out a Teklo Pounder from the start to mimic that power, and Kanaris is able to do it all with one card.
What will be the end? I think that's also the question that Alex is asking himself. When will this stop? When will the onslaught stop? So, probably with this beast within coming in for 8 again.
Cashing in a block from that Evo there. Honestly,
he kept his whole hand.
Honestly, this could have
I love these games.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like this could have gone so much worse for Alex. If Kanaris had that second beast within, the card in his arsenal is probably some red power card. He has the beaten track as the sash still, so this could have been a lot worse for Alex.
Still a pretty strong turn, and he's down to 15, as you can see, guys. So coming back with a zipper hit, pumped by the Teklo Pounder. But he needs to do way more to threaten Kanaris. Kanaris isn't even looking at his cards. doesn't look like he wants to block too much this turn.
Yeah, he's already calculating how much damage
Yeah,
he can spit
can
out
I
the
kill him
following
now?
turn.
Yeah.
Can Alex find some disruption? Maybe that
He
pulse
needs
wave
another
harpoon.
pulse wave harpoon to, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They has a play, so that's probably the perfect moment to use that Skyline flashback.
Yeah, yeah. Kanaris wants
Such
to
a
just
good card, by the way. Scaling flashback.
And
Oh,
he
there he
has
still
it.
has it. He
He
was,
has the
yeah, he
pulse wave.
didn't intimidate the right card. Sorry, Kanaris. I still have it.
Yeah, he had it. He was saving it in Arsenal. Honestly, playing out the Pulse Wave Harpoon was a bit of a tell that Alex had another power card going on.
So
And
let's
here
see
we
what
go.
it is. And oh, he has 3 blue cards. So yeah, you
Three
want to,
blues.
yeah, you want to prevent me from
Which
having
blue
lots
do
of
you wanna
resources.
pick?
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. And
Was
now-
that the third Blood Rush below in hand too?
Oh wow! If he has the third, this would be
I mean,
insane. And that's the thing. These games go so quickly, so it's really important to see those power cards at the very start of the game. Because if you don't see them in the first few turns, you might never see them. He has it.
Yeah,
he has it.
It looks like he has it. So that's only a pistol attack. Obviously, not gonna block this one. If you have a Blood Rush below, a
Yeah.
full blue hand.
Oh, there it is.
You're very happy.
Oh
but,
wow!
Wow.
This could spell
This is-
disaster for
yeah.
Alex here. Although, looking at the life totals on 18, Kanaris is, it's still pretty close. But there it is.
Oh, the beaten trackers are destroyed. So yeah,
Mhm.
it is gonna be a big turn.
Wow. Popping the beaten trackers on the Blood Rush Bellow. So Kanaris is committing to do a blowout turn here.
I think there's a pulping as well, so it's it
We
might be a nice time
it's
to
the
sash. It's sash
the
time.
sash. Oof.
Oh my god! And the Savage Feast as well.
0 cost,
Yeah.
6. Draw a card. Wow. Oh, sorry, 8. Let's not forget that
Yeah,
Blood Rush
it is
power.
an 8.
Oh,
9 with
'cause
the
of
Might token.
Oh.
Wow. I mean, you understand why this deck is considered the strongest deck in the field when it works like that. You know that we
Absolutely,
know that it doesn't
absolutely.
work like that. We've seen several games when it doesn't work
Yeah.
and nothing goes that way. But
Yeah.
when it goes this way, like exactly like Kanaris has played it, it's absolutely crazy
Yeah.
the output of damage.
As a brute man, I gotta say, this is part of brute life. Sometimes you swing high, sometimes you swing low, and Kanaris is definitely swinging high in this game.
And I know I'm not the only one who thinks that, but I want to congratulate or maybe say how impressed I was at the reinvention of Kayo by the dev team. It's really amazing how much it's still in the theme of the character, of the hero itself, but
Yeah.
it's totally reinvented it. And the fact that he only has one arm to probably balance him a little bit is so cool. So I love the design of this card. I'm not a Brute man. I probably will never play Brute in my life, but I love how well it's been designed.
Appreciating from a safe distance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
So 5 go again on this Mandible Claw.
So swinging with the claw, which means that there probably is only one thing to follow up with here.
It might be a big attack still. You mentioned something like Bare Fangs or, I don't know, Swing Big coming in for 10 again. That would be huge.
Yeah. And Alex is working out. Can he keep some cards to pressure Kanaris back, or is it better to just save some life? Hope that
for a better day,
that
yeah.
this roll that Kanaris is on, it stops at some point and try and recoup from there.
Yeah, because the only silver lining in this situation is that there are no more Blood Rush Bellows in Kanaris' deck. So this threat is gone. You know that there's a bunch of other threats, but this one is gone.
Alex must be sighing a sigh of relief right now.
Maybe not, because he only has one card in hand and another attack is coming. But yeah, still, that's... Oh, the runner. Wow.
8
so
more
8 again.
damage.
Yeah.
And that is a magic number right now, because you never want to get down to 2 against a brute.
This can happen. It's basically as if you were dead.
Yeah.
some decks have a way to prevent the damage on Reckless Swing, but Dash doesn't.
Well, the one thing is, Alex must be thinking, you're looking over at Kanaris' side, most of the permanents are gone, all the power spike, a lot of these power cards are gone. Can he hold on? Can he just defend this out? Maybe
hope for enough turn, just something
Yeah.
that's not too wide. He still has some equipment blocks. We see it's a temper 3, so he still has 2 blocks on the arms, 2 blocks on the Teklo Foundry art. Well, a
Absolutely.
little less now that he blocked with it, but yeah, he still had to.
The silver lining here for Alex is that the mech class, all the cards are defending here for 3. And I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be running too many items in this particular matchup.
Yeah.
So he does have some ability to play around, play a little bit defensive, and hopefully claw back a little bit.
Oh, I think there was something wrong when Kanaris took his deck to put the pitch back on the bottom. So one of these cards, don't know where it comes from. If it's one of the cards that was in his pitch zone, sorry. Yeah, quick check with the judge.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, all
Seems
good.
to be resolved nicely. Oh no, Kanaris is missing out on that Might token. Oh wait, no, he's not. He just drew a script.
Oh, everything is chaining perfectly for Kanaris. I think I see an E-Strike, a blue, and the Reckless Swing. So now we know that if Alex is down to 2.
And that's the thing, is Alex must have been hoping for Kanaris to just get a bit action point starved, but we see that E-Strike. He's attacking with the claw, obviously suggesting some kind of a wind-up here.
That is the mighty wind-up.
That Might token is starting to take its toll. All the defend for 3s unfortunately cannot stop the claw for 4. Bit of a signature move from a lot of these KO players. And he's
discarding the mighty wind-up creates 2 might tokens, which is huge.
Yeah. And a heads-up play from Kanaris here, playing towards those breakpoints. Playing out an E-Strike, just making it a bit hard for Alex to defend out. And yeah.
He didn't keep the Reckless Swing, though. Yeah. He put it on the bottom just to attack for 7.
I think he knows that he wants to just pressure as much as he can here. He didn't opt to draw a card because he could draw a blue. And he knows that when he comes in for 7, most of the time he is going to be leaking that damage. And now that Alex is on single digits of life total, every point of damage matters.
Yeah, being very patient. I know that I would be way greedier in that situation than what Kanaris is doing, but that's why he's into top 8. It's very interesting.
And I saw a peek of potentially a red T-Bone from Alex, which is a great card to start chipping away at the last points of armor of Kanaris.
Yeah, you can get this Apex Bonebreaker that's alone now because Kayo is basically naked now. Yeah, there you go, T-Bone, forcing the block on the Apex Bonebreaker. Oh, he's not boosting maybe because he doesn't want to use the last counter on the Teklo Pounder, obviously.
Maybe he's just not too fussed at stripping that final.
So
equipment.
rather take a card from the hand.
He's arsenaling. He's staying patient, and I think that is.
Bare Fangs. There is a CNC in the hand, and I think the other one is a hit as well, so it will be coming in for 10 with the 2 might tokens.
That's a lot of damage from 2 cards. Yeah. Very, very patient play from Kanaris, I have to say. And I have to say that there must be the reason why he made it to top 8 is you can do these explosive turns. He was great at maximizing damage on those turns. But I feel like with Kayo specifically, a lot of the skill testing is what do you do with the hands that just don't look as clean, that you have to take a bit of a gamble. You have to weave through some damage because unlike a brute like Reiner, he doesn't have that intimidate on tap, so it can get quite tough to push those last few points of damage once your power cards are gone.
Yeah, but still, it's still a big attack, even if you don't do much with it. It still forces a lot of cards on Alex's part. And when you're up like half, 11 half on your opponent, it's pretty easy to just say, do whatever you want now.
Absolutely.
I'm very happy just building a very strong turn to finish you off.
Yeah, yeah. Keeping that my token, having that card to arsenal. And it's Alex has to just think now, do I want to just take a bunch of damage and be able to push back and pressure Kanaris in any shape or form?
This would mean he's going down to 1. Yeah.
Yeah,
he does.
He feels like he really
he needs something.
Yeah, he needs to make something happen here, and I think.
But that's the thing, you can either play not to lose or play to win.
Absolutely, and this is exactly why.
You can't be afraid. Yeah, that's the big high octane turn we saw earlier when he was playing against Kassai. That he managed to put together extremely impressive high octane turns, like attacking 4 times with the gun after a full board of boost attacks.
Absolutely, and he drew a maximum velocity, which is not the card he wanted to see. Unfortunately, Alex has only access to 2 boost attacks, so he won't be able to play that max V, and it's just a bit of an awkward card, but he still is gaining those action points from high octane. He still has another attack, and he still had that Teklo Pounder pump, so let's see if he can just threaten something. And
I think the other card is a Spark of Genius, so that might not be enough damage. Yeah, he'll only be able to attack twice with the pistol.
He's closing the chain here. Yeah. Definitely, and I don't think Spark of Genius is what he needs.
It'll be very hard to come back in this one. So, but if anyone can do it, Alex Chitu can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that the only card he can get is a Teklo Core.
And I think it's a bit of a sign of hope for Alex that Kanaris was actually respecting that first attack and taking
willing to block that one.
And blocking it out, meaning that maybe there's still a little bit of hope.
With only 1 resource and 1 action point left, he'll be able to attack only once. He probably won't use the Teklo Fan here to try to dig for more resources, and only arsenaling this maximum velocity. That might be an out though.
He could draw. He's already played a few of those red 0 to 60s, but if he rips another boost attack, he might be cobbled together just a little bit more damage.
It doesn't need that many resources thanks to the Teklo Core for the next couple of turns, so...
Another high octane, I just don't think this is what he wanted to see here.
Not really, right?
His options are getting more and more limited.
So what do you do if it's an high octane? You arsenal the high octane and block with the maximum velocity because there's almost no chance that you will be able to use it? Or do you keep it on the off chance that you can put something together, and because that's probably one of the best cards to come back into this game?
I think maybe you just slam it down and hope to pray and rip maybe a 0 cost boost. He can use that maximum velocity to gain 2 resources thanks to that Teklo Foundry Heart, which is just that extra few ways to shoot with the pistol. But yeah, maybe you pitch. Another option is you can use that accelerator and the maximum velocity to shoot twice with the gun, arsenal the high octane, and basically combined with that Teklo, maybe made something happen if he's able to survive the next turn.
But as you just said, it will be very hard to survive this one.
Yeah.
Already see 2 might tokens for Kanaris, so all of his attacks will have breakpoints. Yeah. Oh, he's breaking the accelerators.
Yeah. He wants to get rid of that maximum velocity. It's not a card he wants to keep in his hand. Yeah, converting it into another pistol shot, I think, is just a better way to try and do
at least 2 damage. Yeah, you're that much closer to victory. Even though it seems far right now, anything can happen. Maybe a gun-again attack that doesn't work. That's like a wild ride that misses.
Yeah.
That can always happen but we've seen that Kanaris is very careful with his plays, so he might not be willing to risk it.
He seems confident, though.
Yeah.
He just popped those my tokens.
Doesn't even wait for his opponent to draw his hand again. Oh, we see a Teklo Pounder.
Yeah.
He can't block with this, so that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
A big 5 attack. Is there another wind-up in hand for Kanaris, probably?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Again, those breakpoints trying to force Alex into awkward blocks.
Yeah. Oh, that's the agile wind-up, creating a might and an agility. And we see that there's a Teklo Pounder, so he can't block it out.
And this is a blue
this
that
is
Kanaris
the end of
wanted
the
to
road
see.
for Dash.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice handshake and fist bump on that one.
Amazing camaraderie from the players, definitely.
Oh, Kanaris seems so relieved. It was an amazing game. It was crazy how that display of power. We know that Kayo is armed and dangerous, but he's very dangerous there.
I mean, that game went exactly like Kanaris would have wanted it to.
Yeah.
Blood rush, next turn, blood rush, and another blood rush, and the sash, and the beaten trackers. The beaten trackers was a it was really cool to see someone opt out of the defense value of Scabskin Leathers to secure that extra action point, and it really paid off for him to just secure that extra attack on the blood rush sash turn.
Yeah, maybe we were a bit. Maybe it was a bit too early to say that Kayo wasn't performing very well. Maybe we made a mistake. Maybe we discarded him too much, too early.
Absolutely. And honestly, I want to give props to Alex as well. He was able to present as much offensive damage as he possibly could. Some of these hands didn't quite line up. We saw him having to defend with 2 red throttles there on his 6-card hand, which kind of wasn't ideal. Then we saw the ripping the maximum velocity as well. Not the card he wanted to see, but honestly, props to him for giving his all.
Yeah, he did whatever he could with this output of damage on the other side. It was a bit of a sad ending for Dash, but there's another Dash in the top 8. We still don't know what Thomas is doing with Dash.io, but there's still a chance that we can see some more mechanologist action for all you mechanologist fans.
Absolutely. Maybe the superior Dash? We'll find out.
Oh yeah, we'll see very soon, guys. We'll take a short break, probably come back with an interview with the winner of this one, and maybe come back to talk about spoilers or something.
Sure.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll be right back.
Welcome, traveler. You must be starving. Please, come inside. I think we can satisfy your appetite. Anything you like. Intimacy. Or perhaps ecstasy. Come a little closer. I won't bite. Tell me, what do you desire?
Beware the tongue of the snake. Her fangs shall soon furrow. Pleasure is but the shallow illusion. Walk the true path. and you shall see clear. Those who seek may discover formless, perfect, the serene, unchanging infinite. Eternally present.
Eternally boring. Why don't we play rough?
Embrace the solitude.
Embrace the sensation.
Look within.
Look at me!
Just a breath.
Just a taste.
Enough! A tiger does not fall prey to the snake. The tiger walks its own path. Those who flow as life flows know they need no other force. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved, the source of all movement. The center is unbound and free.
Walk the path. Seek the truth.
that was a very fast game. So we're back.
Of course.
Yeah.
Why
and
not?
Erika is back as well. Very cool.
Hello, hello.
Did you get a chance to look at that one? It went by very fast, so you might have missed it.
So
it was turn 1 Blood Rush Below into turn 2 Blood Rush Below into turn 3 Blood Rush Below, and then long, slow goodbye.
Yeah, I heard the stories backhand because I am too busy watching my fellow mate Jacob, who won out and made the first place into the top 8. So of course I had to keep on watching eye on him, rocking out his first game in this quarterfinals, in this Calling Wasaw, and cheer on him on. We don't know yet what the results are for that game, so and now we're here clapping, so someone won. Probably.
Someone won, yeah,
someone
obviously.
won.
Maybe not the person that you want to see win, but yeah.
So yeah, it looked really, really gnarly. We have Jacob on Dorinthia, Hatchet Dorinthia against a Kano, who has been doing really, really well today, doing the whole stacking shenanigans, which is so respectful to watch and see people pull off.
Very impressive, yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to pull it off. But Jacob has also been showing really, really strong today. He was able to beat a stacking Kano into his final round in the Swiss round. So you never know.
Yeah, well, let's take a look into this bracket and the next game that we will feature for you guys. So we have a little surprise for you, because since these games went by pretty fast, we will be able to feature both top 4 matches.
Yay.
So we'll start with Kanaris, that we just see. He told me after the game that he thought that his deck was in love with him after this game, because everything was going in his direction.
Was he running the beaten trackers?
Yeah.
Because that was why he was losing his legs, because I peeked in and I was like, why does he have any legs?
And what happened to this?
Oh, he's running beaten trackers probably.
Yeah.
I love that tech.
Yeah. It is amazing, very impressive, especially when you can find your power cards as early as he did. So, of course, yeah. Unfortunately, Thomas Pryor on Dash IO lost versus Jan Kučera. And this will be our feature game for these first quarterfinals. This is a very interesting matchup, because you need to find the combo as soon as possible. You can't really pitch stack. So let's look at some of the cards to watch out for in this matchup. Kanaris has seen a lot of them on the previous one. He's seen 3 of these Blood Rush Bellows and Cast Bones as well. Very important to have this card as early as possible, especially if you can pair it with something like Pulping that forces your opponent to take some damage. These decks want to have as much time as possible to put together a strong combo, but if you attack with dominated attacks, that doesn't happen, and that goes by very fast.
Yeah, you can really force some serious damage with this Pulp and Cast Bones combinations, and the Blood Rush Bellows is nothing to scoff at. Getting +2 on all of your brute attacks that turn, including your little claw, it's a big
Your little big claw, yeah.
Your little big claw, yeah. And the Cast Bones getting down on turn 0, which we have seen a couple of times already this weekend. It's very, very strong. It's such a strong opener to these KO decks, be able to push so much damage on their first turn, get on the get-go. And it's really, really intimidating to go up against one of those KOs that can pull that off on their starting turn.
Yeah, it will be probably one of the deciding factors is how early he can put together like unblockable damage on for Jan. It will be a fast game regardless of who wins, but yeah, I'm very excited to see if we can put together like the combo as early as he did against my friend Arthur, for example.
Exactly. His game plan is probably to try and push as much damage as soon as possible, not letting Kano do what he does best and try to maybe set up that pitch deck for late game to just pop off. And we see some of the cards that is crucial for the combo here, the Aether Wildfire combination. We saw this Aether Spindle earlier as well, doing serious damage and being able to opt the amount of damage that you did, was able to close out that game earlier. It was insane.
But you need these types of cards to find the combo as early as possible, and you know that you won't be able to do all 4 or 5 of that dark end damage to your opponent, but even up 2 is big in this matchup to find the crucial combo pieces.
And definitely, and the Potion of Deja Vu here, helping you set up a better pitch deck from your own, from the pitch zone, cards you have in your pitch zone, basically. So a really, really interesting combination that you can do here, activating this Potion of Deja Vu, getting those cards in your pitch zone back on top in any order you like, in order to know exactly what is on the top. So some really interesting combinations that
it makes for some of the most intricate lines that you can do in Flesh and Blood. It's always very exciting to watch how they can assemble this combo out of something that they have in hand in their pitch zone, depending on what they get from the Kano activation. Always very exciting plays, very explosive. Obviously, that's a fire mage, a fire wizard.
So we have Greece against Czech Republic. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah.
Kanaris versus Jan. Kayo versus Kano. It's a
Yeah.
tongue twister.
And
for
it
sure.
looks, yeah, oh yeah, it looks like Kayo is going first on this one. What do you think you prefer to do when you're playing Kano? It's very difficult to decide when you have the initiative, because what are you going to do if you can't put together enough damage? Kano will be able to be activity during your turn when you're KO, and that's some damage that you can't really block.
Exactly. We see this Savage Feast here coming in for 6. It's not the most intimidating start, because we already talked about like getting that cast bones on your starting turn is probably the most intimidating start that you can pull
but
off.
when you
Yeah.
start, you need to put something together, because if you leave Kano with a full hand, he'll be able to activate so much that's a lot of damage. We see lots of threads, yeah.
We see a Tome of Fiendal in his hand, and that is something that is very nice to be able to pull up from the top. And as we know, Kano can just activate those as an instant, as he is able to pull those out of the top with his Kano activated ability. So, and also playing them from Arsenal is not the worst thing to do either.
Yeah, it gives you some more time to set up everything that you want to see in your hand, or from the top of your deck, thanks to the Kano activation. We see, I think I've seen a Lesson in Lava, which is a very important piece of the combo, and there's not much that you can do about it. Yeah, there you go. So he'll be able to pick whatever he wants with it. The Crucible of Edelweiss activation, meaning that Lesson in Lava comes in for 4 damage, only 3 Arcane Barrier for Kayo. So that means Lesson in Lava lets you tutor a card from your deck, and that's the Tome of Etherwind.
Interesting choice here, but he's going to be able to pull some more cards out of his deck and maybe do some Kano activations to find something more powerful on the top of his deck that he can.
So you
get
put
his
the card on
down a
top
little
of the
bit.
deck, yeah, and if you have a blue, you can use the Tome of Etherwind instantly, drawing 2 cards usually, and maybe activate Kano twice.
Exactly. So we'll see if that is what's going to happen here. Yep,
Yeah,
we see the Kano
so
activation.
there
we
you
see
go.
the activation of
Yeah,
Tome of Etherwind.
right away.
Oh, it's the Aether
the
Wildfire.
Wildfire, very early, won't be able to do too much with it, but you can
But we
keep
just find
it.
the place
Yeah.
on the top. Why not?
It won't come for too much damage.
It's just
that
one,
was, yeah, it's so
unfortunately.
only.
It's not the strongest blazing aid that we have
yeah.
seen this weekend.
But yeah, wait a little
take
bit,
those.
yeah, and the next one might be a little bit bigger.
But getting that Aether Wildfire into Arsenal this early on is a really good saving grace in case Jan finds himself in a situation where he really needs to pop off. Then he has that possibility. Oh God, what is this hand?
That is the worst hand ever. It looks like all the energy
no.
potions were together, and look at this. He's like
Did I even-
scratching at the cards because you feel like they might be glued together or something. But
That
that's
shuffle
probably
is not
the worst
amazing.
hand that he could have. The worst hand that he could have is
It's the
this hand
worst
with
Kano
the
hand
potion
I've
of deja
ever
vu.
seen.
Yeah.
Wow.
He doesn't like
What
it.
do you
He's
even
trying
do
to
with
hide
that?
it, but
You
yeah.
can't even block with that.
I mean, you need to activate Kano, and that's the only thing that you can basically do.
Exactly,
You
but
like
like-
to have these potions out of the Kano activations early to get some more resources when you want to combo off, but you
Yeah.
definitely don't want to see them in your hand.
No, that's a very mopey hand for Jan here. Like, he wants to, of course, play those energy pots out some way, one way or another, in order to help him push some damage over the edge. Like, it's very, very nice to have that energy pot when you go into your combo, because then you can, of course, activate your Metacarpus node much easier. If you have that extra resources available at your disposal, it can be absolutely crucial to get those in when you're able to pop off, at least as early as you possibly can.
Yeah, that's a lot of energy when it's on the board, but when it's in your hand, it does nothing.
Exactly. Except for pitch for 3.
Well, it looks like Kanaris' hand wasn't so good either, because that's only a
another
Savage
Savage Feast.
Feast. Yeah. Is he cracking the beaten trackers on that one? Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, he didn't have anything anyway, so he had to do something. So the only saving grace, yeah, for Jan there is that it's not the strongest KO turn either.
I mean, he shuffled his hand when he picked up the Aether from the from the lesson in lava earlier, right? So this triple energy pot stacking up together, it's like,
yeah.
What is the odds? What are the odds?
So getting the Emeritus Calling from the top out of the first activation, thanks to this energy potion. Well, the good thing is that it's only blues, so he could at least activate Kano 3 times and try to find something.
Yeah, getting 4 arcane off this Emeritus Calling is not the worst. Worst capitalization out of these energy pots that he has in hand. He can't block with them anyway, so it's all a matter of, do you want to keep one of these
keep
pots
them for
to
your
play them
hand.
out?
Yeah.
So then becomes the question, do we do another Kano activation? What?
This Emeritus Calling is interesting. It can push a lot of damage on your opponent's turn, but you need 3 resources to use it with the Crucible over their weave. So
Yeah.
how many activations of his hero power can he do?
Yeah, John is having a think here. What is the best opportunity for him? He's probably quite sad. He's not super in the tank because of this Savage Feast that is like only, in quotations, coming in for 7. And with the beaten trackers, of course, he doesn't know what's on the follow-up here. Could be something even after an arsenal.
He doesn't have a lot of resources, but since he has the Aid or Wildfire in the arsenal, maybe he's thinking about comboing off right now? Do you think that's an option?
No, not with Tunic on 1.
Yeah, he lacks resources, crucial resources that he
Definitely.
has
But
in
that's
his
a
hand.
bit quicker,
Oh,
though.
yeah, that's a lot of damage. Comes in for 5 arcane damage. But that's a lot of resources to be able to... 4 damage, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's a word where we don't take the 7 damage. Question is, what is it that we have left in arsenal? Could that be a CNC? That would be devastating for Jan here. But either way, even if whatever it is, if it is CNC, he cannot block it anyway, so he's probably just trying to capitalize as good as he can on the hand that he has been given him.
Yeah, he doesn't look too happy about it. I mean, you know that Kano players, they're always way ahead of you. They always know something that you don't. And you feel it's very weird playing against them. But in this situation, it doesn't look like Jan has a lot of options. Doesn't look like he's 3 turns in the future thinking about how he can kill his opponent. It's just thinking about how he can mitigate some of the damage and do something out of this turn.
Yeah, I think he's thinking about whether he wants to keep the energy pot for play out on his turn.
Yeah,
later
just
in order
play
to
the pot,
popularize
and try to
the
combo off
turn
later.
Exactly.
Yeah. But if something happens to this arsenal, it might be a big issue.
Yeah, we see the energy pot being pitched here. That means we're going all cylinders firing here.
So that will be 4 damage on the quickening.
Now this puts Kanaris in a little pickle situation because he's already committed with the beaten trackers to try and play out a second attack. He did not anticipate that Kano was just going to have a little mini pop-off on the returning end, but that is basically what Jan was forced to do here, considering his hand.
Now he understands because he sees the
Yes, he
3
sees the
energy
situation,
potions,
definitely.
so he's like, okay, so that was your hand, okay.
Yeah, nothing you can do there. So this AD Quicken is going to come in for 4. He's still enabling the Emeritus Golding coming in for another 4. That is going to bring Kanaris down to 8, unless he decides to use his 2 remaining floating to break some of that barrier down and only get him down to 32. But that leaves him with a lost beaten trackers without any value out of it, which is... It's a very bad conundrum for him.
So what's the lowest that you can get against Kano when you have 3 AB? If you're not against
30.
a pitch stacking deck, like you know that when you're playing against Kayo, you can't really pitch stack the combo, so you need to find it off the top.
Yep.
So how low can you get without being sure that you're gonna die out of the basic Kano combo?
It depends how many E-pots they have available, how many resources they have available. If the Kayo player doesn't have any resources available, then of course the null rune don't do. You can't activate them, so it all depends how many resources the opponents are floating. But I think you start
Anything
to get
under
very
30,
dangerous.
yeah.
Anything under 30 is probably in the major danger zone for the
So
AD
we're
Wi-Fi
already
combo.
very close to that range,
Exactly.
right? Yeah.
So that's why this is such a big conundrum for Kanaris. Like, do I want to stay healthy?
It is a very
or do I want to
important
send the
turn.
damage? But yeah, without these E-pots at its disposal, it's gonna be very tricky to get the damage you need in order to combo off within the next couple of turns.
Even if Jan doesn't block anything, at the most it will do something like 13, 14 damage.
Yeah.
So, yeah, none of these players really like their situations, it looks like.
It's a very particular, peculiar situation, to say
Yeah.
the least.
He's taking it.
He's taking it.
And the scolding for 4 again, yeah. So he was deciding for both of these instances, and
Decides to
there's
block
a
with the
2.
tome,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's a 2 block on
That's
that
fair.
tome, only taking 5 on the Savage Feast, and then the draw happens.
Yeah, so
There
he
you go.
blocked the stack when
Yeah.
the Savage Feast was activated, so he had a draw card ability still lingering on the stack when Jan decided to pop off his Kano activations as an instant speed.
The claw activation and the E-strike for
Oh!
7.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Now that's a big turn.
It is very big, but still no disruption, and that Elder Wildfire is still in the arsenal, crucially.
Yeah. And we're down to 30 life here. We're starting to feel a little bit under the weather, but Kano or Jan used all his cards on Kanaris' turn, so he's just gonna, take the tunic and probably pass it.
The greatest thing about playing Kano is that you can go down to 1 health, and it really doesn't matter what happens and what the opponent does. You can still kill him during your turn, during their turn, if things go your way. So he still has some.
Oh, they forgot to draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, happens. Happens to the best of us.
Mm-hmm. Happens
Sometimes
in the
it's
top
draw
8
and
of a
sometimes
calling,
no,
apparently.
sometimes it's just discard, and yeah. You have to keep track of those.
It looks like some of the potions didn't go to the deck, didn't go back to the deck.
Ah, the energy pots, are they? in
Yeah, I
the
think they're
graveyard?
under the. Yeah, it looks like they're under the Tome of Fjendel.
I don't see them from this view, but if that's the case, you might want to check on that. Yeah, we're getting
Mandible
low
Claw,
here.
Yeah, it's getting pretty low, but he needs to do something during his turn to force Kanaris to be a little more careful
Oh, we're
there.
popping the sash.
Oh, the sash is popped, so he can just finish it off with the pulping.
Oh, that's huge.
Forcing,
6
yeah, so
dominate.
this is lethal.
Yeah, he has
Jan
to give up
has
a card
to
here.
block. He can only block with 1 card. This needs to be blocked. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
we have seen. Oh shit! Are we seeing a return of what we saw earlier with the Aether Spindle?
You see the position that Kanaris is in. That's the position that every player facing a Kano has at some point during the game.
You
They're
sit
like,
there
okay,
wide
this
open,
is out of
lethal
my
on the
hands.
stack,
Yeah.
And Jesus, take the wheel.
We
see the Storm Striders.
there you
Let's go.
He's going for it. Does he have the resources? There's no way to
Just double Sonic
prevent
Boom.
anything.
No, there's one
n-
Sonic Boom and Voltic Bolt.
Yeah.
Oh, let's have a think here, Jan.
Oh.
Like, Tunic is not even on 3. This is such a tough situation to be in, but
Yeah. Can he do 30 damage? There is 3 Arcane Barrier, but no resources for Kanaris. So he's free to assemble the biggest combo that he can with the resources that he has.
there's no Lesson in Lava available, so I'm curious to see
Yeah.
how much damage.
Well, he can look for it with the other spindle, maybe.
True. So he wants to maybe
Or
front
just
load
get
with that.
lucky and get it, off the
But I
top
don't
of
know why
his
he
deck
stopped the
with
Striders then, because if you
yeah.
want to play the Spindle up front to understand what is in his stack in order to Kano into something that he can fuel with the Aether Wildfire. At the same time,
fast.
At the same time, going front load with the Aether Wildfire will buff the Aether Spindle, enabling him to opt even further into his stack. So he is just making sure that he got the mat straight here.
So in the meantime, Kanaris got the Dominate token just to remind his opponent that this is coming and you can only block it with one card.
So this is crucial. How much can he buff this Aether Wildfire? Can he use the Crucible? Can he use the Metacarpus nodes? Does he have enough resources?
He doesn't have the Tunic resource, so he needs to do something with only what he has in hand.
So there's one blue and one yellow he has at his disposal, 2 floating. That's 7 resources. He's going to take 2 from the Aether Wildfire, 1 from the Aether Spindle. So yeah, he really needs to make sure that he doesn't overcommit on his buffs here, but also making sure that he has enough to get the...
He has already paid for the Storm Strider, so now he can just...
Yeah, this is win or lose.
Yeah.
We're pitching for
he
the
can Wildfire.
Crucible. Letting that resolve.
Yeah, so Wildfire coming in for 5. Still has 2 resources left to pay for the Spindle. So this will be a big Spindle though. It will be coming in for 9.
Unless he buffs it. Which he shouldn't, because then should have buffed the Wildfire, so that doesn't make any sense.
So 9 Arcane on that
So
on
9
that
opt,
Spindle.
let's
9
go.
opt. What does he want to find off the top of his deck? Maybe a tome to refuel to get more options? Or a lesson in lava?
Oh, that's a tome.
I think that's a
Oh,
tome.
that's a
I think
tome
the
on
last
either win.
one was a
That's
tome.
huge. That is exactly what he
He
needs.
probably needs a tome, right?
But does he have...
He needs a tome and he needs to find a Blazing Ether. Is that lethal? No, it wouldn't be.
Blaze is 14 at this point.
Wow.
15 with Metacarpus.
Yeah.
So he needs to find something else. Still has Ragamuffin available.
If he had 2 tomes, if he could chain the tomes, that would be crazy. This is where it's getting intense. We can't see the cards, but we see that he has a plan. Yeah, look at his face. He has a plan. That guy is a guy with a plan. Oh,
this is so exciting.
It is exciting, even if we can't see anything. We can only imagine what he can do. So,
But having him down to 16 at this point, it's not a lot required in order to push for lethal.
yeah, Blazing Ether doesn't kill, right? I mean, unless I'm bad at math.
Yeah, there's another Aether Spindle there. This should be it.
Yeah.
This should be it.
Wow. Oh yeah, blazing would be for 5 more with the Wildfire, so that would be 19. So that would be lethal actually. Okay, so
Yes,
the tome.
okay, no.
2 with the Gaze the Ages.
Oh.
Okay, tome.
Watching magic happen in real time.
This is crazy.
We're doing it.
Another blue.
And
Spindle.
there's the Aether Spindle.
Spindle coming in for 9 again.
Should.
Yeah. Still digging for something. Well, digging for a Blazing Ether. Yeah, if you get the Blazing Ether, that's game. Is that probably what Kanaris is saying? Well, Blazing is more than enough. But any card is fine now. Any 0 cost that does more than 1 damage.
Yeah, there's no way I don't think that Kayo survives this. I don't see any way that he misses.
Yeah. And I think he knows it. I think Kanaris knows it.
He needs to find a spell for 2. That's literally
Oh.
a 0-cost spell for 2.
I'm sure all the Kano players in chat are going crazy saying, yeah, I saw the line 3 turns ago. Even though it's turn 2.
Like, imagine playing Kayo. You get 2 turns.
Yeah, you get
kill
2
your
turns to
opponent.
kill your opponent. You're one of the most aggressive decks in the field. Probably the
Yeah.
most aggressive deck. And still you get killed on turn 2.
The face on the table.
Yeah.
No, we've been there.
It
We have
happens
all
to
been
all
there.
of us. Every single one
Yeah.
of us.
Jesus, take the wheel. This was the
Oh.
craziest turn of events of an
Mhm.
Aether Wildfire combo I've ever seen. Double Aether
Okay, so
Spindle.
he takes his face into his hands.
What does that mean?
Did he
What
mess
did he
up?
see?
Did he mess anything up? Oh,
What happened?
I'll be honest. It's impossible for me to follow if he missed anything.
This is why we need table microphones so we can hear the action. But unfortunately, we don't. We can just read lips and expressions and face expressions.
Okay. No, that's not enough.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Are
that's
you
only
kidding me? No
that's
way!
only 6 damage,
No
right?
way!
5 damage.
No,
that was 6.
He
Wow!
didn't find a spell for 2.
Oh
It
my
goes down to 1.
God!
The pulping is presenting lethal.
He could have just
And the potion of
blocked.
deja vu can't block.
Yeah.
How? No.
Before all these sequence, he could have just blocked with 1 card and not die and tried to do it later. He went for it and still lost.
No way.
Wow.
The lesson in lava was too
Yeah.
far away.
And you see exactly what Kano players do when they lose. They tell you what they should have done to win. Or they show you the cards that could have helped them win.
It's not over until it's over, Roman.
Oh my
This
God.
game displays exactly that. We had a face palm on
Wow.
the table. It was over.
A face palm, yeah, a losing face palm. Wow, Kanaris
Wow.
must be so relieved. It was absolutely out of his hands.
That was insane.
Sometimes you just need to let your opponent mess up.
But it was literally like he could have just pitched the potion of deja vu and kept the 3-block in hand.
Yeah.
But he was like, there is no way I lose from this point in time. It's just like I'm gonna opt so many cards. There must be
Overconfidence.
something there that you can just kill off your opponent with, and it wasn't there.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, that must be absolutely devastating for Jan. He went all the way to the top 8. He was featured in front of this crowd of Kano players
Yeah,
in
I'm
the world, in
speechless.
chat, yeah, and he showed exactly how he could win, and he didn't.
So to all the players out there facing against a Kano and thinking it's all over.
It's
It's
never
not
over.
over till
Yeah,
it's over.
don't pick up your cards when you think that
It's
you have
done.
nothing to block the arcane.
That was the most insane.
Sometimes the Kanos just lose.
Wow.
Wow.
How do we top that?
I don't know. And we won't be able to. I don't know. We might have another Kano game. So yeah,
We need an interview.
We need an interview. but
ASAP.
Yeah, we need an interview to understand what's going on. Well, we'll be right back with the rest of the action of this top 8. It will be the second top 4 of this
Right.
Calling Wasaw.
Getting you
It
all the
will be
action.
a great one. I don't know which one it is yet, but all the 4 contestants on the other side of the bracket were amazing. So don't leave. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Calling Wasaw. We are here once again, me, Erica, joined here again by Carol. I'm gonna get that name changed so it's not Roman and Erica. But anyhow, Carol, how does it feel to sit here in the top 4?
Oh my goodness, it's so amazing. The storylines, the games, watching the last game was amazing. It was razor thin margins there, and it just showcases how much these tiny little decisions can matter in a game like that.
Exactly.
And yeah, just before that, I was out there watching the Brodie game against the Boltyn on Decimator, and I'm still amazed that the Italian team that put together this deck decided that Decimator Boltyn is the deck to win the calling. And
it's still in it.
Still in it.
Yeah.
So
let's have a look at that
crashing
bracket
through.
if we can get a glimpse on how the updated bracket looks like. There you have it. We are actually going to tune into that Kano versus Boltyn match before we head into the finals. Could it be that we see a Kano versus Kano final? That would be
potentially, and another one of these like crazy timelines that honestly I could have never predicted.
Never in a life.
yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Gianluigi here is that I remember him playing a Kano on in the Swiss round, and he managed to get the W there. So on the surface, it seems like a really tough matchup for the Warrior because you're just at the mercy of whatever the Kano does. They can defend you out, they can set up, they can do the pitch stack, they can do a crazy combo. But yeah.
We saw that on display now because I was watching, of course, my brother Jacob taking on the first line, taking a loss there against Vincent, which I think is unfortunate, of course. But we saw an amazing display of what Kano can do with that perfect pitch deck and just being able to remember those 14 cards in a row, chaining those Aether Wildfires into the Tome of Aether Winds, being able to draw those extra blues that you need in order to dig further into your stack, finding those extra Aether Wildfires, popping up with a triple Aether Wildfire into the Lava Burst Blazing combination. It's absolutely crazy to see.
Yeah, and if there's anyone that can master the pitch stack, it's definitely this Kano over here.
Vincent,
Vincent has been playing amazingly today, and I believe that he is the one who played that kind of more slower game plan with the Sing Belows, the Fate Fascines. So I'm excited to see how if he manages to defend the to beat the Boltyn player here.
Yeah, and speaking of the Boltyn player, you know him from from yesterday when we catched one of his games against the Decimator Great Axe Boltyn, together with the Soul Shields and the Felling Swings, be able to push some damage through. But crucially, it's more of a fatigue type of list. So typically what Kano doesn't like to see is when someone is going too fast for them to be able to set up that crucial pitch stack in order to get there on time before they actually die because they don't have that much life to play with. But this Decimator Great Axe build is very peculiar into that.
You might ask, why would I play Decimator in Boltyn? You get the Soul Shields, but more importantly for this matchup, you get the Radiant Boots that give you that 2 prevention. So if Gianluigi manages to get a card into a soul, he is sitting on prevent 2, which is just crucial in a matchup like this. If you can trim that Aether Wildfire by 2, that's already gives you so much more room to breathe.
Yeah, and there's not that many combat tricks available to Boltyn, so Kano can have all the possibilities in the world to understand what is going on, and there's not going to be that many things to push damage over the top, so I think Boltyn is going to struggle a little bit here.
Yeah. I did see Gianluigi present Nullrune 3 in his Swiss round.
Right.
I'm expecting him to do the same thing here. So he does have a lot of defensive capabilities. You've got the Oasis Respites, you've got these preventions on tap, but as you said, he's not really presenting that much offense, and that is something that could give Vincent all the time he needs to set up a potential kill turn.
Exactly. Yeah, we're gonna head straight into the game here. The final top 4 game that we have available before we head into that finals.
And that for me is another interesting question: is how does Gianluigi actually get a card into his soul? I mean, he relies on soul shields in most other matchups, but yeah, I'm very curious to see if he can get those legs online, if he can get that extra prevention online, and mitigate enough damage throughout the game to actually threaten Vincent's life here.
Yeah, you should be running the Oasis, I believe, so at least something to prevent or help you prevent some damage. But when you're pitch stacking those 888 Wildfire, that is exactly the counter towards those Oases, because with a triple Wildfire, it doesn't matter how many Oases you have at your disposal, basically.
Absolutely, and here we see the Halo of Illumination, so he doesn't quite have the Null Rune 3 here, but it's still a full suite of defensive, preventative equipment at his disposal.
Yeah, and we see the classic Ragamuffin, Metacarpus, Fienda's Spring Tunic, of course, and the Storm Striders for Kano.
Yeah, a very standard loadout for the Kano player.
Nothing new, nothing new.
Mm.
And we have the fist bumps, and we're off to the races.
So what do you expect here, Erica? Do you expect quick fireworks in this matchup? Do you expect it to go quite long?
I expect this to go quite long. I think this is playing exactly how Vincent wants to play out this game, or this type of game. And he's not super worried about those big axes that is coming his way. I mean, Decimator Great Axe is typically very annoying to play against, because blocking with 1 card still does only block for 2. But I think Kano is fine giving up 2 cards each turn for this Decimator Axe.
Yeah.
Unless he pumps it with the Felling Swing, of course.
Yeah. And Gianluigi here pitching away that Soul Shield, the yellow cards that don't really do much in this matchup, trying to create a better hand for the following turn for himself.
Yeah, we see a hit and run there, so we have some capabilities with the go against at least. And if we see the first Oasis there as well with the new beautiful art, is that what I'm spotting?
Yeah, and that's one of
Speaking
Vincent's.
of which.
Yeah, absolutely, and here we have, you know, he had Matuesz, the artist. Matuesz, the artist from the Oasis Respite here at the Calling. So Vincent managed to get his Oasis Respite signed, and what an unusual, for me, that is still quite an unusual card to see in these Kano lists. So yeah, definitely going for a pitch stack game here.
Yeah, so this Kano is not probably going to activate his Kano at all this game, because he has rocking all of these Oasis Respites, he's rocking the Sinks, he's rocking the Fates, all of this defensive capability to help him keep him alive, basically, so he can set up that pitch deck that he wants and reach it before he dies, basically. So Kano's first turn here.
And I love...
We have +1 life
exactly.
there.
And I think this is going to set the tone for the game. You know, we've seen a couple of turns already, and what happened? Kano's an extra life ahead than starting life total.
That's one of the perks of having a starting lower life total. We saw the Icelander game plan doing exactly that, vitalizing or utilizing all of these cards that gives you an extra pump or an extra life whenever you have lower life totals than your opponent, which you typically do if you're playing an Icelander and start at 36. So.
And here we have another Mateusz Wiśniewski special in the pitch zone, the Emeritus Scalding.
Beautiful card.
Yeah, it's so awesome to see Vincent taking the time to actually get his card signed here.
Yeah, setting up that energy pot on your turn 1 is a pretty good start. And we saw against Jacob, he was able to use all of his 3 energy pots when he popped off in the end, and was able to establish those 3 very early on.
Yeah, and I guess... And on the Kano side, one of the more important things to look at is not so much the plays that he's making right now, but actually focusing on the pitch is really important, because that is going to be what the final turns of the game he might be playing towards. But absolutely, energy potion, you know, this is step number 1 to assemble the big combo. And here we see the Decimated Great Axe doing its thing.
We actually see some combat tricks here. Never mind.
And you thought that the Decimator Boltyn is just hammer for... the axe for 4. He's got some tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, some counter combat tricks here with the Fateful Scene. Gonna cover it up.
Putting it on the bottom. We don't know what it is. Setting up that stack.
Yeah. Fate Foreseen also a great card in order to set up that stack together with the sink below as well.
Yeah. I wonder
Awesome
what the
cards.
follow-up here is going to be from Gianluigi. Oof. Coming in for 4. He's getting aggressive here. Charging into battle with the standing order.
Yeah, not bottoming his card to get it a +2, respectfully.
Yeah, it's so intriguing to me to see how the roles are kind of reversed in a way. Where Vincent is just very defensive and Gianluigi really trying to push through some damage. Now this is another interesting play. Pitching to Crucible, getting that tome of Aether into the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, crucial for the combo because when you draw into those tomes, then you can actually activate those in order to draw extra cards out of the Kano activations when you get there. And that's
And
the
there's the second one. Now, we can track his stack to an extent. We have a blue, we have a mystery card, we have 2 of the tomes.
Right.
I love how he's creating suspense with the opts, not giving us a window to actually see what's going on. So we'll see what he's
We
got
need
in
a
store for
camera
us.
underneath the pitch deck so we can keep perfect track on what he's putting under them.
Yeah.
And there's the felling swing we talked about earlier, pumping in so much
Yeah.
damage, but
Coming in for 8.
it's something.
It's something. Pitching away another soul shield to the bottom of his deck. Let's see if Vincent is going to try and get a bit aggressive here. Something's telling me that he's more than happy to keep his life total high.
Definitely. You don't want to die before you reach that crucial pitch deck, but Boltyn is basically playing with open information here, so he knows exactly how much damage is going to come through and knows how he needs to defend this and keep himself alive.
Yeah.
1 card left in hand, and it's going to take Tunic to 3 and see what we got.
Ooh. The power card.
The next crucial piece of the puzzle. We are now... It's his 5th card into his pitch deck now, so...
Yeah.
The players have all the time they have at their disposal to play out this game. There's no time limit on these guys.
And it's interesting. Can the Kano player draw the cards out of order? Because it's nice to stack it, but the difficulty is when you don't draw it in the right order, stacking it at the bottom of in the way you want it to becomes a bit of a difficulty. But Vincent's doing an amazing job of getting those power cards to the bottom and just denying Gianluigi any source of aggression here.
Definitely. We're just going to block out and make sure that we stay healthy. Taking a little bit of damage now.
Yeah, you could say one of the first ways of getting people below their starting life total. I love how atypical this is of a standard Boltyn versus Kano matchup.
Ooh, we see an Aether Spindle here. Awesome
Vincent.
opportunity here now to increase, keep digging him into his pitch deck, effectively getting him faster through his pitch deck, because the more cards you rip off on the top and pushing to the bottom, the faster he's going to get to that starting point of his pitch deck.
Absolutely.
But I'm just so amazed how these players can keep track on exactly where they are and exactly when they're going to hit that crucial pitch deck and know when it's all ready to go, and also understand the sequences that they need to with the Kano activations, when they need to play off the tome in order to get those blues in hand, and all of those intricacies, and he needs to keep track of that. And he has probably been keeping track of that this whole day throughout his matches here today. So
Absolutely.
It's really
and
impressive to watch.
We've already seen 5 rounds of Swiss today. So this is his 7th game, I believe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's been a long day.
Yeah. Amazing attention to detail from Vincent.
And we see the HS being pitched there as well. Amazing card. Opt 2, and then you get backs into your hand. It's
Here comes the big brain plays. What do you want to draw? What do you want to put to the bottom? And I feel like it's no coincidence that Aether Spindle is the card that Vincent really prioritized to play out. He knows that Gianluigi only has Null Rune 2, so opt 3 is extremely powerful here.
Yeah, he decides to leave all of the cards on top. Very interesting.
Here we go.
Ball.
Here we go. Just as we thought we're getting some life totals down, Gianluigi is here with a healing balm to go back up to 40.
Interesting stuff here.
I wonder if that is part of his strategy, just maintaining his life total, even going above 40 potentially to be able to survive a kill turn at the very end.
Yeah.
He has been sitting on the card in Arsenal for quite some time.
Yeah, I think Vincent understands that that must be an oasis or some kind of blocking mechanism for his arcane stuff coming through later on. So with that in mind, he can also make sure that he has what he needs to push things over the top. But that might also mean that he needs to pitch deck something more powerful together with those Aether Wildfires in order to make sure that he can get over the top. We see the Lesson in Lava there.
Yeah. Now that would be, it's actually quite funny to me how the Lesson in Lava is not at all a card that you want to be playing out in this matchup. Anything that says shuffle your deck is not what Vincent was trying to be doing right now.
Exactly.
But yeah, Lesson in Lava, now the power card, Tome of Findle, another power card to the bottom.
Yeah, Gianluigi pitching 2 for that null rune that he has at disposal. So Aether Spin is going to come through for 3. The healing balm has been nullified.
Now it's interesting, if Gianluigi is in fact sitting on some form of prevention in his arsenal, he's really holding it down for something a lot more threatening. He doesn't seem that threatened by that Aether Spindle. It is letting Vincent dig. Maybe he's already setting up for that kill turn at the end. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, with the Lesson of Lava and Tome of Findle. Tome of Findle, the other crucial draw card effect that he can draw into those extra blues that he needs in order to keep on digging and fuel those Aether Wildfires.
Yeah. Yeah, this could happen is one of the things I was not expecting at all. And here we go. This is
Courage.
Yeah, a blue Bolt of Courage. And what Gianluigi is doing is he's securing that card into his soul, which is so key to turning on the Radiant Flow, the leg piece that lets him prevent extra damage. And he's saying, you know what, I could swing in for 4 with the Decimator, but this is way more important right now.
Yeah. At least Boltyn is running some of the classic Light Warrior Boltyn cards that we are used to seeing.
Yeah. Yeah. Combined with the Halo of Illumination, the Radiant Flow can prevent 4 damage from the very first Aether Wildfire. So I think the onus is on Vincent to find a way to potentially shoot out multiple Aether Wildfires in the second cycle.
Exactly.
And what a lovely player from Vincent. He's getting attacked for 1, but he's ready to drop that Fate Facine just to get that extra utility from the Opt 1.
Yep.
And
now that is something he needs to keep in mind when he wants to pop off, is that all of these counter activities that Boltyn can present, like all of the oases that he needs to keep in mind in order to secure that final kill, is something that he needs to plan out already now. Like, what is the worst case scenario for him that Boltyn is sitting on when he's about to pop off, and is he still able to pull off lethal regardless of X, Y, and Z, for example? So question is how far you're daring to go basically with your pitch deck, and how much things you want to set up in order to secure that kill in the end, keeping in mind all of these intricacies with how much null rune he has available, how much blues he potentially has available, the Radiant Flow we already talked about, how many oasis, there's a lot of intricacies here to be mindful of.
I wonder how much Gianluigi is trying his best to remember that pitch stack. It's so hard as we've tried ourselves to get an idea. We have some blues, we have a mystery card, there's some 2 tomes and an Aether Wildfire. But the problem is those Aether Spindles, the Fate Facines are hiding that information from Gianluigi. And yeah, I do feel like this game is a bit of a slow burner But once we reach that stack, that is what both players are thinking about right now. And you can see that in the form of how Gianluigi is preparing his defenses. But, that turn is going to come up. We're going to see those fireworks.
Yeah, we're basically just waiting for the fire show to start at this moment in time, and we're just seeing the fine-tuned preparations. And I am so amazed by Vincent's capability in order to keep track of his stack and like what type of memory tricks he has up his sleeve in order to memorize all of these things. Because like in the match he had against Jacob earlier, he had a 14 card pitch deck and he put his last card under and then he just popped off, and then he knew exactly those 14 cards coming up, and he knew exactly the sequences that they were going to come in with the Tome of Aether Winds and the Tome of Fiendas, just knowing exactly what to draw and what to Kano into. So really, really, really cool stuff to see. So I'm super excited when we get there to actually see the fireworks pop off, and you're just going to see fireworks basically.
Absolutely. And I believe in that last game, the 14 cards that you just mentioned were actually the last cards in his deck. That final Kano activation
was the last card.
Yeah, that was amazing to watch.
Yeah, so I'm super excited to see Vincent pull that off. At the same time, Gianluigi is not out of the running yet. He has hopefully a plan.
Yeah. Now we can see a little bit of his hand. He has that Soul Shield. He has those Warmongers. Those are not really those offensive cards he needs to just to even chip away slightly. I think Vincent has been doing an amazing job of using the Sync Balloons, aid the Fate Fascines to completely shut down any form of offense.
Yeah, we see you use an energy pot activation. 2 cards left in hand. He chooses to just go for an arsenal here.
Yeah.
Maybe he drew into a double E-pot situation. He wants to keep one of them to be able to play them out later. Or, yeah, I don't think we're going to see a Potion of Deja Vu here because it's not really necessary, I imagine.
And we have
seen Oasis they had in Arsenal. Okay, sure.
Back to 27. Let's go.
It's a very slow burner, Carol.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice seeing Gianluigi actually keep the Soul Shield and a red in his hand. He had the opportunity to pitch the red and the yellow for the Decimator, but he's opting not to.
Interesting choice there. Let's see what Kano can pull up his sleeve here. It's actually a Kano activation we're going to see here. So
that's another Aether Wildfire in the pitch stack.
Together with a blue, of course.
And I love the way Vincent just activates Kano, trying to get those cards to his pitch, but does he really care what he sees on top?
Exactly.
Probably not that much.
But utilizing that Kano activated ability in order to get more cards into his pitch deck more effectively, it's a great way of utilizing that ability. And there's the third energy pot. We are set and ready to go. Is it that it's sitting on the 2 Oases in hand and he's going to keep those?
Yes, you're absolutely right. I couldn't quite make what that card was because it's that alternate art Oasis.
And we don't recognize it so much. It's so low text rate, so we are still...
Wow. So just as Vincent hits his 3rd energy potion, Gianluigi, I believe this is his 3rd Oasis Respite.
Yeah.
He has not played that card from his arsenal. He is keeping it the whole game. So I have a very strong feeling here that it is a 3rd Oasis Respite.
Yeah, he just needs to keep a blue in hand in order to pitch for that, for those 3 Oases, but...
Yeah.
And with another blue, he can also activate the Nullroom Gloves and protect himself for, what is it then, 12, 16?
Vincent meticulously getting, in a way, we can see him Kanoing all these blues. It is 1 damage.
Yeah.
But he's just digging closer and closer and closer to that pitch stack.
Actually activating the Aether Quickening here, so getting some ship damage in here on the Boltyn player. Maybe smelling blood in the water, as he is also probably noticing that his opponent is keeping a lot of cards in hand, not trying to activate them, not trying to pitch them away in order to find something that is a bit more aggressive.
Yep.
So Vincent now trying to pitch in a few points of damage in order to get this health total a little bit lower, to close the margins a little bit more when he actually pops off, so that he can mitigate all of the prevention effects that he probably smells
Yep,
that the Boltyn
absolutely.
player is sitting on now.
And I wonder how much of how much Gianluigi actually, did he really want to see all these oases this early? Because he is put in a tricky spot where he's actually leaking damage. Keeping that sigil and having the red in form of the Enlightened Strike actually makes it a bit awkward for him to deal with those little bits of ping. So he will be able to play out this sigil, get back to 37, but he's just getting on par rather than actually trying to build that life total to counter Vincent's final turn.
Exactly, and we see an Aether being pitched there, a red, to get some more punch into the later stages when we get to that pitch deck and the fireworks, as we were already talking about, that we're going to experience hopefully going forward. So not only Aether Wildfires being pitch decked here, and then crucial combo pieces that we typically see, the Lesson in Lava and the Blazing Aethers, of course, those are already in there and ready to go. And now we're counting and see how many cards are left in the deck.
Vincent trying to be meticulous, trying to count when is that turn.
It's just going to heal 3 and pass the turn here. So the little arcane damage that Vincent was able to pull through has already been nullified again.
Now, one of the UK players, Sam Braben, I believe, he won the Calling...
Liverpool,
yeah.
No, sorry,
Actually,
Birmingham.
Birmingham. Yeah, exactly. So he's been playing Kano in the Battle Hardened, and
he was 6-0 last time I heard.
Yeah. And one of the things from my chat with him was he outlined a turn where basically he did something similar to Vincent, where he was pitch stacking, and his opponent was doing what Gianluigi was doing with those Oasis Respites, and he managed to push through 200 damage through multiple Oasis Respites. I have no idea how he did it.
But maybe we're going to witness that again.
Yeah.
So we can see it in action.
Honestly, the thrill and excitement on Sam's face as he was telling me this. Another member of Team Sigil, by the way, was amazing. He was so stoked about it. And I wonder if Vincent is trying to do something similar here, where he doesn't care about oases. He can play one wildfire, another one, and we have seen him pitch stacking some Aether Flares as well, which is just another one of those amplifying spells that are just so powerful when you're fully set up.
We see a Lesson in Lava, and Vincent deciding to banish it here. Will we see a little mini combo maybe?
Yep. Now Vincent knows that he's the option to decline the search. I think this is something that we might see here, where he's trying to trip that damage with Lesson in Lava, but I would be surprised if he actually decides to use the ability.
Yeah, I was gonna think, like, is he gonna shuffle his deck now? Of course it won't, but I misremembered the Lesson in Lava, because it's not a must effect, it's a may. So you may select if you want to do the search for your deck or not. So this is just simply damage coming through here.
And that's the thing with all these defenses that Gianluigi's holding back. I feel like all of these little pings that Vincent is managing to get through could actually be the difference between winning and losing in the end.
Exactly here. We're doing another count.
Yeah, he's getting close.
So there's actually 29 cards I hear from our producer, getting some inside information here. So it's 29 cards remaining out of the 60 that we started with, because you have to start with at least 60 cards. You can't go below that in order to find your pitch deck much sooner. And so 29 cards is remaining, the same as his life. Very fitting.
Absolutely, and thanks to all those opt, I think we're actually getting pretty close here.
Now, what is Vincent opting in to do here? He has one card in arsenal. Does he want to do some more Kano activations maybe? Or is it an awkward hand that we're looking at? I mean, even if with 3 D-reacts, we can still pitch them to do something, but it's a very awkward... You don't want that in your pitch deck, really, do you?
One of Gianluigi's plans could be to stop attacking.
Ooh, that could actually be something. Because if you don't attack, then there's no way for you to get rid of those D-reacts in hand and keep pitch stacking, because you're basically... It's a little bit of a deadlock situation he might push Vincent into here.
Absolutely.
And there's the Blazing Aether firmly into the pit zone. We see the Kano activation. Vincent is having a think on what he sees on top versus what he wants to do. He's not slam dunking it onto the board. It's a bit of a conundrum on how he wants to go about this one.
Yeah.
I could actually see that he is sitting there with a couple of... Because we haven't seen that many D-reacts being played. I think it's just a couple of fates. I don't think we've even seen a sync yet.
Yeah. But I wonder if it will get to the stalemate situation where Gianluigi actually might, you know, Command and Conk is a great offensive card.
That's a good one, because the D-Reax doesn't help.
Absolutely,
the D-Reax doesn't help. This is a great counter. If Gianluigi spotted or smelled the blood in the water that his opponent is sitting on maybe a handful of D-Reax, then this Command and Conquer is doing a tremendous job. But at the same time, this Arsenal card that Vincent is sitting on was something that came out of the ponder from an earlier turn.
There it is.
But it's an
Oasis
Oasis.
respite.
It's an Oasis. What a great counteract to this CNC. It's only taking 2 damage and being able to capitalize on that Oasis, getting 1 life back and protecting himself with 4. Taking 2. But yeah. But now becomes the question if he still has those D-reacts. Maybe packing one of those D-reacts in Arsenal now. Maybe still sitting on one of them. It's still a bit of an annoying situation. Carol is not doing so great with his voice, so I actually have Roman back in the booth now.
But that's good because I see that the game just begun. That's 35 to 28, so I came at the perfect time.
Okay, Roman.
Nothing happened. I'm happy.
So this is very much a different game than the Kano game that we casted earlier, where it was much more fireworks from the get-go, and it ended in a very dramatic turn of events in Kayo's favor. But here, we're taking a little bit of a sit back, and we are watching these guys just packing Oasis Respites. Yeah. We have 1 Oasis Respite into the arsenal and 2 in his hand.
So I might help you understand what the plan is for this Boltyn versus a pitch stacking Kano, because I talked to the Italian team.
So you got some insights?
Yeah, I have some insights about their strat,
Tell
and
us.
it's a very cool one.
Tell
so
us.
the plan is, as you can see, there is already an Oasis Respite, and he'll be sitting on this one for a long time, as long as he needs. The plan is to keep this one in the arsenal as long as he needs, then to get a second one into the hand when he realizes that we're close to the pitch stack, and then he sits on that second one, on both of these, and he just attacks until the opponent wants to attack, to use the combo, to pop off with the combo, with the actual pitch stack combo. And you can see 2 of these pieces of equipment, the Halo of Illumination and the Radiant Flow. So these 2 in combination, when there is a card in Soul, and there is already a card in Soul. I can see the Warmonger's Diplomacy. They act as a third this Respite, which means that when the opponent combos off, you basically take no damage. None of these wildfires will do damage.
And then it's going to turn into a very mopey combo turn.
The only time when this can happen, if the opponent expects it, he can put some of these some card. He can assemble like a 12 or 14 card pitch stack maybe with lots of tomes, with lots of cards in between of these to prevent the damage prevention.
Oh, we're at the pitch stack.
Yeah.
We're at the stack. It's happening.
Well, there you go.
But he doesn't have enough resources for the Oases now, because he only has a yellow in hand.
Oh.
And with the 2 Oases, he's not going to be able to activate the third one.
No, he doesn't need the third one. That's 2 Aziz Respites, then the Halo that has Spell Void 2 and the Radiant Flow.
But he has 3 available to him. But yeah. The 2 Oases with the Radiant Flow for those 3 Aether Wildfires is absolutely enough.
So let's see if this strat works. From what they told me, the Italian team played versus 3 Kano players over the course of this calling, and they all won. So they definitely came prepared.
There is stability in this
there
plan,
is some stability in this plan, and they know what they're doing. They didn't come to this event with no plan against the Kanos. Unless Kano expects this type of situation.
And has a counteraction for it, right. We were talking about that because, as you imagine, Vincent knows that Gianluigi has been sitting on this hand, basically the 2 cards left in his hand every single turn, and has not been pushing them away for any sake of the matter, and that arsenal has been sitting there basically since turn 1 or 2 or something like that. So I think Vincent should understand at this point that it is the Oasis that he has to somehow get around in one way or another. So, question is how.
Yeah, and as we said earlier during that previous game, when Ian lost by himself, sometimes when you present something that's totally unexpected, like a Decimator Great Axe Boltyn, that's when the Kano can be a little bit confused and not know exactly what to do against this type of situation. When you're really used to your opponent or to the hero your opponent is playing, like when you're playing against Kano, sometimes you don't understand what's going on. This is a Decimator Great Axe Boltyn. What can you do to decimate him?
Yeah, Vincent is having a bit of a think here. That Gaze the Ages.
Well, he will draw lots of cards.
Yeah.
He has the Gaze the Ages, so lots of options, but it doesn't look like that's totally what he expected to see from the top of his deck. So
maybe he's misremembering the
Mm.
ordering here.
And look at Gianluigi.
Ragamuffin. We're looking a little bit of a switcheroo. We're putting it on the bottom, okay.
Yeah, so you wanted to get 1 card ahead in the pitch stack, I guess?
Getting that Ragamuffin into the discard zone, as you should.
And look at that, Gianluigi making his best Ponder token impersonation.
Pondering on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, you're just waiting at this point, right?
Yeah.
Expecting, like, you don't have anything to do unless the Aether Wildfire is on the stack.
Yeah, opting to just making sure that we see what we expect.
Oh, this is the Ponder token. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Screenshot this one and put it on a token.
Put it on
That's
a
your new
token.
Ponder token.
Yeah, love to see it. Putting the cards back, activating Kano again, finding the blaze.
Yeah, so that's another piece of the combo.
And the tome.
So if you expect these 2 Aziz Respites and you know that the Radiant Flow and the Halo of Illumination are on the board still, it has to feel pretty daunting. A big challenge to try to get through all those defenses.
The Tome of Aether Wind is still on the stack. We haven't activated its ability yet. We're doing some other instants on the top and resolving those first.
Looking at the sky.
I'm wondering if his...
I want to hear his internal monologue. I want to hear what he's thinking.
Oh no, he's putting it back on top.
Okay.
Yeah, to draw into it
That's
instead.
what he wants. Yeah.
So he did a Kano activation that didn't do
Oh
anything.
no, he said no. He just said no. So he definitely messed up somewhere.
Yeah, we can only read the facial expressions here to try and decipher what is going on here at the table. And Vincent
but this is crazy because
happy.
but he's not happy, but he's still at 28, so he's far from dead. It's not the same situation as the previous game where he was down to 5, and he definitely needed to block it out.
Yeah,
it was. He's still far from dead. Of course, if the combo is got done, there's not much more that you can do, especially against a very defensive deck that has lots of options.
Yeah, but you can't really start over from this point either. Like, those
This
cards
is
that are
another
committed, they will be
meme. Yeah.
gone by the end of this turn. If he doesn't commit to them, or if he doesn't use them this turn, they will be gone forever. So that just reduces the capability that it has to set up a second combo if that's what we want to pull off for. But yeah, Vincent is not in the position that he was hoping to be in at this stage of the game.
Because what can he be looking for now? He has access to more card draw, at least one Tome of Win and the Tome of Yandel. So we'll probably need another flare maybe to boost one of the either wildfires, but he needs 2 wildfires to combo, to pull through a big combo that could get around the Halo of Illumination, Radiant Flow, and 2 of these Respites.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's unique counter. We're pitching in for the Tome of Yandel.
Okay. It still
we're
doesn't
back to a
look too
full
happy,
hand.
but he's playing now. Okay, the second Blazing Ever is on the banish zone now. 2 cards from the Tome of Etherwind.
No.
Still not. Still not what I wanted.
What is cooking, Vincent? You have so many cards in hand.
And you have to feel bad for him, because if he messed up on the combo again, you're doing it with cameras on your face.
Yeah, he needs a big
It's
count
a lot more pressure, obviously.
I mean, if he accidentally draw into one of his combo pieces, and now he doesn't have even Ragamuffin in order to
he
get
had
him
to
out
use
of
it
that
previously.
situation.
Yeah,
Exactly, it's already gone. So there's no way for him to... Maybe if he drew accidentally into the 8 of Whitefire on one of those tomes.
Gianluigi doesn't look particularly frightened. He has to be.
It's
to
one of those
feel
standard
more
waiting
and
for
more
your opponent to get
confident.
done. Basically. Yeah. I'm sending an axe for 4. What are you doing? Yeah, Vincent is doing a mental count. Kano is just a massive math problem, isn't it?
Okay, so it's just a block on the thing below. So
Oh, he gets to draw a card.
Yeah.
Is that how he solves
I
it?
guess. So it's only blocking for 2, obviously.
But he can't stop here, can he?
No, because
He must
he's
do
losing
something
2
with
Blazing Ethers and the Wildfire if he does that. So
Oh, he's taking 2 because the sync only blocks for 2.
is he
but
back to...
At this point,
Okay.
are we popping
So-
off?
Yeah, well, at this point, yeah, it's fair to assume that he's...
No Crucible?
Is that the... Oh, yeah, that's the node trigger.
He's giving
Apparently.
it +1, but
Yeah.
not with the Crucible.
This one is +1, so we'll see another Respite, presumably, on this one. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, it was a
pitching a
red.
Raging Onslaught,
So it's 2 more rages in hand. That's only 2 reds.
No, it just needs 1.
Right.
But yeah, he won't be able to activate his Arcane Barrier or whatever, so might be some
This 8
damage
Whitefire is coming
leaking.
in for
Yeah.
1. But
Okay.
does it matter? Stormstrider has popped off here. Vincent double checking on the life totals. All right, he missed to take the 2 on the sync there, that's why. So he's double checking that his life total is matching the screens.
Okay, so Storm Striders are popped. Let's see what he can do now. He still has 3 cards in hand, all right?
I mean, if he was able to pull off the Crucible of Aether Wine onto this Aether Wildfire, this would have looked so much cooler at this point in time, but it's only coming in for 1.
1 is not a lot, yeah. So
1 is not an army.
The Crucible, no, 1 is not an army. How many? You need an army of Aether Wildfires to get through these defenses.
Yeah, he pulled the Aether Wildfire into his hand.
Okay, so the second one coming in for 5 as well, thanks to the Crucible of Aether Weave.
No trigger on the stack.
Oh, the no trigger as well, yeah, so that's going to be coming in for 6. If he's using
6
the
with
Crucible,
8
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's another red, unfortunately, so...
So 2 connecting on this one. Means 3 in total. That is far from...
Oh, shouldn't have been 7 then, thanks to the first Aether Wildfire.
No, it is... Wait. It's 4 originally, plus 1 from Metacarpus, plus 1 from Aether Wildfire, right? So, should be 6.
Okay. So now he's looking at the Blazing Ethers and counting. So the first one will be 2 plus 1, 3, plus 2, so that's 5. And the second one will be 10.
But does it have the second one?
Yes, 2 Blazing Ethers in the...
Sure, but it doesn't have the third Aether Wildfire.
Oh no, I was saying I was talking about the 2 Blazing Ethers.
Ah, right.
So the first one will be 5 and the second one 10, I guess.
Popping off the Halo of Illumination here.
Oh yeah. Okay, so all of these Aether Wildfires came in for nothing, basically. So Blazing Aether for 0 into Blazing Aether for 0. That does, yeah. By my impressive calculation, that does 0 damage.
Wow.
Wow.
What?
So this is what I was talking about. These Italian guys came prepared for that matchup.
So now we know how to beat a stacky Kayo.
Well,
Kano.
It is one of the solutions if you can be patient enough to play into that kind of decimator Boltyn gameplay.
Yeah, Gianluigi asking to take a last look at this massive pitch zone cards that we have now. So Gianluigi trying to see, is there anything here that kills me, basically?
Yeah,
but
do
all
you
of the
still
power
have any
cards
of the
are gone.
combo pieces?
I mean, 1 red Blazing Aether we haven't seen yet. 1 red Aether Wildfire. It should be coming up soon in this pitch stack, basically.
Yeah, but only one of these doesn't do much, so you need to chain way more.
But I mean, he only has 2 AB, right?
Mm-hmm.
Metacarpus should be gone.
Yeah, but he's still that 35, you know, he lost nothing on that turn, on that combo. The main combo did nothing. Usually when the main combo doesn't kill, your opponent is so low that it's very easy to finish him off. In that situation, he's still up at 35.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the beginning of the game, obviously, so I don't know how many of the healing bombs or maybe the sigil of Solace he still has. Maybe
no, I think it's still a couple of... 1 sigil should be left and
he
2
can still
healing
pull
bombs, I believe. So yeah.
He can still pull an Arthur Trehet and draw into a sigil at the last moment to win that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but it's gonna be so 4 on this Decimator Great Axe attack. We might see Vincent block a lot less now.
But it's such a delicate turn of events here because all this work that went into putting up this perfect pitch stack only to be off by 1, basically, pulling into cards into his hand that he wasn't supposed to. He was expecting to draw into those blues, but accidentally drawing into that second Aether Wildfire was absolutely huge for Gianluigi to make it out alive. But at the
Yeah,
same
but
time,
as you can
he had
see-
the perfect counter to it.
Yeah, I mean, even he would have needed a third head of wildfire at that point
At the
to
very
do,
least.
yeah, some damage, and even then he wouldn't have killed his opponent.
No. So it's a very mopey turn of events here for Vincent, just trying to find ways now.
And now that you don't have the automatic win in a way of the pitch stack combo, you need to find other ways to win. That's when you need to be creative. You need to find other points of entry for the combo, another combo basically.
Yeah, and all the defensive capabilities that Boltyn has available with those healing balls, with those sigils, it's going to be very, very tough for Vincent to find an out here.
Oh, he just remembered that he forgot to put the node in the graveyard. Obviously, he still hasn't used it anyway, so it didn't matter that much. But yeah, usually when you activate the node, the game is over.
Yeah.
Whether you've won or lost, you don't really need to worry about putting it in the graveyard. But in this situation, you need to get rid of it. Yeah. Only the gaze DH is used there. Yeah.
Ooh, a Sharpened Steel is
Sharpened
getting into
Steel,
a Decimator.
Pitching the blue bolt of courage. I can't tell you how much I love seeing one of these Knight Warrior cards in these bolting decks because there are not that many of them.
No, we take what we get. Yeah, so Boltyn now being back on his main game plan, basically, just sending these huge hammers, forcing awkward blocks, chipping down the life total of their opponent while fatiguing their stack. Yeah.
This 7 attack is not very easy to defend if you need some of these combo pieces in your hand, so how many of the Decimator Great Axe attacks will finish Vincent off? Will he be able to
Find a
assemble
way
a
through
combo?
this
Yeah.
2 AB and the 35 life total. That's a lot of scours.
Yeah.
And without Storm Striders as well. I mean, it basically has to set up a new pitch deck, but without a lot of those combo pieces, without a lot of those tomes that he's able to pull into more blues in order to keep going, basically.
It will be another Sharpened Steel into Decimator.
Deja
it looks
Vu.
like, yeah.
Your potion of Deja Vu? I have my stack of Deja Vu. Another 7.
Another one. Even though you know that it's a long road ahead, if you want to put something together, you need to try to play to your house. So I'm really curious, and it would be great to be able to talk to him afterwards. But I don't think he'll want to get into an interview after this one. But I'm very curious to know what his outs are at this point, in his opinion, at least.
Yeah. I mean, if Boltyn was just at a little bit lower life total, there might have been a window of opportunity for the power cards that Kano has left at his disposal, being able to re-instigate another pitch deck.
This is exactly, we were talking about it yesterday, but this is exactly what's exciting about these late events in the season. There's always, you know exactly what the field is going to look like, or you can try to estimate what the field will look like and try to come with something that attacks everything that you expect to find, which is exactly what these Italian guys did. It's very cool to watch and to watch it in action and maybe get to the finals of this event. Oh, Lesson in Lava can do something.
Blazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And obviously, with only 2 Arcane Barrier, you can't prevent everything now.
No, we can only block 2 now. The double null rune at our disposal. Yeah, but it's very cool to see all of the different strategies that came down to this Calling Wasaw event. Like, people have been cooking and they've been trying to find ways to stumble all of the Kayos that they were expecting going into this event. So we have been seeing crazy Azaleas, crazy Kanos, crazy Kayos, crazy Boltyns, and even some Torinthias. I mean, super cool and fun to see some of these decks pulling up into this top 8.
Absolutely. I know the French player, the French team, La Chocolat team. Shout out to La Chocolat team, but they were very close to finding this deck. They were playing Dorinthia Decimator Great Axe, and they had a very good matchup into most of these decks, but of course the Kano one was a bit difficult, and they didn't get to the point where they thought that they needed the Spell Void from the Halo of Illumination and the Radiant Flow, but they were very close as well. And they did okay. Most of them were into day 2, and they were close to getting contention for the top 8, but unfortunately, bad matchups at the end broke them.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, another facepalm.
Seen a lot of those in this top 8
Well,
lately.
yeah, but it tends to happen a lot to Kano players. I don't know why.
The facepalm hero. Literally.
You either facepalm or force your opponent to facepalm.
Gianluigi trying to spot what power cards are left that I need to worry about. The one Oasis that you have left is firmly on the bottom of the decks. We're not going to see that one for a while, but sitting very healthy there at 37 life.
37, yeah.
Yeah.
With only one Ether Wildfire and one Blazing Ether left, how much damage can you do?
Exactly.
Even if you chain lots of arcane damage in between, that seems like a tall order without the Storm Striders either.
Decides to block with a blue here, so we're not probably going to see...
Yeah, it's not today.
A Kano activation, nope.
Oh, the Remembrance either. Oh.
Gosh.
He can try. I mean, if he's really
he can't fetch his
desperate,
Osages,
yeah,
at least,
he can just. He might try just to draw into them by putting the Remembrance, by playing the Remembrance.
Right. Yeah, Vincent. Can you find an out, mate?
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's thinking about blocking, just still pondering and taking his time, remembering what his plan is.
Oh, there we go.
Below used
We
to
still
block,
have
blocking
those
only for
D-reacts
2.
available. But Decimator Axe doing what Decimator Axe does. Halving the defensive capabilities of the first blocking card, in this case the Sink, so it's only blocking for 2. Gianluigi asking for a little bit of a think here. He's going to activate that Remembrance. I don't think he's going to activate the Glint, because the Glint is not going to activate the Reprise.
No, because it was played from the Arsenal.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. So the only thing that he can do now is play Remembrance. He doesn't even have a way to fix his Arsenal if he doesn't like it. So it's basically just, what does he want to do
That's a
with
very tiny
Remembrance?
stack we have
Yeah.
going for us, Vincent.
I mean, at some point, Vincent will know exactly which cards are left in his deck, and he might try to pop up with only 4 or 5 cards, the only 4 or 5 cards that he needs to put it together. But does he have time?
That's the
if
question.
He has to block with some of these cards to avoid dying from the Decimator Great Axe attacks.
Exactly.
We know that Gianluigi and this list is playing some red overpowers. Don't know if he's playing them into this matchup, but he might be playing the blues.
I want to remember he played 1 red, but I might misremember it was someone else's deck. We've seen so many deck lists over the past weekend. It's easy that everything just becomes a blur. Now Vincent has 4 cards at his disposal.
The most explosive deck in Flesh and Blood, doing 0 damage on the combo turn.
Yeah. I was
These
hoping
Italian
to
guys.
see the mastering of this stack in Kano, but unfortunately the human error coming into play.
Okay, so Remembrance used to prevent 2 of that damage thanks to the Arcane Barrier. But what is he fishing for?
Nothing.
Nothing, just
Pitch
1
stacking.
damage, yeah.
He's getting some ship damage in, pitch stacking. As we learned earlier, Lesson in Love is a May.
Oh, he just wants to count the cards left, yeah.
I wonder if Gianluigi has a clue, or keeping track himself maybe, of what is coming up to some extent. And it's another Axe for 4.
Another Axe for 4. It's a nice art.
It is.
On this card.
Oh,
Yeah,
have you
I
seen
don't
the
know.
cold foil of this
Yeah,
one?
that's
It's
what I was
really
about to say.
beauty.
It's amazing.
That must be the cold foil he's using, right? It's hard to tell by the...
Yeah, it looks like it. It's a
by the
bit
glass.
darker, yeah, around the edges when it's cold foil. It's a gorgeous piece of artwork. In my opinion, it doesn't really fit a paladin like Boltyn, but in this situation, it might be the best option. So, who am I
Vincent
to
taking
judge?
it, though.
Yeah.
So Vincent using his life as
Yeah.
a resource, taking
All
damage
you need to do it
to
at
keep
this
his
point. Yeah.
cards
You don't have
close to
enough
his
cards
chest.
to block. Yeah.
No, he needs everything he's got in order to find the 36 plus damage he needs in order to close this game, but we're just gonna Arsenal and pass. Okay, now I'm confused. We're not blocking.
Not
we're not
blocking.
playing.
Yeah.
We're not stacking. We're just Arsenal in. Okay.
This next attack is going to be very strong, I think. Oh, okay, the tome getting some health. It'll be back to 8 thanks to the tome activation there. Yeah,
That's how we do it.
okay.
That's the way to do it.
That is something. Is there a third sigil in hand for Gianluigi? Looks like it.
The sad tale for Gianluigi here is that if he manages to win this game, which is looking very likely at this moment in time, not gonna lie, but there's another Kano waiting for him on the other side of the bracket that he's gonna face again in the final.
No, it's a Kayo.
No, sorry, it's the Kayo.
Yeah.
Never mind.
And
they were so
from
close.
what they yeah, well, yeah. I understand why you forgot that
no,
Jan lost.
I just mixed them
but
up.
yeah.
It's like Kayo and Kano is
Yeah.
so close together. It's like it's been a long
There's
day, guys.
something
Okay.
with these hero names. That LSS is only using the hero names that
mess
start
with
with
us.
K, A, Kassai, Kano, Kayo. Okay, double gaze the ages. We see the third ever wildfire is on top of the deck. I think it's the second next card. Yeah. Another
Even the
gaze the
second gaze
ages,
on the
Aether
stack
Flare.
there.
So that's Aether Flare
Hello.
into Aether Wildfire.
Hello.
That does a lot of damage, but is that enough?
Is it enough? Can we do it? Can we do it?
Gaze
Resolving
the
the
ages
gaze.
again. Yeah.
Can Vincent make magic happen here today at Calling Wasaw? 4 cards left.
4 cards left.
Plus
Yeah,
the
so he
two he's
knows
opting.
exactly what's next, what's coming next in his stack. I mean,
He's like, wait, didn't
in his
I?
deck.
Didn't I have another one?
Wait, have I lost the third Blazing Aether? Uh-huh.
Well, that's annoying. We're gonna send one to the bottom, keeping one on top.
Well,
Gaze goes to hand.
and at this point,
There we
Gianluigi
go.
is
There
eating
it
his
is.
t-shirt. Okay, there you go. So
We see a mini combo, and I'm here for it.
it is the mini combo, as you said. So 2 cards.
It's quite a big of a mini combo at this point in
Yeah.
time. I'm gonna be honest. It has 4 Kano activations
Wow.
into this Tome of Aetherwind. Can we find 2 blues to fuel this turn? Can we find some of the puzzle pieces and find a way out?
So he can do 5 damage.
5 damage
into-
with a Crucible on the Aether Wildfire.
No, first I think you need to do the Aether Flare first. Oh no, Wildfire? Okay.
We're going with the Wildfire.
So Wildfire first, coming in for 5. Okay,
And
so
we're blocking
that's
2.
only 3.
Yep.
Is that enough? I'm sure chat, who's almost 3 turn cycles ahead, knows what's going on, but I can't count that fast for the Wildfire
This is why we don't play
combos.
Kano, Roman.
Yeah,
this is why
I'm
we
not ready
are the
to
lucky
play combo, but
bystanders
I wanna
watching
master
magic
it.
happen.
Yeah.
We have a second red Eddie Flare.
So this one is coming in for 6.
And we have 2 blues in
So
hand
4.
from Gianluigi.
Yeah. The next one will be coming in for 11.
I can't count anymore.
I think.
These
I've-
80 flares are pulling in
Oh,
some
10.
work,
Okay,
Roman.
I was 1 off, so that is that. So 8. And then
That's
the
15.
Blazing Ether.
Do we have
Oh,
something
is
else
there
on
another
top?
one? Yeah.
we are scraping.
Is that enough? So that's 12? Is that enough? Did he do it?
I am so
Oh my
confused.
God!
Alan, did he do it?
Wow!
Did we do it? Did we just
This is
witness
crazy.
the
He managed
comeback
to
of the
do it.
history? He
Wow.
got it!
Okay.
We thought it was over. We thought the
Everybody
Oasis, we
thought
thought
it
the
was,
radiant
we
flow
were
was
just
enough.
expecting the game to be over now. He had exactly what he needed.
Wow, what a game. He was able to set up a second stack and was able to pull the last pieces he had available
exactly
to
the
him.
cards that he needed in his deck. And no more, no less.
Wow.
That was very impressive.
Wow, Roman,
That
what a
was
game.
extremely impressive.
Okay, I was a
don't
little
even know
bit
what to say
sad.
at this point because, yeah.
I was a little bit sad looking at that pop-off turn just falling apart basically in front of our eyes as Vincent has meticulously put everything together to make the magic happen. And when we pulled it off, it just fell apart completely. And then we're just scrambling for the bases, for the things that we have left in the deck in order to just pull things together.
Yeah.
And by the last blue in the deck, wow, what an amazing turn of events here.
Yeah, it's crazy that, you know, he put it on the side. He was like, okay, my main combo is done, but I know how to assemble another one. And I know exactly how much damage I can do with it. I just need to keep these cards. And he did it.
He did it. He
Extremely
absolutely did
impressive.
it. What a unit. Vincent taking on the Kayo in the final of Calling Wasaw here. What an amazing game. I am so excited to see.
I would have loved to see Boltyn in the finals, but
Of course.
I mean, this was so impressive that I'm like, okay,
Yeah, I can see it.
this guy deserves it. Yeah, no issue
Absolutely,
with it.
110%. I don't think any KO player in the world can say anything different. We have a new man of an honor of the Kano Mastery Broshev ensemble.
Yeah,
It's
I'm pretty sure that Vincent has new fans now.
definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Am I going to learn Kano now?
We can try.
We can try.
Okay.
Pitch stack in Kano, next event. Let's go.
Oh yeah, easy. Next event is like in 2 weeks. I mean, I think there's a new event every couple of weeks.
Yeah,
when you're in
exciting
Europe,
stuff.
yeah, events all the time. By the way, if
Firing.
you still haven't got tickets for Pro Tour Amsterdam, now's the time to do it. It's open. You can get in. The calling is open entry. Of course, if you're not in the Pro Tour, if you haven't been qualified, you can still play in the calling and all the side events, the awesome side events you've seen during the breaks. All the promo cards that look gorgeous. So yeah, now's the time to do it if you want to enjoy all this atmosphere and these great
Amazing games. All
Yeah.
of the amazing games. And we are still not done. We still have the finals left to go.
Oh,
we are
yeah?
going to take a
Oh,
quick
yeah.
break and set things up, of course. We still have one more game to go, Roman. So let's take a little quick break. Let's set up the spicy final. I'm so looking forward to watch how this event is going to fold out. Nothing is going as we expected.
Kano into KO next, guys.
Stay tuned.
Welcome, traveler. You must be starving. Please, come inside. I think we can satisfy your appetite. Anything you like. Intimacy. Or perhaps ecstasy. Come a little closer. I won't bite. Tell me, what do you desire?
Beware the tongue of the snake. Her fangs shall soon furrow. Pleasure is but the shallow illusion. Walk the true path, and you shall see clear. Those who seek may discover formless, perfect, the serene, unchanging infinite. Eternally present.
Eternally boring. Why don't we play rough?
Embrace the solitude.
Embrace the sensation.
Look within.
Look at me!
Just a breath.
Just a taste.
Enough! A tiger does not fall prey to the snake. The tiger walks its own path. Those who flow as life flows know they need no other force. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved, the source of all movement. The center is unbound and free.
Walk the path. Seek the truth.
And it's gonna get the fist bump. The Phoenix rises.
What an incredible display by. Listen to this room right now. This room is erupting, celebrating our flesh and blood world champion.
Welcome to the arena. Here's something to get you started. To survive here, you'll have to put your money where your mouth is. And test your strength. Becoming a champion takes all your might, agility, and vigor. So ask yourself, before you risk it all, what drives you to step into the arena? Fame? Fortune?
Vengeance. And gold? After all, raising an army isn't cheap. The sands will run red!
We are back at Calling Wasaw, and it is time for the big final game, the great finals, Kano versus Kayo. We kept talking about how Kayo was maybe overestimated. Looks like we were wrong.
We had two who made it into top 8, right?
Yeah. Only one.
Only one?
Yeah.
It was two Kanos, right. So, one Kayo making its way in, showing us all.
Yeah, how wrong we are about our estimations of the power level of these decks in the metagame. But so it will be a Kano versus Kayo in the finals. We'll take a look at the player profiles to get more knowledge about these guys. Look at this Vincent Weinzierl. His preferred hero is Kassai Interstellar Sword, so I don't know what he's doing with the Kano deck, but in any case, well, good for him. Yeah, it's
I might
not
as well
exactly the same gameplay.
Sling some arcane.
Yeah. Starts with a K as well, but and he went into top 8 at BH Hanover. I think
I was there.
Yeah,
I was there. I saw it happen.
Mm-hmm.
So excited to see him calling top 8 now.
Yeah, and I talked to some French players that know him very well because he travels a lot around Germany, but in France as well because he lives very close to the border with France, and he plays a lot and tops a lot of French events as well, coming to steal our glory, you know. And he plays at a great local game store in Augsburg called Create and Play. It's very important also to feature and to put into perspective how important these local game stores are to these players, getting more experience and getting better at the game. So props to Create and Play in Augsburg. You've got a top 8 and calling finals contestant there.
Definitely.
Yeah,
awesome
Vincent
to see.
Weinzierl. And his opponent is Kanaris Bounas. He likes to play Chain Bound by Shadow. Yeah, he's that type of player.
Yeah, I can't play that anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, unless you want to go into the Living Legend format, which is one of the most explosive and fun formats you can find. And he went into top 8 at Greek Nationals in 2022 and top 8 at the ProQuest, I assume this season, and plays in Athens at Dragon Phoenix Inn.
I love to see that these players doesn't have a lot of recognition to their names yet, but still being able to come into this event, preparing for one of their biggest turnouts of their career at this point in time.
You can add calling finals. Yeah, you can at least calling finalists.
That's
one of them will be a calling
at.
winner, obviously.
Exactly.
Very impressive, guys. Both of them have played very well so far. We've seen that Kanaris was, let's say, a bit lucky on his previous matchup versus Kano. Didn't have to do much. His opponent messed up something and he won the previous game, his semifinals. Let's see how it goes on this one.
A little bit of a feels bad moment because, those wins are not...
Oh, look at this card. It's called Eye of Ophidia, and I absolutely love this one. And the token is cool as well. Up 2 with a small eye, drawn by, I don't know whom, but maybe a 5-year-old?
Maybe.
And that's a first Tome of Weatherwind activation there.
We're off to a great start
on
here.
on this turn 0, very cool. So we see 2 Arcane Barrier on the headpiece and 1 on the Nullrune gloves.
Scour is not...
Scour is not exactly what you want to find right away. Yeah, exactly.
At the same time.
This other arc either.
Yeah, Kanaris not being super terrified of these couple of arcane damages, feeling free to pitch whatever he's got.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be able to draw that back up again.
Do you even use any cards? I mean, do you even attack with these? Because it lets Kanaris filter his hand and find exactly what... Oh, maybe...
But he still hasn't used his action point yet, so this is coming from hand. Hot
so
off the
Elder
presses.
Flare is way more menacing than coming in for 4, thanks to the Crucible of Weatherweave activation.
And this is what we saw pulling so much weight in the last game.
It definitely helped him win the game.
Definitely. Crucial piece of the puzzle that let Vincent end up in this position that he is in right now in the finals of this Calling Wasaw event against the mighty Kayo.
This will mean that this other arc, probably this other arc would come for 2.
Yeah.
Help him draw a card. Yeah,
Yep. And we're just gonna AB that away, so...
Yeah, all that AB. Had one blue, one yellow. Perfect to block this all out. But still 1 damage. That's not nothing. When you know how important all these health points are at the end of the game, like on his last game versus Kano, he was down to 1. Kanaris was down to 1, so it can't matter ultimately at the end of the game.
Interesting choice of chest equipment here. We see the threadbare tunic, I think it's called, and it's compared to its counterpart, the Spellfire Cloak, that can be activated on its opponent's turns to gain a resource. The threadbare tunic can only be activated on your turn. So
yeah, and only if you have no cards in hand, crucially.
Right.
So it's
a bit harder to play, I would say.
Definitely.
So an interesting choice here by Vincent, planning hopefully to kill his opponent on his turn, maybe. Getting that extra resource there.
Kanaris is, thinking a lot about this first turn, and since it's the finals, you have all the time in the world. Nobody will blame you if you take your time to ponder every single line of play.
Oh yeah, Threadbare can be activated on both turns, never mind.
Yeah, Threadbare can be activated on both turns, and there's little more versatility.
Oh,
but
we see the
still,
popping.
Yeah,
Here
still hard to play if you have no cards in hand.
You should play Brute. Rolling the 6s. Losing the Bear Fangs though, not great. The Bear Fangs are so valuable. Getting the extra +2, coming in for 8 for a 2 pitch. It's really, really good.
So this pulping is dominated, obviously, but
We're
doesn't
opting
really
not to
matter
block
because
at all.
Vincent doesn't block anything.
Wonder if he's already got the Aether Wildfire maybe stacked in his arsenal.
Yeah, because we've seen an amazing display of pitch stacking on the previous game, but versus Kayo, that's not really something that you can do. So you need to count on having some pieces of the combo over the course of the game, assembling them, and before you die, you pop off.
Interesting to play out the Agile Wind-Up here, not opting to use its instant ability, giving him an agility token for his next turn. Opting to play it out to have some more damage output.
To put some as much damage as you can early to force some blocks from Vincent. If you let him do what he wants, he'll for sure kill you.
But it's wide open now. He's pitched everything he's got into these 2 attacks. And we are looking at the Blazing Aether on the top, Roman.
Maybe he's looking if he has something to combo off right now.
Could be, Roman.
Oh,
could be. There's nothing floating for Kanaris.
Yeah, look at Kanaris' face. That's another facepalm.
Wow. What are we cooking, Vincent? We're here again.
His finger is on the other flare. He's counting right now.
Yep. With nothing floating from Kanaris. The window is blown wide open. But we got 39 health to pull through.
Yeah, but if he has another wildfire in his arsenal, he can probably do it.
But he only has 1 card left in hand, right? And there's nothing floating.
You can use the Threadbare Tunic when you pitch with the last card.
Right.
So that's something.
That's something.
But he needs to pay for all those other flares. Obviously.
But at the same time, he doesn't really have to pop off this turn. He can just get some really good damage in.
If he does lots of damage on that one, it's that much easier to combo off. You don't need the total combo to kill your opponent on the next activations.
Exactly. I think that's what we're seeing here. Because it's not threatening lethal, so we don't need any cards to block with. We're just gonna send some damage. Oh, wait, let's have a think. Making sure we have...
I think it's pretty obvious that he will use the other flare, but which one first? Do you want to use the first one to power up the second one and then go for the Blazing Aether, which would be very big?
See, he's self-stacking them so he can try
Stacking
to
his
think.
Vanish Stone, yeah.
Well, let's see. How do we maximize the value out of these Ada flasks?
I think it has to be the blue one first, right? Oh, he might not have enough resources, though.
Right? These Ada flasks cost 2, right? No, it's only 1, okay.
Yeah.
So then there's plenty.
So you can play the red one, then the
Are
blue
we
one.
activating the
and-
Matukarpas node on this one?
Oh! Okay, so he
Interesting.
won't play the blue one.
Unless
Oh,
Red
yeah,
Bear
he can
Tunic
use this one, yeah.
here to save the day.
So that's already 5 damage. That's unpreventable. No pitch left for Kanaris. Then the second Heather Flare coming in for 6.
Yep.
Which would mean that this Blazing Hector comes for 11 plus 6, so that's 17.
Pretty good.
And Kanaris is down to 17.
Pretty
No,
good.
even lower than that. Wow.
What a massive Blazing 8
What
that we're
a
looking
huge
at here.
turn. He's down to 11, yeah. I mean, at this point,
Wow.
Vincent must be feeling very confident. So he takes 7 damage still. He needs to account for that. Yeah, he's down to 17.
That's what can happen if you leave yourself
Oh, no,
with
that's only
nothing
6.
floating.
My bad, yeah.
Metacarpus is gone, Threadbare Tunic is gone, but at what cost? We are down to
Wow.
only 11 life points on Kanaris' side of things. And the arsenal still remaining a mystery.
Well, it's not
Not
a
a
mystery
mystery
anymore.
anymore.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Reading a book. Does he find something to push some more damage on his own turn?
Let's see.
Yeah,
It's
or is
drawing
that
up
an
at the end of the
arsenal?
turn anyway, so
Yeah.
can definitely make some mini sparkles, fireworks.
This
stuff
one might be
happen.
extremely fast.
Yeah, strap in. This is not gonna
We're
be an
still-
all-nighter.
Yeah, this is still, remember, it's still turn 1.
Kanaris started right, and no, sorry, Vincent started right. Kanaris went
But it's turn 1
second,
now.
and now it's his turn 1.
Wow.
We're popping the sash.
Yeah, you have to do it at this point. You need to preserve as many resources to try to prevent some damage,
Yellow
some
Wild
arcane
Ride, though.
damage. At this point,
Vincent
any
has
miss.
so much life.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think
Okay, it's a
Kanaris
hit.
can push for lethal.
Yeah, only an attack for 6.
Go again.
Well, that's the only way to win this one, right? You need
Yeah.
to put so much damage on the table that your opponent will have to block it out. But it doesn't. I'm pretty sure that at this point, Vincent will just say, "Okay, come at me," and when I'm down to 1, I'll think about it, but not before.
Yeah, with 2 cards remaining and 2
Yeah.
floating, it could come
Canaris
up
doesn't
with...
look too happy about it.
No, but it could make a Mandible Claw into something happen here. I
Yeah,
imagine.
but you would be very low on resources. You need to
And you'd still-
preserve
yeah.
as much as you can. You need at least a blue to prevent, to use this 3 Arcane Barrier.
Yeah, Vincent comfortably taking 6 here. We're going to see the Mandible Claw.
Coming in for 3.
Right.
That's not a lot.
We're not really feeling like we're getting close on those
Yeah.
action points. And the Smashing Instinct, leaving him with 1
Only
floating.
1 floating, yeah.
This Yellow Wilder into a blue Smashing Instinct. This is not
I mean,
what Canaris would like
yeah.
to see at this point.
At this point, Vincent can just take it, do something on his own turn, and then try to finish him off
It's such a scary
on
proposition
Canaris'
here
next turn.
for Canaris. Or we're just gonna...
Oh, maybe kill him right?
Why not?
Yeah, prognosticate.
Is there a world we don't take the 5 in? We probably do, right?
Okay,
Oh, an 8
red
quickening
header
though.
quickening, yeah.
You're not gonna able to get the go again effects of that search though, because you can't create action points on your opponent's turn, unfortunately, but it's still good damage. The Kanaris
It
at
could
11.
be very strong.
Anything is very scary at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's very dangerous to go that low on resources when your opponent has put you at 11, but Kanaris needs to do something to try to win it. You can't really play scared against Kano all the time. He'll find a way
No.
to kill you, so you need to make him
Do
scared.
everything you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Canaris looks a bit stressed out now.
Well, Kano in the finals of the Calling
It
Wasaw
is
was
a
not on my
scary-
bingo
yeah.
card. That's for sure. But here we are.
Very close to winning this one. He's being very careful in what he uses to pitch. Yeah.
Oh, we're doing the ragamuffin. Will we have another achievement where you're able to kill your opponent without using
So
the
the
striders?
Kano
maybe?
is activating. Oh!
Wow,
this
the
is
Tome of
the Tome of
Yendal off
Yendal.
the top.
Reloading his hand. 2 cards will be drawn.
Did you just concede? No.
No, but
No,
he's-
okay, you need to push a
yeah.
sash into the banish. Oh, sorry, into the
Oh,
graveyard.
yeah.
That was the thing. It was looking like he started to pack up for a second, and I was like, no, what's
okay,
going on?
I'm done. Kill me now, I'm done.
I'm done. Yeah, I can see the end of the barrel of the gun here. What do you got, mate?
There's already 5 damage in this banish zone.
Yep.
With only 1 pitch to pay for the Arcane Barrier, so
So he
that's
needs 12.
yeah. But I mean, he doesn't have to kill him now anyway.
But he wants to. He
He
is
wants to
smelling
try
blood
now,
in
yeah.
the water. We are pushing for it.
So
We're
this is
sending
5.
a quickening for 5. Blocking 1, taking 4. We're down to 7.
Down to 7 plus the prognosticate.
1.
Just for 1, but that's yeah. Oh,
And the
the
snapback.
snapback. Yeah, because when you've played the non-attack
Yeah,
action,
there you
can
go.
play it- yeah, is
It's
that,
the Striders.
Is that,
It's the Lesson in Lava. And
Lesson in
there's the
Lava coming for free.
GG. Kano, Roman.
Destroying everybody on his path. Vincent was magnificent in this top 8. Every single person that's played against him told me that he's a master at
Definitely.
this deck.
I heard exactly the same thing. What an honorable way to go for Vincent, all the way from Germany. Not all the way, it's like the neighboring country, but anyway. All the way into the finals and in the semis, looking really, really grim, being one off into his pitch deck. And
And
basically
still managed to
making
find
it
another combo, assemble out
Yeah,
of nowhere,
next
out of
level.
nothing. I was talking about it to the Italian players. They didn't even understand what could have happened. You know, nobody thought that he could
expected
win.
that.
Yeah, all the players that came between the semifinals and the finals thought that he was dead in water, but he came back and won the finals. What an incredible story for this guy.
Definitely, and not something that we would expect, and even like Phantom was going to happen and went down this weekend. History being made here at Calling Wasaw, where Kano takes on a Calling.
Calling winner Vincent Weinzierl. I'm trying to pronounce it the right way, but I don't know. Yeah, does it?
Weinzierl.
I don't know, but yeah, very impressive showing by this Kano. Wow, what a game!
What a game, Roman.
Yeah, it was a very short one too. I think it was 2 turns, but it took some time to go through all the lines, all these intricate Kano lines.
Yeah, those Aether Flares have been very, very useful for Vincent out of this weekend. Oh, what a game. What a day.
What a calling.
What a calling.
I think that's the story of this weekend. Yeah, what a calling.
Such
all
amazing
these
games.
All these amazing games, all these
All these
amazing
amazing players, yes.
We will have a very important interview. Won't want to miss it with Vincent in a very short while. I think Barry is letting him get some rest, maybe.
Let it melt.
Yeah, enjoy the
bit.
win with his friends, with his teammates, and then he'll be back as soon as possible with an interview with our calling winner, Vincent, who played an amazing Kano deck.
Hi, welcome back to the Calling in Warsaw. Our winner. Congratulations, Vincent. Fantastic. Put it there.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was amazing. Absolutely amazing. We, Carol followed you through the sort of like the tournament. And he said, this Kano player, Vincent, he's a pitch stacker. You know, we're going to see him sort of like pitch the perfect stack. When it came into that semi-final game, you were pitch stacking. We didn't know what you were opting, and then sort of like the wheels came off the bus a little bit. You can see it in your face. You're just like, oh my god! But you managed to recoup. Did you see that combo? Is that your fallback combo just in case things go wrong?
No, it's not planned to go wrong. It's simply put, my brain. I don't know where exactly my brain went wrong, but at some point my brain decided to forget the pitch stack, more or less. And so I shot the two wildfires, and I saw him play one Oasis, play a second Oasis, and pitch the third one, which I was really glad to see, because that meant that I probably could do a combo with only one wildfire into flare, into blazing should be enough. And I knew the cards were still in deck, so I had to rebuild completely, but it was not planned. I'm just gonna say it in the first part of the game. I was an idiot. I screwed up, but yeah.
The thing is, the mental toll that Kano takes. I mean, we've played, so many rounds like yesterday and today. Like you kind of going to make a little mistake somewhere. You know, you're not going to be perfect in your memory, sort of like, you know, the memory castle people talk about. But sort of like there was no pitch stacking in that final. That was just like straight off the top, blazing Aether. Oh, this is. I mean, you even said, "Oh, this is quite nice."
Yeah, I mean, I was pitch stacking Chaos until like 2 weeks ago, but then the dear folks at LSS decided to print Savage Sash, and that card makes Kayo just too fast. From what I've tried, it's not possible to pitch stack it anymore. You just can't get to your pitch stack quick enough. So I have to go first cycle, try to kill them in the first cycle, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This tournament it worked 3 times and I lost to 1 KO.
Blimey, okay.
Greetings to Jorik Schulte at this point.
Thing is, you know, Savage Sash is out. They like to keep us on our toes. You have to develop your strategy, and you did it very well. Where does this mean for you, sort of like going forward, sort of like into Misfail? Are you going to be playing sort of like the new wizard card that's been shown, or are you going to start dabbling in sort of like maybe the other 3, the 3 new heroes? How do you feel at the minute?
Well, I'm obviously gonna try the new card. I mean, it can do really funny stuff, so I will try it. But I will have to see how the meta develops, if Kano is still viable, because there are now 3 new heroes that are all blue-based, and blue is a color that Kano does not like to see in his opponents.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I also want to try Zen and Nu. I'm not too much of an illusionist player, but the other 2 I will try out. And maybe I will go back to Kassai. That's always possible.
Oh, right. Okie dokie. Right. You've got lots of people to congratulate you out there. Absolutely fantastic win. Very well done. Very well played indeed. We'll be back with everybody to close out, so stay tuned for there's more information to come. Okay, so wait around.
What a game, what a calling. Before we leave from Calling Wasaw, guys, we wanted to have a little chat with Carl. His voice came back from the dead, so he can talk now. But yeah, we wanted to take a few moments to remember some of our favorite memories of the weekend and maybe, yeah, talk about some of the big highlights that we saw this weekend. I think one of the very important stories and very cool stories to watch was the emergence of teams in Europe. That's something that we never saw before. And yeah, taking a cue maybe from American teams that perform very well. Yeah, we saw some teams emerge in Europe.
Maybe inspired by Team Poland, that's really banded together.
Yeah, we only saw the Sunflower Samurais as well, but yeah, not many teams in Europe.
But yeah, there's 3 teams I really want to talk about because this tournament has shown the emergence of these teams. First of all, Fab Chaos from Greece.
Oh, yeah.
We can't forget about the world champion, but Yorgos, the founder, has been dominating Swiss rounds. 9-0, unfortunately couldn't convert to top 8, but his partner in crime managed to sneak in there on Kayo and get all the way to the finals. So massive effort from Fab Chaos. The Emperors, the crazy Italians that decided to bring the
Boltyn deck. Nobody expected to see at this event.
Absolutely. Yeah. So
they come from Rome, so of course they're the emperors,
And I had a great chat with them, and they were saying that how there's 20 emperors in Rome ready to take on further European tournaments, and the new team sigil, which is mainly based in UK. You have the likes of national champion Alex Chitu, I believe, and they do have an international component as well with Stefano and a few players from US as well, and Shamir, who's tuning in from Pakistan as well. So massive showing from them. Samuel Graven's actually in the top 8 of Battle Hardened as we speak on Kano, so you could potentially get Kano some extra Living Legend points there. So I'm super excited to see how that's going to happen.
What's your favorite memory of this weekend, Erika?
The K rolls.
Oh.
All of the lovely K rolls. I love to see that die roll. And it's like gamble, better between you're gonna live or die in this next upcoming turn. We had Mr. Trehet on the first day, on the first game. Like we have
was
to
only
see
a
a 4+
but he
on
needed
this
that
roll
one.
scabs, and it's seeing that was absolutely wild. Seeing him pull through that game, that looked so dark, so grim against every single play, just pulling punches off one after another. Yeah, what an amazing.
Yeah, it was really an amazing weekend. Well, I have to say, I might sound cheesy, and I don't want to sound cheesy in front of so many people. I know there's many of you watching, but what's my favorite moment is just meeting the teams, meeting the guys, talking to the players, and it's really the atmosphere of this event. I mean, that's really something that I get a bit teary-eyed sometimes when I think back on these events. I get nostalgic about a lot of these events when I think back on them. Yeah, and what I love is just seeing my friends, basically. So I'm happy to see Erika whenever I go to an event. I was happy to meet you, and I was happy to meet all the players that came to the venue that wanted to talk to me, that wanted to talk about strategies, or that just wanted to chit-chat somehow and not even talk about the game somehow. Like, how are you doing, man? That's the thing that I love about these events. So that's
the community being absolutely lovely.
The community is really the best. And it comes all the way from the LGS, and then you go to these big events. You find your friends that you met at these local events, and then you go and travel the world with your friends. That's basically what it's all about. So
meeting together in the flesh and blood. And honestly, looking back, I flew all the way from New Zealand to be here, and it was just so well. Well spent the travel. Like meeting both of you in person has been amazing, and having all these chats with players, as you said, has just been has been exceptional. It's been
you have
of a lifetime.
You have a big number of fans. Like every time you go out into the halls, there's always someone that comes to you that wants to talk and say how impressed they are by your videos or how your content made them want to play the game. So that's you're one of the stars.
Oh, thank you.
But that was great to watch.
Meeting the people and having these conversations with people and seeing what they love about Fab, how they think Flesh and Blood can improve has been exceptional, honestly.
Yeah. So if you enjoyed what you see, or if you think that you missed out on something by not coming to Warsaw this weekend, there's
There's an event for you.
There's an event for you somewhere at some point. There's an event coming near you. The next one, it's going to be a big one. It's the world premiere in Tokyo for Part de Micheal. It's going to be a huge event. We don't really know I haven't even played with the new cards, but I wish I could be in Tokyo next week. It's probably...
I have played with...
Yeah, I know you did. So.
And more so than anything, this is the release that I have been anticipating for a very long time. Part de Micheal is my personal favorite set that we have worked on for a very long time, so I definitely have been checking it out and all the tournaments that follow world premiere as well.
A little bird told me that this is the set that the dev team is the proudest of. Since the beginning of the game, it is probably the best set they think that they've ever designed.
I do believe that that was the general sentiment from the dev team, definitely.
Wow, I'm very excited. We've seen all the spoilers over the weekend, and I can't wait to play this set. So yeah, if you're around Tokyo, or if you can afford to travel there next week, don't pass on it. It will be an amazing event, a big highlight of the life of this game also, because that's the first time that such a big event will happen in Japan, and the set is coming in Japanese as well. So it's a very important part of the history of this game.
Yeah, get hyped.
Yeah.
And all the tournaments following that will incorporate Part de Micheal in them. So there's a lot of stuff coming up. As I talked before with some of the players here based in Europe, they're really looking forward to that Battle Hard in Athens, which to me, I think the team Classic Constructed is something that I'm super hyped about, and it's something that we've seen these emergence of teams, and this is something that kind of takes that experience to the next level as well, which I'm super stoked to see how that plays out.
Team events are the best.
Yeah.
So cool to play. So yeah, I'm actually not playing this weekend, and just watching games, it made me want to play so much that I'm actually considering going to Athens to attend this.
Definitely,
just
definitely.
As a player for once, once in a while, just play.
Take a little break.
Yeah. Get destroyed by everybody, but it doesn't matter. You're playing with friends, and
absolutely,
that's what it's all about. So the Battle Harden in Athens. There's also a bunch of callings, but also the main event for this competitive season will be the Pro Tour in Amsterdam. Last weekend, I don't remember exactly the dates, 27th to 29th of July.
Oh, it's close enough.
Oh, 25 to 28, so I
was
close
close.
enough. But look at this. Who wouldn't want to go to this event?
Who want to go to this lovely place?
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous.
And Erica is going to do some casting there as well, which is super exciting.
You're going to hear my lovely voice again for another event, hyping you up for pushing through all of these long Kano drag games, and it's going to be amazing.
Absolutely. And with all these Kanos doing so well, there are all these null rune promos there to pick up on the side events and part of the package to go in there as well, which is
we talked about this earlier. Even if you're not qualified for the Pro Tour, just go to the venue, attend the calling, attend one of the side events. It will be an amazing event. You can get the tickets right now, so don't hesitate and go. Even if you're not sure about your competitive side yet, it's just a cool event to attend and to meet all the people, all the players, and that community, that amazing community that makes Flesh and Blood what it is.
Absolutely. And to be honest, like the amount of hype and the vibes that I've seen on all the side event tables has been just amazing to experience, for sure.
Oh, and look at this slate of Battle Hardens all over the world.
Wow.
So May 31st to June 2nd in Montreal.
Yeah.
Oh, Montreal in this season, Montreal is amazing. I wish I could be there as well. Singapore at the beginning of June, then Las Vegas the same weekend in the US. Battle Harden Athens on the same weekend as you mentioned. Then New Jersey, Bali, Bologna. Bologna will be amazing. We talked about it earlier as well. It will be the weekend before the Pro Tour, so it's a nice rehearsal, if you will. It's nice practice for the Pro Tour in Amsterdam. It's in Europe as well, so if you want to travel to Europe during the summer, perfect opportunity to attend 2 big events. Then Melbourne at the beginning of August, Sao Paulo in Brazil on the next weekend. There's a Battle Arden all the time. San Diego, then Lisbon in Europe as well. It will be amazing.
Absolutely. And, you know, I mentioned the Empress, those Italians. If you want to, those guys are amazing. So if you're nearby Bologna, definitely go there. I'm sure there'll be plenty of them. And, yeah, hopefully we see some more decimated Boltyns make an appearance for sure.
Yeah, this is obviously not the only Battle Arden. So you can go on fabtcg.com, click on events and see all the events near you. You can also go on the locator if you want to find a local game store where you can learn the game. If you don't know the game, if you're just there to discover a new game. Someone recommended that you come to watch Carol and Erika cast some of these games. But yeah, don't hesitate and drop by your LGS to learn this amazing game. And there you go, Calling Minneapolis.
The big hitters.
Oh yeah, and Calling Manila will be amazing for sure.
So excited to see the Philippines getting some love there.
Absolutely. I definitely have to agree with that. The energy that has been coming out of the Philippines and all the players there has been exceptional, and it's no surprise that they got the Battle Hardened, now they're getting a Calling, and the player base there is amazing. If you have any way to go there, I'm sure that the excitement and the vibes there are going to be absolutely unforgettable.
I think they're the most active community right now. They have the biggest armories, like local weekly armories, 50 people at those armories. It's actually very impressive. You think like it looks like a Battle Arden. There's so many people in these armories. It's
fighting
very
for
impressive.
that armory.
Yeah, and their players are so good at the game too. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what comes out of Calling Manila in the middle of August.
Absolutely.
Well, there you go. There you have it. So the Battle Arden is still going on. So if you want to have more updates about what's going on at this Battle Arden, you can go check out the coverage, the written coverage on the website. But that's it for now, guys. That's it for us. It was an honor to cast with you both. Thank you for coming all the way from New Zealand, Carol. Thank you, Erika, for coming all the way from Sweden. And that's it for us, guys. We'll see you next time for coverage for Flesh and Blood. That was Calling Wasaw.
Bye.